Chapter 718. Boom! It was as if the entire world was collapsing. The killing formation that covered the entire Dark Shaman City was activated. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted like a volcano. The peerless killing formation attracted the power of heaven and earth, forming a murderous aura. It was as if heaven and earth were carrying out divine punishment. It was as if a divine punishment was being formed. The terrifying pressure was enough to shake one's heart. The air was twisting. The power of the formation was unleashed. It formed a force field that sealed the entire Dark Shaman City. The powerful sorcerer tribesmen who had not entered Dark Shaman City were blocked outside. However, most of the powerful sorcerer tribesmen outside the city had entered Dark Shaman City. What's going on? We've been tricked. Let's go. In the dark night, the group of powerful shamans within the five-colored shaman fog were terrified out of their wits. They roared loudly and charged out without hesitation. At this moment, all of them knew that they had fallen into a trap and had fallen into the other party's trap. Too late. In the governor's mansion, Tian flew into the sky and stood in the air above the mansion. He controlled the peerless killing formation. His entire body shone with endless divine light. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the world. The members of the Gu family in the City Lord's mansion were shocked to discover that they could no longer sense Erebus's presence. If they didn't look with their naked eyes, they wouldn't even be able to detect Erebus's presence. The terrifying aura of the peerless killing formation made the beasts roar. They ran around in the city and even bit each other. Wind rise. My Tian growled in a low voice as he activated the formation. A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared in the sky above the City Lord's mansion. This astral wind appeared out of nowhere and blew out in all directions with the City Lord's mansion as the center. For a moment, the wind howled and the colorful mist surged. The colorful mist that covered the entire Dark Shaman City was blown away by the gust of wind. The wind blew away the colorful mist like snow. A group of panic-stricken, powerful sorcerer tribesmen and countless ferocious beasts in the city appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The honorable shaman and the clan leaders of the various clans rushed out of the city at the first instance. The cultivation of these people were all incomparably powerful. They emitted an evil aura that soared to the sky, and their shaman power was vast and mighty. The 7 or 8 powerful shaman beasts followed closely behind their masters and rushed out of the city. Boom! 5 strange beast skulls, each the size of a small mountain, spat out poisonous gas and black flames, ruthlessly shot forward. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the sky and earth. The Grand Shaman of the Sorcerer tribe made his move. This was an expert who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal god. The power of the 5-beast white bone hammer in his hand was so strong that it almost shattered the void. However, even if the honorable shaman attacked with all his might, it would still be difficult to shake the peerless killing formation. It was even more impossible to break through the force field formed by the killing formation and rush out of the city. The skulls refined from the skulls of 5 mutated beasts were blasted away. The old man was horrified. The other party had sealed a part of the world, trapping everyone in the city. Roar! At this moment, a roar made by the power of the soul resounded in the city. A bone dragon with a vast and mighty deathly aura rushed out of the city. On the back of the bone dragon stood a ghost-like figure. The clan leader of the Ghost Witch clan also rushed to the outskirts of Dark Shaman City. Among the important figures of the sorcerer tribe, the honorable shaman was the strongest. Therefore, he was the first to rush to the outskirts of the city with the devil ape. As for the clan leader of the Ghost Witch clan, his strength was actually comparable to the other clan leaders. However, he had an extremely powerful undead creature. Therefore, the clan leader of the Ghost Witch clan rushed to the outskirts of the city faster than the other clan leaders. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar of the beast reverberated in the form of the soul fluctuation. It rang directly in the hearts of the people. Those with slightly weaker cultivation felt their blood boiling. I didn't expect to see an undead creature here. In the sky above the city lord mansion, Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see an undead creature with a soul fire in the sorcerer land. The roar of the bone dragon shook the entire city. It was enough to show the strength of its soul. Boom! The skull of the bone dragon bloomed with bright soul light. It was as if a bright moon had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the whole world. The bone dragon directly rushed forward, trying to break the seal of the peerless killing formation with its extremely powerful soul power. Bang! There was a violent tremor in the void. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the point of impact like transparent water waves. Damn it! The patriarch of the Ghost Witch clan roared in anger. The powerful impact shook the bone dragon away and almost knocked him off the back of the bone dragon. Even the grand shaman, who was infinitely close to the immortal realm, couldn't break the seal formed by the killing formation. The bone dragon was even more powerless. At this moment, the astral wind howled. It was like a steel knife cutting through flesh. With the city lord mansion as the center, the wind blew in all directions. The hundreds of flying beasts in the sky above Dark Shaman City were immediately affected. One by one, the bat beasts were blown away by the strong winds and shattered in the void. Even the Magi, standing on top of the bat beasts, met the same fate. A rain of blood fell from the sky, causing the rampaging astral winds to have an additional bloody smell. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts roared. Wherever the astral wind passed, countless beasts in the city were blown away and turned into a cloud of blood mist. They had no power to resist. Rumble. The peerless killing formation was in operation, gathering the power of the heavens and the earth. The terrifying aura made people's hearts palpitate. This was going to be a one-sided massacre. The astral wind raged in the sky and on the ground. Those who were in the formation could not escape. Humans and beasts were all shrouded by the astral wind. Their bodies and divine souls were blown away. Formless murderous intent surged. Murderous intent filled the air. The astral wind was like an invisible heavenly blade. It was as if it was going to cut down all living things in the world, mercilessly harvesting the lives in the city. Bloodlight flashed. Sorcerers and beasts were turned into clouds of blood mist. This was just the beginning, but the killing formation had already displayed such a terrifying might. It seemed to have the power to kill all living things in the world. Once trapped in the formation, it would be difficult to escape. At this moment, a terrifying murderous intent lingered in the sky above Dark Shaman City. The sky and the ground seemed to have turned into a peerless killing field. In the blink of an eye, except for a few powerful sorcerer beasts and powerful sorcerer tribesmen, all the beasts in the city had disappeared. Blood-curdling screams, roars, and roars of ferocious beasts rang out incessantly. Amidst the howling of the astral winds, the city was simply a horrifying scene akin to that of Azura. The astral winds blew away the bodies of ferocious beasts one after another. Sorcerers perished one after another under the astral winds. Blood flowed like a river in the city. The entire Dark Shaman City was dyed red with blood. There were no corpses, only blood and flesh that flowed everywhere. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. This was a city that was bathed in blood. No one knew how many people and beasts had died in this city. Clouds surged. Tian stood in the sky above the governor's mansion and controlled the formation. The formation immediately changed as he spoke. White clouds of smoke rose from every corner of the city without warning. The astral wind that was raging in the city suddenly disappeared. Soon, the entire Dark Shaman City was shrouded in smoke. Roar! A fearful beast roar rang out. A lion with 4 claws covered in scales, wreathed in raging flames, rushed out of the smoke and clouds, stirring up monstrous flames. On the lion's back was an old man holding a 3-pointed, double-edged, blazing trident. Swoosh! The old man roared. He held the 3-pointed, double-edged, blazing trident in his hand and pierced forward. Vast sorcery power surged. The 3-pointed, double-edged blazing trident emitted a blazing flame. The void was shaken by this force. Bam! The old man and the lion were sent flying. All the people who survived the astral wind were attacking the killing formation with all their might. They wanted to break the formation and get out of Dark Shaman City. Everyone felt that their lives were in danger. However, no one could truly break the killing formation, not even if they worked together. The killing formation communicated with the power of the world and summoned the power of the world. Even an immortal would not be able to break the formation. The cloud that rose from the formation was thick and heavy. Many shamans who were flying in the sky were immediately knocked down from the sky. The cloud was as heavy as a mountain. Many of the surviving beasts were immediately turned into meat paste. Even the golden eagle in the sky was suppressed and fell to the ground, unable to fly. In the end, only the Grand Shaman, who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal, could resist the power of the cloud and stay in the air. "I don't want to die. Please let us go. We surrender. We surrender." Some people were howling madly. Some were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They could no longer care so much. They only wanted to live. Everyone was regretting. The Honorable Witch and the group of clan leaders were even more regretful, to the point that their intestines were green. "You want to surrender now? It's too late." Erebus knew everything that was happening in the formation like the back of his hand. The sorcerer tribesmen might have been scared out of their wits, and some of them wanted to surrender, but Erebus did not intend to let them go. Only by killing them would the shaman tribe be without a leader. Only then would the Gu family be the strongest in the land of shamans. However, Tion did not want to kill them all at once. It would be too boring if he killed them all at once. "Thunder, appear," Erebus shouted in a deep voice. Under his control, the spell formation changed again. The mist that covered the entire Dark Shaman City quickly retreated. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the spell formation, and lightning flashed in different colors. A terrifying, destructive aura descended from the sky. "It's over, it's over." Those who were lucky enough to survive lifted their heads and looked up in horror. Even the Honorable Shaman and a group of clan leaders felt hopeless. The opponent was just too strong, and it was not something they could contend against. Chapter 719. Silver snakes danced in the sky, and thunder rumbled. The power of lightning was brewing. A terrifying, destructive aura filled the air. The powerful pressure made all living beings tremble. All the powerful warriors of the sorcerer tribe, trapped in the city, were terrified. They had lost all hope. Roar! The grand sorcerer roared at the sky. His messy hair danced in the wind. He swung the 5 beasts' white bone hammer in his hand and attacked the layer of divine light in front of him. The 5 skulls of the strange beasts, each as big as a small mountain, emitted an endless black poisonous fog, which covered half of the sky. The frightening wizard power fluctuation shook the heaven and earth. Bang! 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 The 5 skulls were ferocious and terrifying. They kept rushing out. The pitch-black sorcerer fire burned the air and twisted it. However, it could not shake the peerless killing formation that covered the entire Dark Sorcerer City. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. They kept attacking the peerless killing formation. They wanted to get out. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to live. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderclap. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It tore through the air and lit up the entire world. An old man who was flying in the sky was struck by the bolt of lightning. He was burnt to a crisp. Smoke rose from his body, and he fell from the sky. Boom! 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 Lightning of all colors flashed in the sky. Thunder roared and shook the world. Dazzling bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Powerful warriors of the sorcerer tribe were killed by the lightning bolts one after another. The peerless killing formation attracted the power of lightning. It was like the legendary god's tribulation. It made the world tremble. It could destroy everything. Boom! The formation was running. Endless power of lightning gathered. No one could resist the power of heaven and earth. The powerful warriors of the sorcerer tribe kept falling. Even the flaming lion that the leader of the beast sorcerer tribe was riding on was split in half by a bolt of lightning. It fell from the sky. If the leader of the Beast Sorcerer tribe had not dodged in time, he would have ended up like the Flaming Lion. The leader of the Beast Sorcerer tribe was scared out of his wits. Roar, roar, roar. Powerful beasts roared. Their roars reverberated in the city. Bolts of lightning flashed. Even the king of the beasts was about to be struck to death. The golden eagle's wings were broken. It fell from the sky, covered in lightning and fire. 5 strange beast skulls circled around the Grand Shaman's body, emitting an evil force that soared to the heavens, protecting the Grand Shaman and the devil ape in the middle. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, dispersing the evil energy. The 5 strange beast skulls rolled over, and the Grand Shaman used all his strength to drive the 5-beast white bone hammer, blocking the power of the lightning. The Honorable Witch's cultivation base was already infinitely close to the immortal god realm, and could barely withstand the attack of the heavenly thunder. However, the others were not so fortunate. The Grand Shaman's soul power, it was like a moon in the sky, in grand, that, in, of the power of the grand, in. The Grand Shaman of the Ghost Witch clan stood on the Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon's skull dimmed. It consumed its soul power to resist the Grand Shaman of the Ghost Witch clan. The Grand Shaman of the Bone Dragon trembled. Every time the Grand Shaman of the Sky thunderstruck, the flame of the soul in the Bone Dragon's skull dimmed. It consumed its soul power to resist the Grand Shaman. The Bloodbat Beast and the Purple Flying Centipede were hit by the Grand Shaman of the Sky Thunder. They rolled in the air. Their bodies were char-black. They could not hold on much longer. Only a dozen or so of the 11 powerful fighters from the Shaman tribe managed to survive that round of lightning. The other powerful fighters who had entered the city had all been killed by the Peerless Killing Formation. At this time, He Tian was controlling the Grand Shaman Formation above the Grand Shaman Mansion. He continued to operate the Grand Shaman Formation. The power of the Grand Shaman Formation was fully displayed. The power of the heaven and earth within a radius of a few hundred miles was gathered. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The power of the thunder and lightning changed. The different colors of the thunder and lightning gradually turned into 5 colors. The power of the Grand Shaman Formation was increasing. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elemental thunder appear. He Tian shouted in a deep voice. He performed a series of hand seals and shot beams of 5-color divine light into the sky. He used his own power to trigger the 5 elemental thunder. Lightning and thunder rumbled above Dark Shaman City. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. An unprecedentedly powerful aura of destruction and pressure fell from the sky. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be sinking. The terrifying power of the heaven almost caused the experts of the Sorcerer clan to have a mental breakdown. The power of the thunder and lightning was extremely powerful. However, the people were shocked to find that the deafening thunder was gradually weakening. Although the sound of the thunder had weakened, the divine thunder that bombarded the sky was getting stronger and more terrifying. The soundless divine thunder tore through the void. Wherever the lightning passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning that looked like a golden rainbow tore the sky apart and fell from the sky. A human figure was instantly blasted into ashes. He did not even have the time to scream before he died. The experts of the Sorcerer clan in the city finally lost all hope. Even the Grand Shaman was in despair. This Grand Shaman formation definitely had the power to kill an immortal. The 11 clan leaders and the Grand Shaman, who was second only to the Shaman Demon in the Sorcerer land, were not immortals. Their fates were already sealed. Everything was under He Tian's control. He followed He Tian's instructions and realized it step by step. The soundless 5 elemental thunder tore the sky and earth apart. It could kill immortals and true demons. The clan leader of the Ghost Sorcerer clan was the first to suffer. At the same time, 3 bolts of lightning that were as thick as water buckets bombarded the shield formed by the Bone Dragon's divine light. The shield collapsed instantly and turned into specks of spiritual light, dissipating in the void. The Bone Dragon's skull exploded. The fire of soul was dispersed by the power of the lightning. Its bones were broken and turned into thousands of bone fragments that fell from the sky. A ghostly figure with an evil aura was annihilated in the lightning. The clan leader of the Ghost Sorcerer clan was dead. Since they entered the city, the clan leaders of the 11 sorcerer clans finally began to fall. All of this was orchestrated by Xianxia. He killed whoever he wanted. Whoever he wanted to be struck by lightning, that person would be struck by lightning. Who's next? Xianxia controlled the peerless killing formation and was like a supreme god who dominated the world. After killing the clan leader of the Ghost Sorcerer clan, who would be next? Let's kill those ferocious beasts first. Xianxia murmured to himself. The life and death of all the people in the city and all the ferocious beasts were in his hands. At this moment, a few figures were standing in the sky, dozens of miles away from the city. The person in the lead was wearing a purple gold dragon crown and was surrounded by dragon chi. It was Chu Qingquang of the royal family of the Great Yin. Chu Qingquang and the others had not left the sorcerer land. What a pity. If those people were under my command, they would definitely be able to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. Chu Qingquang said. He could not help but feel sorry when he saw the experts of the sorcerer clan dying in the city. 300 years ago, Gu Fei was known as the #1 expert among the younger generation. 300 years later, he suddenly appeared in the sorcerer land. Just how powerful is he now? I'm afraid he's already an immortal, a martial immortal. Does he want to kill all the experts of the sorcerer clan? Chapter 720. Rumble. The peerless killing formation was in operation, like a huge millstone turning, obliterating everything in its path. The terrifying aura it emitted made all living beings tremble. In the sky above Dark Shaman City, tens of thousands of lightning bolts swam. There was no sound of thunder. This was the soundless divine thunder wreaking havoc. The dazzling lightning tore apart the heavens and the earth, illuminating the void. The terrifying aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5-colored thunder and fire descended from the sky. Thick bolts of lightning connected the heavens and the earth. One by one, the powerful and ferocious shaman beasts were annihilated by the thunder and fire. Whether it was the blood-colored bat beast, the purple flying centipede, or the pangolin-like unicorn, they could not escape the fate of being blasted into ashes by the 5 elements' heavenly thunder. One by one, the tribe leaders fell. When the Grand Shaman saw this scene, he almost broke down. Under the peerless killing formation, no one could survive. Death was only a matter of time. However, those people did not seem to want him to die so quickly. It was as if they wanted to see the powerful warriors of the shaman tribe fall one by one in front of him. At this moment, the Grand Shaman was almost in a state of madness. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was flying wildly. He waved the 5 beasts' white bone hammer, smashing and striking in a frenzy. A bolt of lightning struck beside the Grand Shaman. Suddenly, he felt a warm liquid splashing on his face. He wiped it with his hand and saw that his hand was covered in blood. Roar! The Grand Shaman roared to the sky, his expression extremely ferocious. The demon ape that had been by his side for countless years was dead. Swoosh! He rushed in the direction of the city lord's mansion like a madman. He wanted to fight to the death with those who were holed up in the mansion. Countless bolts of lightning struck beside him, almost missing him. The shaman tribe is finished. In the distant sky outside the city, Chu Qingquang could not help but shake his head when he saw the incomparably miserable scene in the city. At the same time, he was shocked. Gu Fei and the others were really ruthless and decisive. Sigh, how boring. I thought these guys could at least survive the 4 transformation. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, Xianxia sighed. He seemed to have not had enough fun. The peerless killing array he had set up had 8 transformations. Now, it was only 3 transformations, but it had already killed all the experts of the sorcerer tribe in the city. Boom! Space trembled as the 5 skeletal beast heads emitted an evil aura that soared into the sky. They spat out black, poisonous flames as they tried to devour Xianxia. Their evil might was shocking, causing the people of the Gu clan in the City Lord's mansion to tremble in fear. The 18 banners around the City Lord's mansion fluttered in the wind. Countless runes appeared on the banners, and a layer of divine light appeared in the void, enveloping the entire City Lord's mansion. The 5 skeletal beast heads collided with a layer of divine light. The violent impact caused the entire City Lord's mansion to shake. Above the divine light, ripples that looked like transparent water spread out in all directions. Tian stood calmly in the sky above the City Lord's mansion, completely ignoring the Grand Shaman's attack. "Give me a quick death." The Grand Shaman roared, madly attacking the divine light that enveloped the City Lord's mansion. He was already numb, no longer caring whether he lived or died. It would be best if the other party killed him immediately. Countless experts had fallen in the city. The sorcerer tribe was finished. You're the only one left. There seems to be no point in you living. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Tian said calmly. He was about to end the life of the second most powerful expert in the land of sorcerer. But at this moment, a purple mist suddenly surged from the east side of Dark Shaman City. Purple mist from the east. An otherworldly figure, like a true immortal from the ninth heaven, stepped on the purple mist and appeared in the sky. That person came very quickly. He had just appeared, and in the next moment, he was near Dark Shaman City. A righteous aura spread between heaven and earth. Tian was very surprised. It was a white-haired, middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He could feel a strong pressure from the man in green. "Who are you, demon? How dare you slaughter thousands of lives here? I will not forgive you." When the man arrived, he was immediately stunned by the blood-soaked city in front of him. He then shouted angrily at Tian. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in your grandpa's business? If you don't want to die, get lost." Tian saw the middle-aged man's angry face and could not help but feel disdain. Damn it! The middle-aged man's expression changed when he heard this, and he pressed his hand down. Boom! Endless purple divine light suddenly surged from the man's hand. A giant purple hand appeared, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. It smashed the sky and the earth, broke the force field formed by the Peerless Killing Formation, and slammed down on Tian, who was standing in the sky above the City Lord's mansion. When the giant purple hand broke the seal of the Peerless Killing Formation, a person flew into the sky, rushed out in an instant, and then disappeared between heaven and earth. In the City Lord's mansion, the members of the Gu family who saw this scene could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. That person had escaped. This would cause endless trouble for the Gu family. You are courting death. Tian was enraged. The air around him was turbulent, and a vast wave of energy instantly exploded from his body. Tian punched upward. The power of yin and yang gathered on his fist and then bloomed. The powerful force shook the sky as if it was going to collapse the sky. Boom! Tian's fist collided with the giant purple hand. An earth-shattering sound erupted, and the entire Dark Shaman City shook. The vast and mighty power shattered a part of the void. I will let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Tian was truly enraged. He soared into the sky and rushed towards that person. His prey had actually been let go by the other party. This made him incomparably angry. With the power of the Peerless Killing Formation, Tian attracted the 5 elements heavenly thunder in the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts bombarded the man in green. The 5 elements heavenly thunder emitted a terrible aura that could destroy everything. The man in green could not help but be shocked. Big Dipper exorcism. The middle-aged man in green shouted, and 7 balls of star-like divine light rushed out of his body. They looked like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper and revolve around his body. The 5 elements heavenly thunder tore the sky and earth apart, but they were blocked by the 7 balls of star-like divine light. They could not hit the man at all. Chu Qingquang and the others who saw this scene in the sky outside the city could not help but be shocked. It's someone from the Ziwei sect. The woman behind Chu Qingquang said. Yes, that person is an elder of the Ziwei sect called Daoshi Wang. Chu Qingquang said in a deep voice. The cultivation method of the Ziwei sect was related to the stars. They could use the power of the stars for their own use. They were a large sect in the Central Plains. I didn't expect that the Ziwei sect would also extend their reach into the shaman land, a young man behind Chu Qingquang said. Chapter 721. Boom! The peerless killing formation emitted a terrifying, murderous aura that shook the entire dark shaman city. Endless five-colored lightning tore through the void and rushed towards the purple figure in the sky from all directions. The destructive aura was unprecedentedly strong. Compared to when it was used against the experts of the sorcerer tribe, the power of the killing formation was many times stronger. The person who came was definitely an immortal realm cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through the power of the peerless killing formation and allow the grand shaman to escape. 7 balls of light, as bright as stars, surrounded the person. The endless power of the stars was vast and mighty, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The power of the 5 elemental lightning was blocked by the 7 balls of divine light. No matter how many lightning bolts struck, the sky and earth crumbled, but it still could not break through the power of the 7 stars. Roar! You evil demon! Let me show you the godly technique of the crepe myrtle sect. With a loud shout from Wang Daoshi, the 7 balls of starlight around him immediately emitted a bright light, as if 7 large stars were fixed in the sky. Swoosh! 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 7 rays of starlight descended from the sky and entered Wang Daoshi's body. 7 huge stars appeared in the sky, illuminating the sky and earth and sprinkling down endless power of the stars. Wang Daoshi communicated with the sky and earth and received the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. An extremely powerful aura spread from his body, causing even He Tian to feel danger. The 7 balls of starlight emitted a boundless brilliance that spread out in all directions like ripples on water. Wherever they passed, the 5-colored lightning was annihilated. Damn it! He Tian was secretly shocked when he saw that the opponent had broken the power of the 3rd form of his killing formation. This person's strength had probably surpassed the ordinary immortal realm. He Tian did not dare to let his guard down and immediately activated the 4th form of the killing formation. Rumble, the world shook. The 7 bright stars above Dark Shaman City began to descend from the sky. It was as if the real stars were descending from the sky. The sky was shattering. That Taoist Wang actually wanted to borrow the power of the Big Dipper to break the peerless killing formation that He Tian had laid down. Endless star power surged. The 7 falling stars resonated with the real Big Dipper in the sky, displaying great power. The power of the peerless killing formation actually showed signs of being suppressed. At this time, the battle outside had already alerted Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing walked out of the main hall of the City Lord Mansion and raised his head to look at the shocking scene in the sky. He couldn't help but frown. The people of the Gu clan in the City Lord's Mansion, including Gu Tianxiong, were all pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure that came down from the sky. They were terrified to death. It was a battle between immortal-level cultivators. The aura emitted from the battle was enough to make the heavens and earth dim. If it wasn't for the power formed by the 18 flags outside the City Lord's Mansion, which reduced the pressure from the sky by more than half, the people of the Gu clan would have had a mental breakdown. The power of the killing formation's 4th transformation was on full display. The boundless 5-colored lightning vanished, and the energy of heaven and earth surged. Suddenly, drops of crystalline blue water began to fall from the sky. Unexpectedly, it was raining. This was not an ordinary rain. It was a rain of destruction. Each drop of water contained a terrifying destructive force that could destroy an immortal realm cultivator. Under this blue rain, the 7 balls of starlight immediately dimmed. The rain of destruction caused the starlight to dissipate. The destructive power could destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. If He Tian had used the 4th form of the killing formation when he was dealing with the experts of the sorcerer tribe, he would have been able to kill all the living creatures in the city in an instant. I have the 8 forms of the killing formation. Let's see how many forms you can last. He Tian was very confident in his killing formation. It should be known that this killing formation was also famous for being dangerous in ancient times. The power of the stars was suppressed by the power of the fourth form of the killing formation. The 7 beams of starlight falling from the sky were blocked by the blue rain of destruction. Wang Daoshi's star power was unable to continue, and he was immediately in danger. A few drops of blue rain broke through the barrier formed by the starlight and landed on Wang Daoshi's sleeve. His sleeve was immediately pierced with a few small holes. Wang Daoshi let out an angry roar. His white hair danced wildly, and the power of the stars surged from his body. 108 beams of divine light shot out from his body. The divine light pierced through the void and shattered the world. It charged out of the killing formation and into the endless sky. Boom! The entire killing formation shook violently. Specks of starlight appeared in the sky. There were originally no stars in the dark sky, but now there were 108 stars shining in the night sky. Where did this expert come from? Little Qing sensed that above the boundless firmament, there was a terrifying power rapidly approaching, descending from the heavens. Swish, 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 swish. The mighty power of the stars surged from the endless sky. Beams of starlight pierced through the darkness and descended from the sky. They directly broke through the blue rain and entered Wang Daoshi's body. The power of the Big Dipper dissipated, but 108 stars appeared around Wang Daoshi. The power of the stars was so strong that it almost caused the void to collapse. Cracks appeared around Wang Daoshi's body. The power of the stars tore through the void. This He Tian was shocked. He saw 108 stars revolving around Wang Daoshi's body, emitting endless power of the stars. The blue rain was constantly evaporated by the starlight. This guy who had suddenly jumped out had broken the killing formation's fourth form. You evil demon, you can die now. Wang Daoshi's aura was unparalleled. He strolled in the void and closed in on He Tian. 108 stars emitted endless power of the stars, sealing the heaven and earth. The terrifying power rushed towards He Tian, trying to kill him. 108 stars fell from the sky like 108 real stars. The void collapsed. This power seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. I hate sanctimonious people like you the most. He Tian felt great danger, but he still didn't panic. He hadn't even made a move yet. Old He, stop playing. Xiaoqing couldn't help but say. Got it. He Tian answered. Wang Daoshi was startled when he heard the conversation between Xiaoqing and He Tian. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that the opponent hadn't used his true strength? Just as the 108 stars were about to reach him, the heaven and earth changed. 4 terrifying forces rushed out from the 4 corners of Dark Shaman City. The killing formation emitted endless killing light. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared and covered the surroundings. In an instant, the 108 stars that fell from the sky were cut off. This, Chapter 722, He Tian directly displayed the strongest transformation of the supreme killing formation. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged forth, as though they were transforming into a world of their own, capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect, Taoist Master Wang, had wanted to take advantage of the shaman demon's death and the chaos in the shaman land to fish in troubled waters. However, he had never expected the other party to be so powerful. Wang Daoshi was trapped in a perilous situation. Everything in sight was earth, water, fire, and wind. If it weren't for the 108 stars revolving around him, he would have been destroyed in both body and soul. He couldn't help but regret coming to the shaman's land. Wang Daoshi's appearance in the shaman land was not a coincidence. The news of the shaman demon's death had already spread. Some forces that were eyeing the shaman land immediately took action. The forces around the land of shamans were the first to enter the land of shamans. The Crepe Myrtle cult's territory was right next to the land of shamans. Therefore, Wang Daoshi appeared in Dark Shaman City. The reason why the sorcerer land had become a lawless area was due to its geographical location. Although the Sorcerer Land had a territory of tens of thousands of miles, most of the land was barren and unruly. Truly powerful sects would not be interested in such a place. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful being in the Shaman Land, the Shaman Demon. The Shaman Demon had already cultivated to the mysterious transformation realm. Even if the ancient desolate realm and the immortal gods were to return, an expert of this level would still be able to dominate the Tongue-Long continent. Because of the existence of the Shaman Demon, although the major forces were eyeing the Shaman Land covetously, they had their reservations and did not dare to make a move. However, now that the Shaman Demon had fallen, these forces could no longer hold themselves back. The Crepe Myrtle sect was the first to take action. They sent their experts into the Shaman Land. Crepe Myrtle sect was considered a large sect in the Central Plains. There were many experts in the sect. The sect master, Crepe Myrtle Star Lord, was rumored to be a ninth firmament immortal god expert. Crepe Myrtle Star Lord was only one step away from breaking through the immortal realm and becoming a mysterious transformation expert. This was enough to show how powerful the Crepe Myrtle sect was. However, Heition didn't care about the Crepe Myrtle sect or the Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch. He didn't know the situation of the Tongue-Long continent at all, so he could be unscrupulous. Of course, even if Heition knew that this fellow who could activate the power of the stars was an elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect, he would not show mercy. If he was killed, then so be it. At most, he could just ask his boss, Goof Fei, to come out. Rumble, the entire peerless killing formation had already turned into a field of chaos. It was like an incomparably huge chaos millstone was spinning, grinding everything in the world. Wang Daosher roared again and again as he continuously used the purple myrtle divine art. He wanted to break through the power of the formation and draw upon the power of the stars in the sky to charge out. However, earth, water, fire, and wind were the four ultimate powers of the world. When they were activated by the Great Formation, they could obliterate everything, turning the void into primal chaos. Wang Daosher's power was completely suppressed. The 108 stars around him, which were emitting the vast power of the stars, gradually dimmed. The power of the Grand Formation gradually eroded the power of the stars. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire were hard to resist. The raging fire burned half of the sky red. The misty earth chi rose from the ground and turned into thousands of huge dragons, killing everything in its path. The raging water rushed high into the sky, and the astral wind that seemed to blow down from the ninth heaven shattered the void. These four powers collided with each other and fused with each other. It was unknown how many times more powerful they were than a single power, turning the void into a field of chaos. The 108 stars revolving around Wang Daosher's body flickered like the stars in the primal chaos. Although the vast power of the stars temporarily blocked the surging power of the earth, water, fire, and wind from all directions, it definitely couldn't last long. Because the power of earth, water, wind, and fire had isolated a part of the world, it made it difficult for Wang Daosher to connect with heaven and earth and draw upon the power of the stars in the sky. The cultivation method of the Crepe Myrtle sect was to use the power of the stars to kill the enemy. The experts of this sect could draw upon the power of the stars in the sky to add to their bodies. Their magic power was simply endless. However, this kind of cultivation method had a fatal flaw. If they could not draw upon the power of the stars, then this expert of the Crepe Myrtle sect would lose half of his magical power. Wang Daosher roared again and again. He wanted to charge out, but helplessly found that he had already been imprisoned in the Great Formation. Powerful forces like mountains were constantly surging in from all directions. Bang! One of the stars exploded. Wang Daosher's body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The 108 stars were the essence energy condensed from the power of the 108 stars that he had cultivated. The explosion of the stars was a great shock to him. Bang! 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 The stars kept exploding, and the power of the stars was constantly being worn away. Wang Daosher's body was covered in bloody wounds. His flesh was being suppressed by the power of the peerless killing formation. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business in your next life. He Tian stood in the air above the city lord's residence and said coldly. The entire Dark Shaman city had been enveloped by the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. Other than the city lord's residence, every inch of the void in Dark Shaman city was filled with the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. His body and soul are about to be destroyed. How can he have a next life? Xianxia said. This guy who had broken into the killing formation was already dead. The 108 stars continued to be destroyed by the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. When the last star exploded, Wang Daoshi's body also exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A ball of purple divine light wrapped around a frightened little person. It rushed out of the blood mist and tried to fly away. However, the power of earth, water, fire, and wind surged in from all directions and merged together. The ball of purple divine light that wrapped around the little person was immediately destroyed in a chaotic void. The elder of the crepe myrtle sect, Wang Daoshi, was destroyed by the killing formation. His body and soul were both destroyed. Just as Xiaoqing had said, he had no next life. The peerless killing formation had killed an immortal god. After killing Wang Daoshi, the peerless killing formation gradually stopped working. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire dissipated between heaven and earth. The world returned to peace. The terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth retreated like the tide. In the city lord's residence, the members of the Gu family were still in a state of shock. They did not dare to get up from the ground for a long time. The world became clear again. After this battle, all the buildings built by later generations in the city had been destroyed. Only the oldest buildings remained. The peerless killing formation had the power to kill immortals, but it could not cause any damage to the ancient city. There was no doubt that this was a divine city. Wang Daoshi is dead. In the sky outside Dark Shaman City, Chu Qingquang and the others were extremely shocked. An immortal god had walked into the ancient city and never came out again. An elder of the crepe myrtle sect has died. This, the land of shamans, will welcome an even more terrifying storm. The crepe myrtle sect will never let this go. Chu Qingquang and the others were truly stunned by Gu Fei and the others. These people dared to kill an elder of a large sect in the Central Plains. What else would they not dare to do? Chapter 723. It was a bloody night. Dark Shaman City was silent. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. Chunks of flesh and blood dyed the entire city red. Countless ferocious beasts and powerful shamans had fallen. There was no water in the city's drainage channels, only blood. The blood on the ground gathered into streams. After that night, the entire shaman land was shaken. Even the restless forces around the shaman land did not dare to act rashly. After Chu Qingquang left, the forces from the Yin dynasty began to retreat. However, there were still many forces that remained. The news that crepe myrtle sect's elder, Wang Daoshi, had fallen in Dark Shaman City had also spread. Dark Shaman City was guarded by a peerless cultivator who had even slain an immortal. As soon as the news spread, some of the forces that had been eyeing the shaman land immediately retreated. Only some of the more powerful sects continued to observe. Over the past 300 years, the forces of the ancient antiquities had returned. The world seemed to be gradually changing. A new era of heroes was approaching. Even the legendary immortals had begun to walk the world. Some of the sects that had existed for countless years had extremely deep foundations. These sects definitely had immortals guarding them. Even though Wang Daoshi had fallen in Dark Shaman City, some of the sects with immortals still did not retreat. Dark Shaman City was a place that would never be destroyed. It was said that it was a divine city that had fallen from the heavenly realm. Even though the shaman land was a barren land, this divine city was extraordinary. The great sects of the Central Plains had no interest in the shaman land, but they were very jealous of Dark Shaman City. In the eyes of the peerless cultivators, this city was a treasure. If they could take it away, they might be able to refine a sacred weapon. He Tian summoned a heavy rain that washed the blood-stained Dark Shaman City. Even so, the city was still filled with the faint smell of blood. It was as if the smell of blood could not be washed away. Peace returned to the vicinity of Dark Shaman City. The people of the Gu family also began to walk out of the city lord's residence. However, the people of the Gu family did not leave the city. For the next few days, no more witch humans appeared near Dark Shaman City. Even their spies had disappeared. After that bloody night, the witch humans were scared out of their wits. The 11 experts of the witch tribe were almost wiped out by He Tian in one go, and only the Grand Witch managed to escape. He Tian and Xiaoqing did not send anyone to kill the honorable witch. They stayed in the city lord's residence, quietly waiting for Gu Fei, who had brought the little fatty to go into seclusion. Gu Fei was going to impart the cultivation technique of the martial progenitor's lineage to little fatty in order to leave a legacy for the martial progenitor's lineage in the world. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. The news of Wang Daoshi's death in Dark Shaman City had spread, but the people from the Crepe Myrtle cult of the Central Plains did not show up in the past few days. An Immortal Realm Elder had been killed in Dark Magus City. Was the Crepe Myrtle sect going to let this go, just like that? This was absolutely impossible. The great sects of the Central Plains would definitely not swallow this insult. This concerned the reputation of the Crepe Myrtle cult. If they swallowed this insult and did not dare to show up, what would the other sects think of the Crepe Myrtle cult? The other sects would definitely think that the Crepe Myrtle cult was afraid of the experts in Dark Magus City. For some reason, Chu Qingquang did not spread the news of Gu Fei's death. No one knew that the group of people in Dark Magus City were Gu Fei's group. The 10-day deadline was approaching, but the shamans of the Shaman land still did not make any moves. On the evening of the 9th day, the sky was filled with sunset. A flock of birds flew towards the setting sun. Xiaoqing and He Tian walked out of the main hall of the city lord's residence. When the people of the Gu family saw them, they hurriedly bowed. There was a hint of panic in their respect. These two gods of death were ruthless people who had killed almost all the experts of the witch tribe with a wave of their hands. The people of the Gu family could not hide the fear in their hearts when they saw Xiaoqing and He Tian. The people of the Gu family began to take over Dark Magus City. Over the past few days, the head of the Gu family, Gu Tianxiong, had led the people of the Gu family to take inventory of the properties in the city. Xiaoqing and He Tian did not interfere. They allowed the people of the Gu family to do as they pleased. They knew very well that they would not stay in this place forever. As soon as Gu Fei came out of seclusion, they would leave. If it were not for Gu Fei's sudden desire to pass on the teachings of the martial ancestor, they would have already returned to the Eastern Land and returned to Taishan Mountain. The Sorcerer Land was too far away from the Eastern Land. Even if immortals spent their entire lives, it would be difficult for them to reach the Eastern Land from the Sorcerer Land. However, Gu Fei and the others were not mortals. It was no longer a problem for them to cross the Tonglong continent. Moreover, with a master of formations like He Tian, crossing the Tonglong continent would be a piece of cake. When will the big brother come out? He Tian was wrapped in black cloth from head to toe. He did not show his face and communicated with Xiaoqing through psychic waves. You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? Little Qing said snappily. He didn't want to stay in this dark and swarthy city anymore. He also wanted to leave this place and return to Gu Fei's sect. Tomorrow is the last day. What do you plan to do? He Tian asked with interest. They had a powerful army of the undead in their hands. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, I have given those people a chance to live. Since they do not want it, there is nothing more to say. There was a hint of murderous intent in Xiaoqing's tone. I understand. I will do it when the time comes. He Tian said with an evil smile. His eyes shone with a bright spiritual light. He seemed to be very willing to do this. If you want to do it, then do it, Xiaoqing said. He did not care about the life and death of these ants. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong had the right to decide the life and death of the weak. Xiaoqing and He Tian chatted for a while before walking back into the main hall. The 10th day passed peacefully. The Wuren did not come forward to surrender. In the governor's mansion, Xiaoqing stood in the empty space in front of the main hall, and looked at the sky. The weather was good tonight. There was a bright moon in the sky, and there were few stars. The bright moon hung high in the sky like a disk, sprinkling hazy moonlight. It's almost midnight. He Tian appeared beside, shouting silently. Once midnight passed, he would make his move. Terrifying figures with a powerful death aura began to appear around the governor's mansion. This will be a night of blood. Xiaoqing muttered to himself. The moon was high in the sky. The people of the Gu family were all hiding in their houses and did not come out. The terrifying death aura coming from outside the governor's mansion made everyone in the Gu family tremble with fear and terror. All right, it's time. He Tian soared into the sky and stood in the void. He was about to summon the undead army around the governor's mansion. However, at this moment, He Tian seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned to look towards the east, and two rays of dazzling light shot out from his eyes. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the east. After that, a boundless purple chi appeared in the eastern horizon. An extremely powerful aura gushed forth, causing the void to tremble. Chapter 724. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the eastern sky looked like it was going to collapse. Boundless purple light illuminated the world, and within the purple chi, a war chariot flew through the air. To his surprise, Erebus noticed that the chariot that looked like it was made of purple gold was being pulled by 3 green aquatic dragons as they approached Dark Shaman City. Serpents pulling the chariot. What a grand show! He Tian stood in the void and said coldly. On top of the chariot stood a terrifying figure that looked like a god of war, his killing intent soaring into the sky. Rumble. Another 2 chariots appeared in the eastern sky. The 3 chariots were like giant mountains, crashing through the sky. Wherever the chariots passed, the void crumbled. Roar. The roar of the wild beasts shook the world. 9 green serpents and 3 chariots crashed through the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Green serpents were extremely powerful demonic beasts. Each one of them had a murderous aura that surged into the sky. They were powerful existences that were comparable to demigods. Purple mist came from the east. The 3 chariots surrounded by purple mist quickly arrived in the sky above Dark Shaman City. On the chariots stood 3 experts wearing purple immortal armor. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a black beard and a purple gold crown. Although this middle-aged man looked delicate, his body exuded an invisible aura that made him look powerful without being angry. The other 2 were old men with white hair and eyebrows. These 3 experts had monstrous waves of magical power surging from their bodies. Purple divine light covered their bodies. Standing on the purple gold chariots, they looked like immortal kings on an expedition. Their terrifying aura caused the sky to change color. Are you the one who killed the elders of my crepe myrtle sect? The middle-aged man with a black beard stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. His eyes were like 2 twinkling stars, making it hard for people to look at him directly. Are you with that sanctimonious guy? He Tian said. He could feel a strong pressure from the middle-aged man on the chariot. The man was strong, and so were the other 2 old men. Crepe Myrtle Sect? What is that? Never heard of it. Although the opponents were strong, he himself was not weak either. He Tian said disdainfully. He did not seem to put the 3 experts of the Crepe Myrtle Sect in his eyes at all. Audacious, you dare to look down on my Crepe Myrtle Sect? An old man behind the middle-aged man pointed at He Tian and shouted. Starlight flickered around his body, and it seemed like he was about to attack. Very good. The middle-aged man laughed out of anger. He glanced at the army of the dead in Dark Shaman City and said, It's been so many years, but this is the first time someone dares to speak to me like this. Sect leader, let me kill this guy who is neither human nor goes to avenge Taoist Wong. Another old man said to Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle. You guys really think I'm dead? He Tian chuckled and said coldly. Did these guys really think that they had him under their control? He Tian did not know that Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle was the sect leader of the Crepe Myrtle sect, a top figure of the 9th heaven of Immortal God Realm. The 2 old men were the elders of the Crepe Myrtle sect, and their strength was about the same as Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle. The arrival of the sect leader of the Crepe Myrtle sect shocked the other forces. In the distant sky, there were experts watching. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle nodded at the old man, then drove the chariot with the other old man and retreated to the side. Die! The old man shouted and slammed his palm at He Tian. The power of stars surged out of his palm, as if a huge star had emerged in his palm, radiating dazzling starlight that shook the entire world. Swoosh! He Tian suddenly disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he appeared above the old man's head. Bam! A giant white hand emanating boundless yang power slammed down on the old man's head. The power of extreme yang was vast and mighty. The giant white hand shattered the void and blasted a terrible black hole in the void, wanting to swallow the old man into the black hole. The old man did not panic. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. Above his head, a beam of purple divine light rushed out, piercing directly at the giant hand that was pressing down on him. Boom! The divine light shattered the void and destroyed the terrible black hole formed by the giant hand. It directly collided with the giant hand, producing a dull sound. The power of extreme yang was vast and mighty. The purple divine light collapsed, but the giant hand continued to descend, shattering the void and destroying everything. It seemed to be unstoppable. This guy has some skills. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle and the other old man who were watching the battle could not help but be shocked. This guy, who was neither human nor ghost, was so powerful that he could not be underestimated. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle and the old man looked at each other, thinking that with this person's combat power, it would be very difficult for him to kill Wang Daoshi. They had to be careful of him activating the Great Array. He Tian had used the Great Array to kill countless ferocious beasts, almost all the experts of the sorcerer tribe, and even killed Wang Daoshi. This was no secret. Boom! Just as He Tian's giant hand was about to land on the great elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect, a brilliant purple light rushed out from the top of the great elder's head. Within the purple light, a large purple star slowly rose. Rumble! It was like a real star rising up. The void trembled and then shattered. The boundless astral energy shook the heavens and the earth, directly shattering Erebus's giant hand and rising up into the sky in an unstoppable manner. Star Monarch Crepe Myrtle, even if you die, you could be proud, the old man shouted. The purple star bloomed with brilliant starlight and resonated with the purple star in the sky, drawing in endless power of the stars. An area of the void was locked. Erebus felt a great sense of danger. The terrifying power of the stars was tearing at his body. Kacha! 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 Under the black robe, He Tian's bones were trembling, emitting a bone-chilling sound of bones rubbing against each other. It was as if his bones were about to fall apart. The great elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect walked slowly under the starlight. He directly rushed out of the war chariot and came in front of He Tian. He pointed out with a finger, wanting to directly pierce through He Tian's head. The Niwen Palace in the head was the place where the primordial spirit resided. As long as the Niwen Palace was pierced and the primordial spirit was destroyed, even an immortal spirit would be destroyed and die. Roar! He Tian roared. The power of yin and yang surged all over his body. Rays of black and white divine light circled around him, and a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. Swoosh! The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram revolved, and the void suddenly twisted and deformed. He Tian's body became blurry. At this time, the Great Elder's finger just happened to pierce through. The Great Elder's expression changed slightly. He realized that his finger seemed to have struck the void. He couldn't exert any force at all, and the void seemed to have been moved in reverse. Yin-yang, great shift of the void. He Tian shouted. The power of the yin-yang divine power was fully displayed. The void around them was completely distorted. The great elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect found that his arm was out of control. It was reversed. The finger he pointed out was inexplicably pointing at his forehead. The great elder was shocked. He quickly tilted his head to the side and dodged his finger. At this moment, a pitch-black fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Kacha! The sound of impact and bones breaking sounded almost at the same time. Tion's fist hit the Great Elder's chest fiercely. The Great Elder's chest collapsed, and he flew out. Chapter 725. Many people want to kill me, but I'm still alive, and they're dead. You're the same. Tion sent the crepe myrtle sect's supreme elder flying with a punch, then pressed forward step by step. With every step he took, the whole world trembled, as if a god was walking. A powerful aura surged out from his body, and black and white yin and yang divine light lingered around him. Roar! 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 The nine-headed green dragon roared uneasily, and the roar of the beast was earth-shattering. The master of crepe myrtle and the other supreme elder of crepe myrtle standing on the chariot were extremely shocked. This person's combat power was unparalleled, and his strength was absolutely not below theirs. No wonder Wang Daosher suffered a loss. Tion's hands danced, shooting out black and white divine light that pierced forward. The divine light, like a peerless divine weapon, shattered the void and instantly caught up with the old man who was flying backward. Rumble! The huge purple star in the sky flew back to the supreme elder of crepe myrtle, like a real star flying in the void. The endless power of the stars crushed a part of the world and shattered the killing light. The huge purple star, fixed above the head of the old man, sprinkled down rays of starlight like purple dragons, enveloping the old man. The vast power of the stars was mighty. Tion stopped. He was not in a hurry. He let the opponent use his magical power to enhance his strength. He wanted to kill the opponent in his strongest state. This was his confidence in his own strength. Above the firmament, the starlight flickered, and endless starlight sprinkled down. The supreme elder of crepe myrtle, with his own magical power, communicated with the heaven and earth, attracting the power of the stars in the sky. Wah! The supreme elder of crepe myrtle roared to the sky, his white hair fluttering wildly. He spurted out blood, looking extremely ferocious, and a vast fluctuation of magical power erupted from his body. Tion's punch shattered his sternum, and his physical body was seriously injured, which made him mad. Such an injury, of course, would not take his life, but it was unacceptable to him. 365 specks of starlight appeared on the body of the supreme elder of the crepe myrtle sect. Around him, there seemed to be a starry sky, with thousands of stars twinkling. The power of the stars was extremely powerful. Rumble, the firmament shook. Streams of star power, like a great river, poured down from the sky. 365 specks of starlight rushed out from his body. 365 great stars emerged around the supreme elder of the crepe myrtle sect. With his unparalleled magic power, he attracted the power of 365 stars of the great heavenly cycle, raising his strength to an unimaginable level. Clang! Like divine weapons being unsheathed, the sound of killing filled the air. 365 beams of starlight condensed into 365 divine swords that descended from the sky, slashing towards my Tion. Sword Chi towered up into the sky. Boundless astral energy condensed into a divine weapon, slicing through the void. Resplendent astral sword Chi illuminated the heavens and earth, causing even the moon in the sky to lose its splendor. Tion sneered. The black and white yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. A part of the void suddenly twisted. The divine diagram, formed by the power of yin and yang, had the aura of the great Tao circulating around it. When the starlight divine swords slashed into the void around Tion, they were immediately reversed and sent back by the yin-yang diagram. 365 starlight divine swords. In an instant, all returned to the supreme elder of the crepe myrtle sect. His magical power was reversed, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Boom! The crepe imperial star above the old man's head vibrated. Purple starlight rippled like water. Beams of starlight fell down, protecting the old man. At the same time, The 365 stars revolving around the old man each blocked a sword light. The entire starry sky was shaking. This, the master of the crepe myrtle sect and the other supreme elder couldn't help but change their countenance when they saw this scene. The opponent's magical power was too powerful. It could actually reverse the opponent's attack. In this way, the black-robed man was already in an invincible position. "Ha! That's all you got?" Tian laughed, then directly flew forward and pounced into the starry sky that appeared around the old man. One technique to break all techniques. With such a magical power, Tian had nothing to fear. "Oomph! You're courting death." The old man roared angrily. The power of the stars and the great heavenly cycle began to circulate crazily. The large stars emitted dazzling starlight. It was as if real stars had appeared in the sky above dark Mega City. The terrifying power of the stars rushed towards Mahakala, who was rushing in to obliterate it. Rumble, a part of the void was directly shattered. A destructive aura spread high up in the sky. Tian's figure was instantly engulfed by the starlight. It was as if the world was about to be obliterated. At this time, Xianxia looked up from the empty space in front of the city lord's residence. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but frown. This Tian was too rash. The 365 stars clearly formed a stellar grand array. If he charged in like this, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Xianxia thought. However, on second thought, Xianxia was not worried about Tian. This guy was an expert in formations. Why would he rush in knowing that there was danger? The great heavenly cycle stellar matrix? Today, I'll show you what it means to use a matrix to break a matrix. Tian's voice came from the starry sky. "You." Immediately, the crepe myrtle sect's great elder's voice came from the starry sky. Then, a black hole appeared in the starry sky. The black hole emitted a terrifying suction force that could devour the heavens and the earth. The starry sky that the crepe myrtle sect's great elder had manifested with his supreme power was collapsing. The 365 stars in the sky were shaking violently. Even the crepe myrtle imperial star above the old man's head was shaken by the suction force from the black hole. "Get in here." From the terrifying black hole came Tian's voice. Then boom, with a bang, the entire void suddenly collapsed. The entire black hole instantly expanded by 10 times, swallowing up the entire world. In the midst of the exclamation, the crepe myrtle sect's great elder, the starry sky that appeared around him, and even the crepe myrtle imperial star above his head were all swallowed into the black hole. Rumble, a heart-palpitating aura of destruction surged within the black hole. It was a void that had already turned into primal chaos. My Tian was using a formation to evolve the primal chaos, wanting to obliterate the supreme elder of crepe myrtle sect alive. Not good. The crepe myrtle sect's master and the other great elder's face suddenly changed. The two immediately drove the chariot, like a giant mountain crushing the void, rushing towards the black hole. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A divine weapon appeared in the hands of the crepe myrtle sect's master. It was a divine sword, a divine weapon surrounded by stars. Swish! Like a river of stars gushed out from the crepe myrtle sect's master's hand, shattering the heavens and the earth, directly rolling down towards the terrifying black hole in front. The bright starlight illuminated the whole world, turning the night into day. Boom! The black hole collapsed, crushed by the river of stars. The terrifying power of destruction swept out in all directions, turning the void into nothingness. A black shadow rushed out of the violent energy storm. With the protection of the yin-yang divine diagram, he moved quickly in the void and instantly dodged. A flood dragon pulling a chariot, what a grand show! But it turns out to be nothing more than this. Tian stood thousands of feet away and said disdainfully. In his hand, there was a human head. "You." When the crepe myrtle sect's master saw the human head in Tian's hand, his eyes turned red and his voice trembled. He was furious, holding the divine sword, riding the chariot, Like an ancient god of war, he rushed towards Tian. Who are those people? They killed another immortal-level expert of Crepe Myrtle Sect. The Crepe Myrtle Sect actually used the Constellation Sword. Crepe Myrtle Sect really kicked an iron plate this time. In the distant sky, some people were watching the battle, whispering to each other. The battle between immortal-level experts stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Even thousands of miles away, people could feel the fluctuations here. Rumble, two chariots like a giant mountain, rolled across the sky, shaking the world. The Crepe Myrtle Sect's master and another supreme elder of Crepe Myrtle Sect made their move. Humph, your opponent is me. At this time, a blue figure appeared in front of the Crepe Myrtle Sect's supreme elder's chariot, blocking his way. Xiaoqing also made his move. Xiaoqing's dragon chi was vast and mighty, as if there were many dragons circling around him. Roar, roar, roar. The nine-headed blue flood dragon sensed the true dragon chi on Xiaoqing's body and immediately became extremely frightened, not daring to move forward, almost crouching in the air. True dragon chi, you are from the dragon race? The Crepe Myrtle Sect's master sensed the chi on Xiaoqing's body, and his face immediately changed, quickly stopping. The Crepe Myrtle Sect's supreme elder, who rushed toward Xiaoqing, was also shocked. He stopped in the void, standing on the chariot, and his face became extremely ugly. 300 years ago, the ancient desolate forces returned, and there were rumors that a powerful figure of the demon race returned to the demon race, making the demon race quickly flourish. That demon lord, Huang Long, also broke through to the mysterious transformation realm. If Xiaoqing was really an expert of the demon race, Crepe Myrtle Sect really could not afford to offend him. What dragon race? I don't know what you were talking about, Xiaoqing said coldly. He had been cultivating with Old Ghost and could be said to be a blank piece of paper to the outside world. You are not from the demon race. Then it will be easy. The Crepe Myrtle Sect's master stared at Xiaoqing. His body was full of killing intent, and then he leaped up, directly slashing his sword at Tian. The Crepe Myrtle Sect's supreme elder, who was fighting against Xiaoqing, also came out. He directly rushed out of the chariot and slapped at Xiaoqing. Boom! Chapter 726. The star constellation sword was indeed worthy of being the divine weapon of Ziwei Sect. The sword light shot out by Ziwei Sect leader was like an inverted galaxy, with thousands of stars faintly visible. The terrifying power of the stars tore the sky and earth apart. Wherever the starlight's sword chi passed, the void turned into a chaotic void, as if it could destroy all tangible and intangible things. Bang! Tian directly crushed the head of the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Sect in his hand. The Supreme Elder of Ziwei Sect was instantly destroyed in both body and soul. He could not even be a ghost anymore, completely disappearing from the world. Yin-Yang shift. Tian shouted. The power of Yin and Yang surged out from his body. He turned into the Yin-Yang divine diagram and directly clashed with the starlight sword chi. Swish! The Yin-Yang divine diagram and the starlight sword chi instantly collided together. The void was distorted and the world was reversed. Tian wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. However, this time, he could not reverse the sword light of Ziwei Sect leader. Rumble! The starlight sword chi, as heavy as an immemorial mountain, directly swept away the Yin-Yang divine diagram, almost splitting it into two halves. Tian was taken aback. He never thought that his divine power would be ineffective. This was not an ordinary divine weapon. It could activate the power of the stars in the sky. This was simply fighting against the stars in the sky. Tian felt a strong pressure. With the opponent's sword in hand, he actually felt a little helpless. No matter how high Tian's cultivation was, it was difficult for him to move the stars in the sky. Damn it! Tian merged with the divine diagram. The divine diagram rotated, breaking the void, and slashed towards Ziwei Sect leader. Above the divine diagram, there was a Tao rhythm flowing. Ziwei Sect leader sneered. He was incomparably powerful, and directly waved the star constellation sword. Swish! The starlight sword was like the Milky Way falling from the nine heavens. Without any suspense, the yin-yang divine diagram was once again sent flying. The extremely powerful power of the stars made He Tian very uncomfortable, as if all his bones were about to fall apart. Ninth heaven of immortal god strength, plus a powerful divine weapon, made Ziwei sect leader invincible. Ziwei clan master rushed out of the chariot, each step spanning 100 meters, directly catching up to the yin-yang divine diagram. He swung the star constellation sword, sending the yin-yang divine diagram flying. The star constellation sword could draw upon the power of the stars in the sky, displaying great power. Every time it was waved, the sky shook. He Tian was extremely depressed. He was in a completely passive state. If he had not transformed into the yin-yang diagram, he would have been killed by Ziwei sect master. Yin and yang energy swirled about, interweaving into a yin-yang divine diagram. It was a Dao diagram, and there was a Dao charm circulating about it. Even the constellation sword would find it hard to break it in a short time. However, after a long time, He Tian still did not get out of his current predicament. His life would be in danger. He could not always maintain the state of transforming himself into a Dao diagram. But the battle between Little Qing and the supreme elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect was the exact opposite. The resplendent star crushed the void, colliding towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing directly punched out. Bam! The void trembled. Little Qing was incomparably powerful. With one punch, she destroyed the star and rushed to the front of the Crepe Myrtle sect's supreme elder. Boom! With a single palm strike, the void collapsed. The supreme elder was sent flying into the primordial void by Xiaoqing's palm strike, his fleshly body on the verge of collapsing. Roar! That grand elder roared angrily. The void shook. Starlight flickered all over his body, and he directly rushed out of the shattered, chaotic void. His body was cracked, and blood was dripping. In some places, one could even see the white bones. It's just a last-ditch struggle, Xiaoqing said indifferently. The battle skills of the dragon race were not inferior to Gu Fei's martial arts battle skills. Every move he made had the power to transform the rotten into the magical. I'll fight you to the death. The Grand Elder of Ziwei sect roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple pagoda. The pagoda soared into the sky, rapidly growing in size, and then pressed down on Xiaoqing. Endless starlight flashed, and the power of the stars shook the heavens and earth. It was a star pagoda containing endless power of the stars, and there seemed to be stars looming inside the pagoda. Chua! Xiaoqing soared into the sky and directly punched the star pagoda. The star pagoda flew out, and its light dimmed. He chased after it and punched the pagoda again. Gotcha! Cracks immediately appeared on the star pagoda. Boom! Another punch landed, and the star pagoda suddenly shattered. Xiaoqing used his fist to smash a treasure, which shocked everyone to the extreme. The star pagoda was another treasure of Ziwei sect. It had been continuously refined by the masters of Ziwei sect for generations, and was almost regarded as a semi-divine tool. But now, this half-saint artifact had been shattered by someone. Wah! The Grand Elder of Ziwei sect spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression immediately became weary. He almost fell from the sky. He had suffered a great impact. Die! Xiaoqing stretched out his hand, and a dragon claw immediately appeared on the head of the Grand Elder of Ziwei sect, and then slammed down. Bang! With a loud sound, the Grand Elder of Ziwei sect was directly smashed into meat paste. Blood splattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. Brother Qing, come and help. At this time, He Tian's voice sounded in Xiaoqing's heart. Xiaoqing quickly turned his head and couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. The master of Ziwei sect slashed again and again, and an yin-yang diagram was constantly smashed away. He Tian had no strength to fight back at all, and his defeat was already decided. At this time, the master of Ziwei sect also noticed the situation on Xiaoqing's side. Roar! Even if you all die 100 times, it will not be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. The master of Ziwei's sect saw that the Grand Elder of Ziwei's sect was killed by Xiaoqing, and he almost went crazy. Crepe Myrtle's sect only had 4 Immortal Realm experts. Now, 3 of them have been killed. This could be considered as a devastating blow to Crepe Myrtle's sect. Swish! The starlight sword chi illuminated the sky, as if it was driving the stars in the sky, and pressed down on Xiaoqing together. The shocking sword rainbow instantly slashed in front of him. So fast, so strong. At this moment, Xiaoqing finally knew why He Tian asked him for help. The opponent's strength was indeed extremely strong. Roar! Xiaoqing roared, and his blue hair danced in the wind. A dragon shadow appeared from his body, roaring to the sky, and the power of the true dragon erupted. The 9-headed green dragon pulling the chariot in the sky was immediately frightened and fell from the sky. Xiaoqing did not retreat, but still punched out, directly facing the starlight sword chi. His fist turned into a green dragon, rushing up to the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the green dragon fist force that Xiaoqing punched out dissipated in the void. The powerful impact force sent Xiaoqing flying thousands of feet away, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The starlight sword chi was shaken by Xiaoqing's fist force and could not fall. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Xiaoqing actually blocked the sword of the master of Ziwei's sect with his bare hands. Even a master of Ziwei's sect was secretly shocked. Chapter 727. Xiaoqing's demonic chi soared to the sky. A huge dragon shadow emerged on his body. There seemed to be a wild dragon lurking in his body, the aura of a true dragon surging violently. Kill! Xiaoqing roared, took a step forward, and instantly approached the master of Ziwei. Then, he punched out again, without any fancy moves, but the extremely powerful force collapsed a part of the void. A destructive, chaotic black hole formed in front of the fist, engulfing the master of Ziwei. Umph! The master of Ziwei sneered, waving the star constellation sword. The sword light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, attracting the stars in the sky, forming a peerless killing light that soared tens of thousands of zhang, as if it could split the world in half. Boom! The star constellation's sword light directly shattered the terrifying black hole that was engulfing, and once again swept Xiaoqing away. The powerful sword chi tore Xiaoqing's sleeves into pieces, and his right arm was covered with terrifying sword marks. There was blood that emitted a mournful, bloody light seeping out. Xiaoqing was swept away by the sword light for thousands of zhang before he stabilized his body. The sword marks on his right arm were surging, and the flesh and blood were recovering. In an instant, his arm was as good as new. The demonic race was blessed by the heavens, and their bodies were extremely powerful. Xiaoqing had a trace of true dragon bloodline in him, and had already cultivated the body of a flood dragon. With just one more step, he could transform into the body of a 5-clawed true dragon. Although his body was not as strong and abnormally strong as Gu Fei's, it was not a trivial matter. It could fight against ordinary divine weapons, and even against the star constellation Sir Ziwei, he could still put up a fight. Even if you are from the dragon race, you will die tonight. The master of Ziwei's eyes were bloodshot. The death of 3 immortal realm elders in the sect made him furious. He held the star constellation sword, pressing toward Xiaoqing. Boy, your opponent is me. At this time, He Tian had already recovered his breath, and once again turned into the spirit transformation diagram, spinning and cutting towards the master of Ziwei. The spirit transformation diagram broke through the air, soundlessly and silently. Yin and Yang Qi interacted, and there was a Tao rhythm circulating. Swoosh! The master of Ziwei waved his divine sword and slashed at the divine diagram, sending the yin-yang divine diagram flying. He was extremely depressed. The constellation sword could not break the divine diagram and kill He Tian, and the dragon's physical body was extremely strong. Every move he made contained great power, It was hard to kill him in a short time. Where did these guys come from? The master of Z-Wei was shocked. There was a vast, deathly aura lingering in Dark Shaman City. Figures that looked like evil spirits stood everywhere in the city. This was definitely a powerful force. These guys, could they be related to Ghost Emperor Fengdu? Thinking of this, Z-Wei cult master broke out in cold sweat. Plentiful City Ghost Emperor was not someone he could provoke. 300 years ago, the Northern True Devil was born. That Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a powerful ghost cultivator who dared to fight against the True Devil. Plentiful City Ghost Palace had become one of the super forces in Tung Long Continent. If these people were related to Ghost Palace, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. Although the master of Z-Wei cult master's mind was racing, he did not stop and continued to attack He Tian and Xiaoqing. The constellation sword moved the galaxy, displaying great power. It actually suppressed He Tian and Xiaoqing to the point that they could not fight back. The fierce battle shook the heaven and earth. The mighty energy waves caused the Dark Shaman City below to tremble. Everyone was terrified. The power of Yin and Yang surged. He Tian operated the Yin-Yang mysterious art with all his strength. The Yin-Yang divine diagram grew to the size of a small mountain, shrouding the whole area, spinning and cutting toward the master of Z-Wei cult master. Xiaoqing displayed the Dragon Clan's combat skills. His punches shattered the void with unparalleled power, clashing with the master of Z-Wei cult. The three experts fought so hard that the heaven and earth seemed to collapse. It was like the end of the world. The energy waves spread in all directions, causing the other experts who were watching the battle from afar to be shocked. If I also had a divine artifact, how could this be? No matter what, I'll have to ask boss for a divine artifact to use later. Erebus was also very depressed. If the opponent did not have a divine sword, he and Xiaoqing would have already cut this master of Z-Wei cult master into pieces. Xiaoqing was also at a disadvantage because he did not have a weapon. He cultivated the Dragon Clan's combat skills. His body was a powerful weapon, but he was suppressed by the Constellation Sword. God knows how many sword wounds were left on his body. Humph! You still can't defeat that person after so long? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the city lord's mansion below. Then, a beam of fiery light shot into the sky and reached the sky. Brother Balan, come and help. He Tian was overjoyed when he heard the voice. Balan was the strongest among them. Balan did not follow Gu Fei into the inner world. Instead, he stayed in the city lord's mansion. He did not like to manage things, so even the Gu family did not know of Balan's existence. However, at this time, Balan had to show up. Balan stood high in the sky like a fiery god of war. His body was surrounded by fiery qi. Divine flames danced in the air. The temperature of the world immediately rose. Everyone felt the heat wave hit them. Their essence qi seemed to be ignited. All the water in their bodies evaporated. Their mouths were dry. A great demon at the ninth heaven of Immortal Spirit realm. The master of Z-Wei cult was shocked when he saw Balan. He did not expect the opponent to have such an expert hiding in Dark Shaman City. He Tian and Xiaoqing retreated. Balan stared at the master of Z-Wei cult. He stretched out his right hand. A divine fire spear surrounded by divine flames condensed in Balan's hand. The towering killing intent made everyone's heart palpitate. I will finish you, Balan said indifferently. Then, he thrust forward with the divine spear. Swoosh! The divine fire spear radiated endless divine light. Divine flames surged out from the tip of the spear, forming a huge dragon that swooped at the master of Z-Wei cult. Shameless boasting. The master of Z-Wei cult smiled disdainfully. He waved the star constellation sword in his hand. A river of stars rushed out and met the fire dragon. Boom! Amidst the world-shaking explosions, the two figures moved quickly. The divine spear against the divine sword caused heaven and earth to shatter and the void to shatter. Monstrous divine flames covered the entire sky, burning it red. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Two figures rushed out of the fire and stood high in the sky. A divine sword surrounded by stars was stuck in Balan's chest. A bloody hole appeared in the master of Z-Wei cult's forehead. The divine light in his eyes was fading. The chaotic power of stars erupted uncontrollably from the master of Z-Wei cult. Chapter 728. The death of the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect and 3 immortal-level elders in Dark Shaman City shocked the entire Shaman land and the entire Central Plains. The master and elders of the Central Plains were immortals. The master of the Crepe Myrtle sect was an expert at the 9th heaven of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from the mysterious transformation realm. Even in the Central Plains, such a person was in existence who could do whatever he wanted. Although the forces of the ancient antiquity had returned 300 years ago and immortals roamed the world, immortals were still elusive and rare. Not to mention the mysterious transformation realm experts and celestial beings who had surpassed the immortal realm. Even the Buddhist lord of the Western Buddhist land, a super force in the world of cultivation, was only a mysterious transformation realm expert. The death of the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect caused a huge commotion in the Central Plains. Everyone's attention was drawn to the city. Dark Shaman City became the focus of all forces. After killing the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect, Balon never showed himself again. Xianxia also stayed in the city lord's mansion. He Tian, on the other hand, led an army of 1,000 undead to cleanse the shaman tribe. The 10 days were up. He Tian went on a killing spree. After a storm of blood, the 12 shaman tribes were destroyed. There was no force in the shaman land that could fight against the Gu family. However, He Tian did not find any trace of the Grand Shaman. Of the 12 shaman tribes, only the Grand Shaman had escaped. After that night, all the forces that had been spying on Dark Shaman City retreated. Even the super forces were hesitant and watched. After the death of the master of the Crepe Myrtle sect, the major forces began to fight for the territory controlled by the Crepe Myrtle sect. Even some of the super forces began to take action. Some people saw the immortal of the primordial immortal trace appear on the purple star mountain of the Crepe Myrtle sect. Some people saw the fairies of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground descend upon the shaman land. The clansmen of the 4 primordial sovereigns also appeared in the western region bordering the Great Yin and the shaman land. Some people said that the super forces did not necessarily come for the Crepe Myrtle sect, but for Dark Shaman City. Some people saw the people of the archaic Dao sect enter the shaman land. The Crepe Myrtle sect was a major sect in the Central Plains, but the super forces of the cultivation world that had existed for countless years did not think highly of it. The Crepe Myrtle sect was a major sect in the Central Plains. As the days passed, Dark Shaman City began to regain its vitality. Some cultivators from the Central Plains began to contact the Gu family in Dark Shaman City. Then, Dark Shaman City gradually became livelier. Cultivators from the Central Plains kept appearing in the city, and the local shamans started returning as well. Half a year had passed, and Dark Shaman City had returned to how it used to be. The city was bustling with people. Even though the city had a new owner, nothing had changed. The local Magihomins and foreign cultivators could enter and leave freely. The heirs of the super forces of the cultivation world had also appeared in Dark Shaman City. However, they did not seem to be hostile toward He Tian and Xiaoqing. Someone discovered that someone had set up a killing formation in Dark Shaman City. The range of the killing formation covered the entire city. Once the formation was activated, the life and death of the people in the city would be in the hands of the person who set up the killing formation. When the news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of formation grandmasters from some of the major forces. Then, they came to the conclusion that this was an ancient killing formation that had been lost for generations. The power of an ancient killing formation was enough to kill an immortal. Even a super expert of the mysterious transformation realm, or even a celestial being, would die in the formation. The super forces were even more curious about the experts in the city lord's mansion. They could not believe that they could set up an ancient killing formation that had been lost for generations. What was their background? Could it be an ancient force that had existed for countless years? Everyone was guessing. Some people even wanted to meet the experts in the city lord's mansion, but they were rejected. Time passed silently. Winter came and went. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, the figures of important figures appeared in the land of shamans from time to time. The heirs of the ancient forces seemed to treat the land of shamans as a training ground. Battles broke out in the land of shamans from time to time. All kinds of news spread quickly in Dark Shaman City. The goddesses of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, and the heirs of the archaic Dao sect fought for 3 days and 3 nights in the wilderness. It was difficult to determine the winner. The heirs of the primordial immortal trail and the heirs of the Jiang family from the ancient world fought in the land of the shaman demon. All kinds of rumors spread in Dark Shaman City. One day, at dusk, the sun was setting in the west. An explosive piece of news spread in Dark Shaman City. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. A little fatty had just beaten up Zhou Haoyang, the heir of the Zhou family from the clan of the ancients outside the city. What? The heir of the Zhou family couldn't even fight back and was beaten up by that little fatty? Exactly. I don't know where this little fatty came from, but he beat up the heir of the Zhou family from the clan of the ancients. Even his front teeth were knocked out. How dare he humiliate the heir of the clan of the ancients? The clan of the ancients is a super force that has existed since the primordial era. Latest news, latest news. That little fatty went to the goddesses of the Yaodai, ancient sacred ground, and said that he would take the goddesses of the Yaodai, ancient sacred ground back to be his wife. What? No way. Let's go take a look. The cultivators in the city were immediately fired up. They excitedly rushed out of Dark Shaman City and headed toward a barren mountain outside the city. Soon, the news spread throughout the city. All the cultivators in the city were shocked. Someone wanted to take the goddesses of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, back to be his wife. This had never happened before. Everyone knew that the goddesses of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, would never marry. Countless cultivators rushed out of Dark Shaman City and headed toward the barren mountain outside the city. They wanted to see who the little fatty was and how he could make such a bold statement. In the barren mountain, 2 people stood on top of 2 small mountains that were only a few hundred feet apart. One of them was a white-robed little fatty with a smile on his face. His appearance was not outstanding at all. The other was an otherworldly beauty in a fluttering purple robe. It was as if she could fly away with the wind at any moment. "Who are you?" The fairy in a purple robe asked calmly. "Who am I? I'm your future husband," the little fatty said with a smile. "You." The fairy in a purple robe was immediately angered. The fairies of the Yaodai, ancient sacred ground, were not to be defiled. No one dared to speak to her like that. "Hee, you look better when you're angry than when you're not angry," the little fatty said with a cheeky smile. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This little fatty really didn't know the difference between life and death. He actually dared to speak like that in front of Fairy. He really didn't know how to write the word death. You scoundrel." The fairy in a purple robe was really angry. Her body trembled slightly, and her willowy eyebrows were raised. A red mark on her forehead shone with rays of divine light. The fairy in a purple robe was surrounded by a vast amount of celestial force. Her dress fluttered even though there was no wind. She was about to attack. Chapter 729. It's like a toad lusting after a swan's meat. That kid must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. How dare he say that he would take the Yaotai goddess back to be his wife? The Yaotai's sacred ground has existed for countless years. It's an ancient power that once produced an almighty. Legend has it that there are still almighties guarding the Yaodai sacred ground. Could it be that this little fatty is also from an ancient power that can contend with the Yaodai sacred ground? Many cultivators had gathered in the barren mountains outside of Darkwitch City. Many of them were pointing at the little fatty and the purple-robed fairy, whispering to each other. Those who dare to challenge the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, must have a powerful background. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to say that they would take the Yaotai, ancient sacred grounds goddess as his wife. The Yaotai, ancient sacred grounds goddess, could not be blasphemed. If someone really did that, the entire Yaodai, ancient sacred ground, would go crazy. This matter concerned the reputation of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground. Even the almighties of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, would take action. You've gone too far. The purple-robed fairy was really angry. She was the most outstanding descendant of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground. In the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, she was the center of attention. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. The purple-robed fairy's body was surrounded by a divine light. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, extraordinary and refined. Hee, it's because I fell in love with you at first sight. I'm going to have you, the little fatty said with a cheeky smile. If he could take this fairy back and make her his wife, he would have finished his apprenticeship. Although he had defeated Zhou Haoyang, the descendant of the Zhou clan of the ancients, he was not satisfied with such a result. You deserve to die. A cold light flashed in the purple-robed fairy's eyes. A cold, murderous aura immediately spread from her body. The people who were watching from afar immediately felt a strong pressure. It was as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The anger of a fairy was no small matter. Everyone was secretly shocked as they watched the scene in front of them. I really don't want to fight you. The little fatty was still full of smiles, making people feel as if they were really quarreling with each other and not really wanting to have a big fight. Oof. The purple-robed fairy sneered and didn't say anything else. Her celestial, spiritual energy surged. Whoosh! A beam of divine light, like moonlight, shot out from her body and headed straight for the little fatty. The cold sword chi reverberated in the air, and the surrounding temperature plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. The people who were watching from afar felt the cold chi assaulting their bodies, as though a divine weapon was pressed against their necks. Little Fatty was still extremely calm in the face of the sharp sword gleam. He did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. He waited until the sword gleam was about to reach him before he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword gleam. The 5 fingers on the little fatty's right hand shone with a brilliant golden light. It was as if his hand was made of gold. He did not fear the sharpness of the sword light at all. No matter how much the sword light struggled in his hand like a snake, it could not escape from his fingers. How is this possible? He actually grabbed a flying sword with his bare hands. His body can't even be harmed by a flying sword? The onlookers were shocked. The little fatty had actually grabbed a flying sword with his bare hands. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. That was a flying sword, not an ordinary saber or sword. Even the purple-robed fairy was shocked. Her opponent's body had already reached an unimaginable level. She knew best how powerful the flying sword she had refined was. Ouch! How could I accept that? Sister Feiyu actually gave her intrinsic flying sword to little brother. This token of love was too valuable. How can I accept it? Why don't I change to another one? The little fatty exerted force in his hand and used his powerful strength to suppress the sword gleam in his hand. A small bronze sword less than a foot long appeared in his hand. The purple-robed fairy, Ling Feiyu, was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Her body swayed, and her face instantly turned pale. She was shocked to find that her connection with the flying sword had been severed. The Jadeite Holy Maiden was horrified, and her face turned pale. She was not affected. Her opponent had only severed her connection with the flying sword and did not erase the spiritual imprint on the sword. She knew that her opponent had shown mercy. What was the background of this unprepossessing little fatty? He had defeated the successor of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity. It was not a fluke. He really had the strength to do so. The Jadeite Holy Maiden's thoughts raced. Damn it! Ling Feiyu was shocked and furious that her flying sword had been taken away. A powerful wave of immortal power surged from her body. Then, she shot up into the sky, surrounded by divine light. Swoosh! 9 godly rays burst out from her body. Then, under the illumination of the godly rays, 9 indistinguishable silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were surrounded by colorful lights and immortal auras. It was a scene of immortals flying from the 9 heavens in front of the crowd. Transcendent, flying, immortal. That's the supreme immortal skill of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground. Transcendent, flying, immortal. Someone exclaimed. someone recognized the immortal Dao mystique that Ling Feiyu was using. The Jadeite Holy Maiden was using one of the supreme immortal skills of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground. Rumble, the entire void shook. The 9 indistinguishable figures emitted a terrifying wave of immortal power. 9 rays of divine light descended from the sky. The divine light cut through the void and pierced through it, heading for the little fatty. A destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate spread out mightily. Although the transcendent flying immortal was beautiful and enchanting, a great murderous intent was hidden behind the beauty. The Jadeite ancient sacred ground is indeed extraordinary. At this time, the little fatty finally stopped smiling and became serious. His opponent was an expert at the 9th heaven of the void imperial realm. He could not be underestimated. The little fatty took a step and shot up into the sky. Boom! The small mountain under his feet exploded instantly. Rubble flew through the air and shot in all directions. This detestable little fatty, that fatso deserves to die 1,000 times. The crowd saw countless rubble and mud flying towards them. Their expressions changed. They cursed the little fatty and ran away in a panic. Some people who could not run away in time were smashed until their heads were bleeding. They cursed the little fatty's ancestors. At this time, the little fatty had already started fighting with the fairies of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground. The little fatty displayed powerful combat power. He waved his fists and smashed the terrifying killing lights. He rushed out of the 9 indistinguishable figures of the fairy realm. He threw a punch, and the ferocious power shook the void. Bam! With a bang, a fairy realm figure, which was hard to discern whether it was real or fake, immediately exploded and dissipated in the void. The little fatty's combat power was monstrous. He was using his extremely powerful strength to fight against the divine technique of the fairy realm. He was using one technique to break all techniques. This was the power of the martial path. Fire element fist. The little fatty shouted and threw another punch. The fire burned the sky red. The glaring fire flickered as if it was going to burn everything in the world. Terrifying fist energy surged out and engulfed the remaining 8 fairies. Bam! The 8 fairies were shattered by the fist power of the fire element fist. A figure flew out. The holy maiden of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground was sent flying. This guy doesn't know how to be gentle with the fairies. Someone who saw this scene could not help but shake his head and sigh. How could he be so cruel to the fairies of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground? Swoosh! The little fatty took a step forward and instantly caught up with Ling Feiyu, who was sent flying. He then used his hand to chop Ling Feiyu's neck, knocking her out. Ha! I said that I want to snatch a fairy to be my wife. The little fatty laughed loudly. He then carried the unconscious Ling Feiyu with one hand and rushed into the sky. It can't be. How is this possible? The fairies of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground were really captured. The people who saw this scene were dumbfounded. This little fatty was too awesome. He had actually captured the fairies of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground. This little fatty was really abnormal. He had defeated the Jadeite ancient sacred ground's holy maiden so easily. It was hard for them to believe what they had just seen. Boom! At this moment, a huge tremor came from outside the Bear Mountain. The whole world shook violently. An extremely powerful aura came from outside the Bear Mountain. Everyone was shocked, and their minds were shaken. In the sky above the barren mountain, a huge hand tore through the void and emitted a terrifying energy wave. It directly grabbed at the little fatty. An unparalleled expert was secretly making a move. Although the holy maiden of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground had left the Jadeite ancient sacred ground to train in the world, there was still an unparalleled expert secretly following and protecting her. The unparalleled expert who was secretly protecting the holy maiden of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground would definitely not allow the little fatty to capture the holy maiden of the Jadeite ancient sacred ground. Hence, he had no choice but to make a move. The little fatty turned pale with fright. A terrifying pressure came down from the huge hand. The immense power locked down the space. He was fixed high up in the sky and could not move at all. He could only watch as the huge hand came down from above. It was difficult for him to escape. Oh no! Cold sweat instantly drenched the little fatty's clothes. He desperately activated the ethereal force in his body, wanting to rush out. However, in front of an unparalleled expert, he could not fight back at all. The difference in his strength was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Why lower yourself to the same level as a junior? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Then, a figure flashed and appeared next to the little fatty. He put a hand on the little fatty's shoulder and instantly pulled him out from under the huge hand. The huge hand that came down from the sky immediately grabbed thin air. Master! The little fatty was overjoyed when he saw the person who had come. The person who had pulled him out from under the huge hand was his master, Gu Fei. At this moment, the huge hand disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in white and surrounded by immortal qi. Chapter 730. The heirs of the superpowers were all geniuses. When they entered the world to train, there would definitely be experts protecting them in secret. No one would want their heirs to be killed before they could grow up. It was the same for the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. The hidden experts of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground would never let little fatty capture their holy lady. The experts of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had no choice but to come out. Let go of our holy lady. The middle-aged woman in white said indifferently. She stood in front of Gu Fei, as if she had become one with the void around her. An immortal realm expert? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he sensed the aura of the woman. The Yaotai ancient sacred ground had actually sent an immortal realm expert to protect their holy lady in secret. It was enough to show how much importance the Yaotai ancient sacred ground placed on their holy lady. Yaotai ancient sacred ground? Gu Fei's expression changed several times. He waved his hand, and the Yaotai saintess in little fatty's arms flew towards the female immortal god. He was not afraid of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, but he did not want to cause any more trouble. He was leaving the shaman land and did not want to make enemies for little fatty and the Gu family. The female immortal realm reached out to carry the unconscious holy lady and nodded to Gu Fei. She turned and left, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The crowd thought that they were going to see a good show, but they did not expect this outcome. They could not help but feel disappointed and gradually dispersed. Look at what you've done. Gu Fei glanced at little fatty and said indifferently. There was no hint of reproach in his tone. Master, I think I've been tricked. Little fatty said with a strange expression. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. He hurriedly swept his gaze over little fatty's body. His gaze pierced through the void and directly saw through little fatty's physical body. Master, do you believe in love at first sight? Little fatty asked. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard that. Then he came to a realization and retracted his gaze. This kid was not injured. It seemed that he had really fallen for the girl from the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. Love at first sight, my ass, Gu Fei said snappily. This bro was really too outrageous. He didn't seem to be so proactive in his training, and he got dizzy when he saw a beautiful girl. Master, little fatty felt wronged. The holy maiden of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground doesn't marry anyone. However, if you are strong enough, you can snatch her away and make her your wife. Gu Fei looked deeply at the little fatty as he spoke slowly. If Master is willing to help. The little fatty looked at Gu Fei with a hopeful expression. Gu Fei couldn't help glaring at him and said impatiently, She's your wife. Don't expect me to help you. You actually want me to help you chase a girl? This is too much. Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt a little unhappy. Could it be that he had accepted the wrong disciple? For the past 3 years, Gu Fei had thrown everything aside and focused on raising little fatty's cultivation. He imparted all sorts of martial Tao to little fatty and imprinted half of the martial scripture into little fatty's mind. This little fatty did not let him down. It only took him 3 years to reach the void controlling realm. This was something that Gu Fei could not imagine. One had to know that a void controlling realm cultivator's battle prowess was unparalleled. They could even fight against a demigod realm cultivator. Of course, Little Fatty's current power was inseparable from Gu Fei's group. In order to improve Little Fatty's cultivation, Gu Fei not only fed him countless spirit essences of the world, but also used the heavenly spring of life to help him change his muscles and cleanse his marrows. Gu Fei chatted with Little Fatty for a bit before bringing him back to Dark Shaman City. Someone had already recognized Little Fatty. He had disappeared for 3 years. Those who knew him all thought that he had died in the battle 3 years ago. Little Fatty's reappearance and display of his terrifying combat strength made some of the people who were once enemies of the Gu family uneasy. This Little Fatty of the Gu family was someone who even dared to beat up the descendants of the clan of the remote antiquity and take liberties with the saintess of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground. Some people were afraid of the Gu clan. They packed up and left the sorcerer's land. Ha! You little brat. You really have the demeanor of old hay. When Gu Fei returned to the city lord's mansion in Dark Shaman City with Little Fatty Gu Zhong, He Tian came to greet them. Greetings, Uncle Master He. Little Fatty bowed when he saw He Tian. Hee. I heard that you wanted to snatch the holy lady of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, as your wife. He Tian seemed to be very happy. He patted Little Fatty's shoulder. What a pity. I was about to succeed, but a female deity appeared out of nowhere. I failed on the verge of success. Little Fatty said regretfully. You're too reckless, kid. The holy lady of the Yaotai, ancient sacred ground, is not someone you can just snatch at will. Even I didn't dare to think about it in the past. Why? Do you remember what happened in your past life? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and asked. No, unless I'm truly reborn. However, although I haven't completely remembered what happened in my past life, I do have some vague impressions of what happened in my past life, He Tian answered. It was too difficult for an undead creature to be reborn. In the long history of the Naraka realm, there is only one supreme being who could truly defy the heavens and be reborn. I just need to break through to the next level, and I'll be able to regrow my bones and show my face to others. He Tian was looking forward to that day. Just as Gu Fei was about to speak, someone walked in from outside. Big brother, when are we leaving the sorcerer's land? The person who walked in was Xiaoqing. He asked as soon as he walked in. Greetings, Uncle Master Xiaoqing. Little Fatty did not dare to delay and quickly bowed to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing only nodded and looked at Gu Fei, waiting for his answer. For the past 3 years, Xiaoqing had been cooped up in Dark Sorcerer City. The sorcerer's land was barren and unruly. It was not a land of immortal spirits. True experts would only appear in immortal spirits. They would never cultivate in the sorcerer's land. When that thing is successfully refined, we'll leave the sorcerer's land. I can't wait. Gu Fei said. He wanted to understand the situation in the world. He wanted to know what had happened in the Taishian sect in the past 300 years. The sorcerer's land was too far away from the eastern region. It was difficult to find information about the Taishian sect in the sorcerer's land. Would the return of the archaic sect affect the Taishian sect? The return of the ancient barons would definitely affect the major forces of the Tonglong continent. The cultivation world of the Tonglong continent was no longer the same as it had been before. Gu Fei and Xiaoqing talked for a while in the city lord's office. Then they opened the inner world and walked in with Little Fatty. He Tian and Xiaoqing remained in the city lord's office. There was an extremely obscure aura lingering in the depths of the city lord's office. Chapter 731. Time flew by. Half a month had passed. He Tian had covered the plaza of the city lord's office with pieces of spiritual jades shrouded in spiritual energy. He was carving mysterious runes on the spiritual jades. He had been busy for a few days. He was setting up a teleportation matrix. Gu Fei and the others had already taken care of everything in Dark Shaman City. He Tian had given the Little Fatty the matrix disc that covered the entire Dark Shaman City and taught the Little Fatty how to control the killing matrix. Gu Fei had also given the Little Fatty a divine weapon refined by a celestial. With these two safeguards, even a celestial would not be able to threaten the Gu clan of Dark Shaman City. Only a powerful cultivator could break through the killing matrix that He Tian had set up. Once the teleportation matrix was set up, Gu Fei and the others would immediately leave the Sorcerer's Land. They had stayed in the Sorcerer's Land for too long. They could not stay any longer. 7 days passed. At dusk, on the square in front of the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, there was a strange energy fluctuation. A super transmission array was finally completed. On the ground, at a glance, there were mysterious runes that flickered with spiritual light. The ground was covered in square, spiritual jades. There were probably thousands of them. Countless runes were flashing and the aura of the Great Path lingered. This was definitely not an ordinary teleportation matrix. Master, are you really not going to take your disciple with you? Outside the teleportation matrix, the little fatty looked at Gu Fei pitifully. He wanted to stay by Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei looked at the little fatty and said calmly, "Do you know that I took you as my disciple because I want to pass on the teachings of the martial ancestor? You can only come to the Taishian sect in the eastern region to find me when you are successful in your cultivation." Well, the little fatty wanted to say more. "All right, you don't have to say any more." Gu Fei stopped the little fatty, not allowing him to continue. "Senior, I will never forget your great kindness to the Gu clan." At this moment, all the members of the Gu clan had gathered outside the formation. The Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianxiang, had even brought a group of Gu clan members to kneel on the ground. The members of the Gu family shed tears of gratitude towards Gu Fei and the others. Not only did Gu Fei and the others save the Gu family from the brink of extinction, they also made the Gu family the masters of the land of Sorcerer. Among the people kneeling on the ground was Little Fatty's father, Big Fatty. The martial scripture I'm going to impart to you is definitely not inferior to the mystic arts of the ancient desolate powers. You have to cultivate it well. Gu Fei warned. He had left behind a lot of spiritual essences of heaven and earth, as well as several large bottles of divine liquid of life sealed in jade bottles. With these treasures in hand, Little Fatty would be able to cultivate to the immortal spirit realm. Once he reached the immortal spirit realm, he would be able to leave the land of witchcraft and cross the central plains to head for the eastern region. "Big brother, let's go. It's getting late." Xiaoqing could not wait to leave the sorcerer's land of Sorcerer, a place where chickens lay eggs and birds did not even defecate. At this moment, the sun was setting, and tired birds were returning to their homes. Smoke rose from the chimneys of Dark Shaman City. No one knew that Gu Fei and the others were about to leave the City Lord's mansion. The peerless killing formation covered the entire Dark Shaman City. The City Lord's mansion was a city within a city. Ever since the 18 flags were planted around the mansion, they had not been put away. The power of the formation concealed all auras from the City Lord's mansion, isolating it from the rest of the world. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan entered the teleportation formation one after another. After bidding farewell to Little Fatty, Gu Fei also entered the teleportation formation. Little Fatty had been with Gu Fei for the past 3 years. Although Gu Fei treated him coldly, there was a bond between master and disciple. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to leave, Little Fatty could not help but tear up. He Tian activated the teleportation formation. Countless spiritual jades emitted a dazzling spiritual light, and the spiritual energy of the surroundings was activated. At this moment, many experts outside the city could feel the energy ripples in the surroundings. What's going on? In the sky, a beautiful middle-aged woman and an otherworldly woman looked toward the city in surprise. The people from Yaodai had not gone far. The heirs of the ancient antiquity forces who were training in the Sorcerer's Land also sensed the abnormality in the city. Many of them flew into the sky and stood in the sky, watching the city. However, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness where the City Lord's mansion was. Someone had sealed off the space with a powerful spell. The runes carved on the spiritual jades seemed to have come to life. They rushed out from the spiritual jades and enveloped Gu Fei's group within. The heavens and earth shook as spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Boom! A strong light flashed, and no one could open their eyes. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky from the city lord's mansion. It broke through the space and entered the chaotic void. What happened? What's wrong? What's the Gu family doing? Many people saw the dazzling divine light and could not help but discuss it. In the past 3 years, the sorcerer's land had changed masters. The Gu family had made several big moves and had almost taken over all the territories of the 12 sorcerer tribes. Many people already knew that there was a powerful force supporting the Gu family. Even the Crepe Myrtle sect's supreme leader was killed, and all the other forces were shocked. Everyone was shocked, but no one dared to find out what was going on. No one was willing to offend the force behind the Gu family. Whoosh! The divine light flashed, and the void shook. Mysterious runes appeared. Gu Fei's group flew out of the chaotic void and returned to the grand universe. The teleportation formation that Erebus had set up was an ancient formation that could allow one to travel through the primal chaos. It could travel thousands of miles in an instant, much faster than ordinary teleportation formations, and it could also transport a much greater distance. Boom! The moment Gu Fei's group came out of the chaotic void, a powerful pressure surged, making everyone's heart palpitate. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they saw a huge mountain surrounded by black clouds. Countless cultivators were charging towards the mountain that was filled with demonic aura. Wild beasts roared, and cultivators fell from the sky above the mountain. Gu Fei's group was dumbfounded. They never thought that they would appear on a battlefield. On the ground, there were countless armored soldiers charging, and in the sky, there were cultivators fighting. Bang! The space trembled intensely as a gigantic golden imprint descended from the sky, radiating with boundless golden light as it blasted towards the mountain. The terrifying might radiating from the gigantic imprint shattered the void, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Divinities are fighting. Gu Fei's expression changed. Had he entered a battlefield of demons and gods? It was obvious that an immortal dynasty was fighting against the demons. Rumble. Chapter 732. Who are you? There was a loud shout, and 3 unicorns covered in scales pulled a bronze chariot. They rolled across the sky and rushed toward Gu Fei and the others. On the bronze chariot stood a tall general in bronze armor, holding a bronze spear in his hand. The general's body surged with a towering, murderous aura. Gu Fei and the others felt great pressure from the general. A peak immortal. Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily constricted. A battle general already possessed such tyrannical strength. The Great Yin dynasty's foundation was truly terrifying. Gu Fei of the Taishan sect. There is no need for Gu Fei to hide his identity. With his strength, even if he encountered a cultivator who had surpassed the immortal realm, he would still be able to fight. The Taishan sect. The general was a middle-aged man with a bronze face. There was a look of surprise on his face. He drove the chariot and stopped in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei felt a heart-palpitating, murderous aura from the general. This general was definitely a ruthless person who had crawled out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I didn't expect the Taishan sect to still have people walking in the world. The general had a strange look on his face. Rumble. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. The golden seal in front of them smashed down from the sky, shattering half of the mountain. A monstrous demonic aura rushed out from the belly of the mountain, and a pitch-black hand smashed up against the sky. Bam! The pitch-black hand emitted a monstrous demonic power, directly blasting the mountain-like golden seal away. Kill! 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 The mountain collapsed, and countless demonic soldiers rushed out from the belly of the mountain, meeting the soldiers of the Yin dynasty at the foot of the mountain. More than a dozen powerful demonic shadows shot up into the sky, rushing toward the general in the sky. This was a war between the immortal dynasty and the demons. Killing immortals and destroying gods is the way of the great demons. A cold voice came from the belly of the mountain, and a terrifying demonic howl spread far and wide. It was as if a true demon had awakened, and a terrifying demonic power erupted from the belly of the mountain. Oomph! With a cold snort, A middle-aged man with a purple-gold dragon crown on his head and a large golden seal in his hand appeared in the air. He was clad in a purple dragon robe, and his black beard fluttered in the wind. Chaotic Heaven's great demon, die quickly. The middle-aged man was shrouded in dragon chi, and 9 true dragon phantoms appeared on his body. It was as if a dragon emperor had descended. He directly charged down from the sky, broke through the layers of demon chi, and clashed with the great demon in the belly of the mountain. The war between deities and demons broke out. More than 10 powerful immortal generals who drove chariots were fighting with more than 10 demonic humans who rushed out of the hinterland of the mountain. Hurry up and leave. When the general saw this, he did not say anything more to Gu Fei and the others. He turned the chariot around, held the divine spear, and charged towards the battlefield. When Gu Fei and the rest saw this scene, they wanted to help, but the other party did not seem willing to intervene. This was a war between the Great Yin dynasty and the demons. Gu Fei and the others retreated far away, watching from afar. From the words and expression of the immortal general of the Great Yin dynasty, Gu Fei felt a trace of unease. Had something happened to the Taishan sect? He could not help but worry. 300 years was not a long time for cultivators who had seen through life and death, but in these 300 years, the world had begun to change. The forces of the ancient times had returned, and Gu Fei wanted to know the current situation of the Taishan sect. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy came from the front, and half of the mountain was completely shattered. Countless stones and dirt flew in all directions, and countless great Yin soldiers and demonic soldiers were crushed to death on the spot. This was a war involving immortals and gods, and mortals were simply cannon fodder. 2 terrifying figures rushed out from the ground, and everyone in the sky dodged at the first moment. This was a battle between super cultivators of the celestial being realm. The terrifying power spread out, and the countless soldiers and demons of the Great Yin dynasty who were fighting at the foot of the mountain immediately turned into a mist of blood. They were washed away by the energy storm and dissipated between the heavens and the earth, leaving nothing behind. Immortals and true demons did not care about the life and death of mortals. Several immortal generals of the Great Yin dynasty could not escape in time, and had to abandon the bronze chariots under their feet and soar into the sky. The chariots suddenly collapsed in the void. Wild beasts roared, and blood splattered everywhere. Kill! Kill! The 2 great gods and demons of the celestial being realm fought from the ground to the sky. The golden seal drew upon the power of heaven and earth and smashed toward the demon. The sky was smashed to pieces and collapsed. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. The attack of the celestial being shook the mountains and rivers, and the sky trembled. Swish! The pitch-black saber light soared into the sky, splitting heaven and earth as it clashed with the huge seal. There was a terrifying demonic saber in chaotic heaven's great demon's hand. With a slash of the saber, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was instantly sucked dry. Boom! The dragon chi was vast and mighty, and the demonic chi soared into the sky. 2 extremely terrifying powers collided in an instant, and it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The void between the 2 turned into nothingness. The mighty power shattered the void, and terrifying cracks spread out into the distance. Even the immortal generals of the Great Yin and the demon cultivators who could not dodge in time were swept away. It was too terrifying, as if doomsday had come. Many of the Great Yin soldiers and demon soldiers on the ground had died. Gu Fei and He Tian were also shocked. The super experts of the celestial being realm were too powerful. Every move they made could shatter a part of the world. Gu Fei wanted to know where he and the others had been teleported to, so he flew down from the sky, grabbed a soldier of the Great Yin dynasty, and rushed into a dense forest. At this time, no one noticed Gu Fei and the others. The battle between the gods and the demons had reached a white-hot stage, and the Great Yin dynasty had temporarily gained the upper hand. Soon, Gu Fei and the others found out what they wanted to know from the soldier of the Great Yin Dynasty. My ancient teleportation formation can teleport 100,000 miles, but still could not pass through the Great Yin Dynasty. Is the Central Plains really so vast? He Tian said in shock. They were now in a place called the Land of Immortals in the east of the Great Yin Dynasty. This was one of the most dangerous places in the Central Plains, and even after teleporting 100,000 miles, they still could not pass through the Great Yin Dynasty. One could imagine how vast the territory of this immortal dynasty was. The immortal graveyard was actually the slumbering place of the chaotic heavens' great demon. There was a demonic aura that seeped out. Over time, this place turned into a dangerous place. There were often terrifying magical beasts roaming about. Even though it was a dangerous place, it was also a training ground for the princes and princesses of the Great Yin Dynasty. Over the years, countless princes of the Great Yin Dynasty had hunted powerful demonic beasts here. However, something strange happened in this dangerous place 100 years ago. There were 3 princes and a prince of the royal family. After entering this dangerous place, they disappeared as if they had evaporated from the world. The disappearance of a prince and a prince of the royal family shook the entire Great Yin Dynasty. The Great Yin Dynasty immediately sent an imperial uncle of the immortal realm into the land of immortals to search for the missing princes. However, Uncle Wang did not return either. This matter finally alerted the old imperial uncle of the Great Yin Dynasty. He personally went into the land of immortals. Then, the demonic aura in the land of immortals was vast and mighty, and a terrible war broke out. Although the old imperial uncle of the Great Yin Dynasty had monstrous magic power, he was still defeated in the end. He escaped with serious injuries and brought back shocking news. In the land of immortals, there was a great devil sleeping. Therefore, there was the war between the gods and the devils today. The name Great Devil of Chaotic Heaven was extremely ancient. He was definitely a super antique. Perhaps only the antiques that had survived the ancient times knew his origin. The land of immortals did not bury immortals, but devils. Boss, let's not meddle in other people's business. Let's just take it as passing by. In the forest, He Tian said so. This guy would never do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. Hee, since we've met, how can we not stretch our muscles? Xiaoqing said. He had no experience fighting demons. His battle record was like a rainbow, and his blood was already boiling. He Tian couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. Everyone followed Gu Fei's lead. Gu Fei was their boss. It's also good to make friends with the upper echelons of the Great Yin Dynasty and understand the current situation of the cultivation world from them, Gu Fei thought. After making up his mind, he directly opened the inner world in his dantian. This was the inner world that Gu Fei had refined from Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the celestial race. Li Xuandao's inner world was a divine land. Gu Fei had used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Dao, divine snatch, to seize Li Xuandao's fruit of the way. Thus, he had 2 inner worlds. No one would believe that Gu Fei had 2 inner worlds. The inner world that Gu Fei had opened up was, of course, far inferior to Li Xuandao's. Li Xuandao's inner world already had the embryonic form of a world. The celestial race and the undead race were in the divine land connected to Gu Fei's dantian. The celestial race and the undead race were Gu Fei's trump cards, and he would not use them easily. It was only in the land of shamans that Gu Fei had used the power of the undead race. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and summoned Li Xianxia, the celestial race lord, and Li Fan, the hierarch. These were 2 celestial beings, and he wanted to kill the celestial demon. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Shun clan Lord Li Xianxia and hierarch Li Fan came out of their inner worlds, they immediately broke through the void and walked in the void. In an instant, they appeared in the sky and surrounded the chaotic heavens' great demon. The aura of the celestial beings filled the world, and all things in the world trembled. The power of heaven and earth was stirred up, and everyone was indescribably shocked, especially the celestial demon. His mind was shaken, and without thinking, he turned into a beam of demonic light and shot up into the sky, trying to escape. The newcomer was a celestial being of the celestial Tao. The celestial Tao and the demonic Tao, one righteous and one evil, had been irreconcilable since ancient times. The sudden appearance of two celestial beings of the celestial Tao shocked the celestial demon. At this time, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and the others also shot up into the sky, rushing towards the demonic cultivator. Chapter 733. Rumble. The golden seal descended from the sky, locking down the void and breaking through heaven and earth. It broke through the layers of demonic qi and intercepted the demon that was trying to escape. Friend from the primordial Tao Gate, you've come at the right time. Primordial Tao Gate, your end has come. The celestial realm expert from the great Yin dynasty was overjoyed. The righteous and evil were irreconcilable. The primordial Tao Gate and the undying dynasty were on the same side. Primordial Tao Gate? Li Xianxia and Hierarch Li Fan couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that their ancestor, the supreme Tao ancestor, had left his teachings in the world? This was a big deal. However, the most important thing now was to kill the demon before them. One had to know that in the primordial era, the battle between immortals and true demons had reached a point where they couldn't coexist. Demons were the greatest enemy of the world. Li Jingxia and Li Fan didn't say anything else. They directly took out their respective treasures and pressed towards the demon. The divine power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Li Jingxia held a 9-layered glass pagoda in his hand. Divine light coiled around it, and there were divine runes engraved on the pagoda. Hierarch Li Fan's treasure was a bronze 8 trigrams. The trigrams rotated and displayed the 8 symbols, as if 8 worlds were faintly discernible. Oof. You want to kill me? Do you think you're Tao ancestors or martial ancestors? The demon sneered. Although he was shocked to be surrounded by 3 celestial realm experts, he didn't panic. Die, demon. Li Jingxia's long hair fluttered in the wind as he pressed forward. The glass pagoda in his hand burst out with a dazzling divine light that soared into the sky. In an instant, it became as huge as a mountain and pressed down on the demon below. Countless divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on the body of the pagoda. The aura of the great Tao circulated, and the bottom of the pagoda produced a heaven-devouring suction force that devoured the void. Roar! Heavenly demon slaughtering God. The demon roared madly as demonic energy surged. The demonic saber in his hand turned into a 10,000 zhonglong saber light that tore the heavens and earth apart. The god-slaying demonic saber slashed out, and the power of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred miles gathered towards the demonic saber in a frenzy, forming a terrifying saber light that directly collided with the 9-story glass divine pagoda. Boom! The demonic saber and the 9-story divine pagoda collided with each other in an instant, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The power of destruction spread out, shattering the void, and visible ripples spread out. At the same time, the 8 trigrams in Li Fan's hand burst out with a divine light. The 8 trigrams broke apart and rushed towards the chaotic heaven great demon. The 8 trigrams turned into 8 small worlds that sealed the sky and trapped the chaotic heaven great demon. Rumble. The 8 trigrams displayed a terrifying might, drawing upon the power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. Earth, water, wind, and fire emerged and surged toward the great demon of chaos in the middle, wanting to refine this great demon alive. The chaotic heaven's great demon roared again and again. The god-slaying demonic saber slashed down incessantly. The pitch-black saber light that caused one's heart to palpitate tore through the void. The impact of the impact caused the 8 trigrams to tremble repeatedly. It was actually showing signs of collapsing. What a powerful demon! The chaotic heaven great demon's unparalleled combat strength shocked Li Fan. When the celestial being powerhouses of the great Yin dynasty saw this, they hurriedly took action. They struck out with divine power and activated the golden seal, bombarding the chaotic heaven great demon who was trapped in the 8 trigrams. The 9-storied glazed divine pagoda also flew back. Divine light soared into the sky, and Taoist rhymes circulated as it attacked the chaotic heaven great demon. Each level of the divine pagoda seemed to be guarded by a deity, emitting a monstrous divine power that obliterated the void of heaven and earth. Its power was so great that it shocked everyone. The 3 celestial beings took action and temporarily trapped the chaotic heaven great demon. On the other side, due to the help of Gu Fei and the others, the Great Yin dynasty had already taken the initiative on the battlefield and suppressed the group of demon generals. Bam! Gu Fei displayed his terrifying combat strength and directly smashed a demon general into pieces with a punch. In the bloody light, a small person surrounded by demon chi rushed out. The small person was only the size of a thumb, but it emitted a powerful primordial spirit fluctuation. This small person was the primordial spirit of the demon general. For an expert of this level, even if his body was destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would not be considered dead. Of course, Gu Fei would not let the primordial spirit of the demon general escape. He stretched out his hand, and the power of yin and yang surged in his hand, imprisoning the void. He grabbed the primordial spirit of the demon general in his hand. With a little force, Gu Fei directly grabbed the primordial spirit of the demon general and crushed it. The vast soul power was swallowed into his body and surged to strengthen his spirit. When the group of demon generals saw this scene, they could not help but turn pale with fright. Not only was the other party unparalleled, but his methods were also vicious. It was simply comparable to the people of the diabolism. Haha, big brother, let's compete and see who can kill more demons. Amidst the laughter, Xianxia displayed the Dragon Clan's battle skill, tearing a demon general apart and dissipating his primordial spirit to devour his soul power. Good, Gu Fei replied. He used the 8 desolate steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. No one could compete with him in speed. With a few steps, he blocked another demon general high up in the sky. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly pressed out with his palm. The void in front of his palm suddenly collapsed, and the demon general was sent flying away. Cultivators who were successful in their cultivation could be called kings in the same realm. It was difficult to meet a worthy opponent. Although they were all in the immortal realm, these demon generals were not a match for Gu Fei. Before they could even attack, they were already suppressed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly chased after them. Another palm strike was sent out. The terrifying palm force shattered the heaven and earth, and the demon general was sent flying again. By the 3rd palm strike, the body of the demon general had already revealed a shocking crack. It was almost blown apart by Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei struck out palm after palm. By the 5th palm strike, the demon general finally could not bear it anymore. His body was shattered by Gu Fei's palm force, and both his body and soul were destroyed. The demon generals continued to fall, and the side of chaotic heaven's great demon was doomed. Boom! Just when Gu Fei and the others were about to slaughter all the demon generals under chaotic heaven's great demon, a loud noise was heard. A mournful, blood-colored demon light soared into the sky and disappeared into the firmament. Chase! The celestial realm super expert from the Great Yin dynasty put away the golden seal, turned into a beam of divine light, and shot into the sky, chasing after chaotic heaven's great demon. The celestial race lordly Xianxia and hierarchically Fan also quickly put away their own magic treasures, and closely followed the celestial realm expert from the Great Yin dynasty. Chaotic heaven's great demon did not hesitate to destroy his own demon body, and used the demonic blood escape technique to break through the power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth, and rushed out. Chaotic heaven's great demon's vitality had been damaged. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill chaotic heaven's great demon, and no one wanted to miss it. If chaotic heaven's great demon recovered his vitality, it would be very difficult to kill him again. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. As soon as Chaotic Heaven's great demon escaped, the other demons and demon generals immediately fled in all directions. Chase. Chapter 734. Swish. The 8 desolation steps, 8 steps of extreme speed, was unparalleled in the world. Gu Fei only chased for a few dozen li before he intercepted the escaping demon general. It was a demon expert shrouded in black, demonic flames. Without any words, the demon general attacked. Endless demonic flames condensed into thousands of black saber lights that tore through the void and slashed towards Gu Fei. The demonic energy was vast and mighty. The world seemed to be split into millions of pieces. Oomph. Gu Fei sneered. He directly swung his fist and broke through the layers of saber lights, pressing towards the demon general. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and the violent force caused a part of the world to collapse, sending the demon general flying. No matter how many divine abilities and magical arts you have, I will break them with a single punch. The path of martial arts was the righteous path of strength. As long as one's strength was strong enough, even heaven and earth could be destroyed with a single punch. At this time, Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan had already disappeared from this world. They were not like Gu Fei, who had unparalleled speed. Xiaoqing and the others each chased a demon general and were already far away. Roar! That devil general howled at the heavens. Devil flames towered up into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. His devil might was unparalleled as he soared up into the sky, transforming into a 1,000-zhang long devil dragon as he lunged towards Gu Fei. This demon general's true form was actually a demon dragon. This surprised Gu Fei. The demon dragon soared into the sky, endless demonic flames curling around it. This was a fire dragon. Boom! The mountain-like dragon claw tore through the world and clawed towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei pressed out with his palm. His yin-yang god force surged and collided with the dragon claw. The dragon claw shattered, and the 1,000-meter-long demon dragon was almost split in two by Gu Fei's palm. Bang! The demonic dragon let out a long roar and spewed out a towering black demonic flame towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic flame covered the sky and the earth, causing the void to distort from the heat. Gu Fei soared into the sky with the power of yin and yang protecting his body. Rays of yin and yang divine light circled around Gu Fei, blocking the demonic fire and landing directly on the back of the demonic dragon. Swish! Gu Fei's right hand emitted a dazzling white divine light. The supreme yang power condensed into a light blade that slashed towards the demon dragon, directly cutting it in two. Scales and blood splashed everywhere. The demon dragon roared, and the two halves of its huge body fell from the sky. At the same time, a demonic light rushed out from the dragon's head. The demonic light broke the dragon's head, and a small dragon was wrapped inside. It soared into the sky, trying to escape. That was the demon dragon's primordial spirit. It emitted a powerful soul force and fled in panic. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and captured the demon dragon's primordial spirit. He dispersed the demon dragon's divine sense and refined it into pure soul force before absorbing it into his body. Soul force was useful to any cultivator. It was the purest energy in the world. It contained endless vitality and could be used to strengthen the cultivator's divine soul. For experts above the immortal realm, the divine soul was their life. As long as the divine soul was not destroyed, life would never end. Even if their body was destroyed, they could still live. Cultivators who were successful in their cultivation were the kings of the same realm. Gu Fei easily killed the demon dragon. He stood in the void, his body flashing with divine light. The soul force was absorbed, making his divine soul stronger. With a thought, he sensed the aura of Xiaoqing and the others. Swish! Gu Fei instantly disappeared from where he was. 100 miles away, in a mountain range, an azure dragon soared into the sky and fought with a terrifying demonic beast. Heaven and earth shook and the mountains collapsed. Roar! The dragon roared and endless dragon energy filled the sky. That was the aura of a true dragon. The dragon energy was like a huge dragon, as if there were thousands of divine dragons dancing in the sky. Xianxia revealed his true dragon form, and the demonic general he was chasing also revealed his true form. It was a three-headed demon ape. Each head was the size of a small mountain, and there was a vertical eye on each head's forehead. Roar! The three-headed demon ape stood in the mountain range. With a roar, the nearby mountains collapsed. The demonic might was shocking, and the tyrannical aura caused all the creatures in the vicinity to tremble. The countless birds and beasts in the mountain all fled the mountain. Swish! The three vertical eyes on the three-headed demon ape's forehead suddenly opened. Three different colored demonic lights pierced through the void, shattering heaven and earth, and shot towards the azure dragon in the sky. A beam of demonic light was as black as ink, like the light of death rushing out from hell, emitting endless death aura. The demonic eye that shot out the black light seemed to be connected to hell, attracting the terrifying power of death. A beam of demonic light was as red as blood. The blood light illuminated the sky, and the mountains were dyed red. There seemed to be a sea of blood behind the demonic eye that shot out the scarlet blood demonic light. The last beam of demonic light shot out from the demonic eye on the forehead of the middle head of the three-headed demonic ape. It seemed to be a colorless demonic light, but there seemed to be all kinds of colors faintly appearing within it. This was a beam of chaotic demonic light. The chaotic demonic light emitted the aura of chaos. That was the most primitive demonic power. It was hard to imagine that this demon ape had cultivated this kind of demonic power. Everywhere the demonic light passed, everything was destroyed and turned into chaotic nothingness. Its power was unparalleled, as if it could kill all living creatures in the world. Boom! Xiaoqing's dragon claw clawed down from the sky. Endless dragon energy surged on the dragon claw, shattering the black demonic light and the bloody evil light. However, when facing the last beam of chaotic demonic light, Xiaoqing was finally moved. Roar! Little Qing let out a deafening roar and spat out a dazzling seven-colored dragon pearl from its mouth. The pearl then dashed towards the primal chaos devil light. The seven-colored dragon ball exuded the aura of a true dragon, containing the power of a true dragon. Around the dragon ball, there were seven-colored divine dragons faintly visible. As soon as the dragon ball appeared, the aura of a true dragon in the world immediately increased. The earth and mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles began to overflow with the dragon energy of the earth. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the seven-colored dragon ball. The seven-colored divine light lit up the entire world, as if a seven-colored sun had appeared in the sky. Boom! The seven-colored dragon ball descended from the sky like a sun, colliding with the chaotic demonic light. As soon as they collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Rumble! The vast, destructive energy waves shook the sky and the earth. The entire mountain range was instantly razed to the ground, and the earth undulated violently like waves. Two extremely powerful forces collided. The seven-colored Dragon Ball was blocked. The chaotic demonic light that was said to be able to destroy everything and kill all living creatures in the world could not break through the seven-colored Dragon Ball. This was a battle between the power of a true dragon and the power of chaos. Xiaoqing and the three-headed demon ape were fighting with all their might, madly urging their powers to kill each other. For a moment, they were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Chapter 735. There were 5 realms above the immortal realm. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. The difficulty of cultivation was like ascending to the heavens. Every breakthrough of a realm was like breaking through the 9 heavens. Xiaoqing's cultivation should be at the 5th heaven of the immortal realm according to the realms in the Tongue-Long continent. However, the demon general she was fighting was a 3-headed demon ape. Its strength could be said to be on par with Little Qing, but the demon general's battle experience was incomparably abundant, and there were faint signs of him suppressing Little Qing. Rumble, the seven-color dragon pearl, was shaking and radiating divine light. Seven-color dragon shadows appeared around the dragon pearl. The aura of a real dragon filled the sky. It was like a seven-colored sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world. Roar! The divine dragon roared in the sky, and earth shook. Xiaoqing revealed his real dragon body. His dragon aura was surging. His body emitted a light that was like a divine fire. Boundless demonic power surged into the seven-colored dragon pearl. The dragon pearl shone brightly. The power of the real dragon flowed and broke the void to resist the terrifying, chaotic demonic light. The three-headed demonic ape stood on the ground. The mountains were flattened. The earth was shaking violently like waves from the impact of the mighty power. The area within 100 miles had become a desert. Demonic chi filled the sky and shrouded the earth. The three-headed demonic ape drew upon the earth and turned it into demonic chi. The vast demonic chi gathered towards the vertical eye on the forehead of the head in the middle. The chaotic demonic light penetrated the void and destroyed the world. It resisted the seven-colored dragon pearl that was falling from the sky. The demonic ape roared furiously. The power of the earth rose and turned into boundless demonic chi. The area within 100 miles was filled with demonic chi, as if it had turned into a demonic domain. Gu Fei stood in the sky and watched the scene. He did not make a move. Xiaoqing had too little battle experience. He needed to fight experts of the same level as him to train himself. Xiaoqing still did not use that secret skill. Is he still at ease? Gu Fei thought. Rumble. Two terrifying forces clashed against each other, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the void. The primal chaos devilish light grew stronger and stronger. The three-headed devilish ape was incomparably powerful. It actually drew upon the power of the earth, causing its combat prowess to rise. Roar! The demonic ape roared. Endless power of the earth rose from the ground and quickly turned into pitch-black demonic chi that entered the ape's body. Rays of destructive devilish light revolved around the devil ape's body. This devil ape was like a great devil that came from the ancient times, emitting a terrifying devilish aura that caused all living things to tremble. Demonic chi. The primal chaos magic light gradually shook the rainbow Dragon Ball, forcing it to gradually move towards Little Qing. The primal chaos magic power seemed to have been completely stimulated. The demonic light shattered the void and pierced through heaven and earth, displaying its terrifying might. Little Qing's rainbow-colored dragon pearl was gradually suppressed. The demonic ape that drew upon the power of the thick earth had a shocking battle prowess. Roar! Little Qing kept roaring angrily, desperately channeling her demonic energy into the seven-colored dragon pearl, activating the power of the true dragon contained in the pearl. Within the rainbow divine light, there seemed to be a small dragon looming inside the dragon pearl. The dragon chi was vast and mighty, and the dragon chi of the earth contained in the surrounding mountains and rivers was drawn over. Above the dragon pearl, dragon shadows appeared. The true dragon's power was vast, but even so, the dragon pearl was still moving back to Xiaoqing. The destructive demonic light was so powerful that Xiaoqing was gradually being suppressed. The three-headed demonic ape had followed the mixed heavens great demon for countless years. Its demonic Tao divine art was terrifying. It stepped on the ground and drew upon the power of the earth. It was simply an undefeatable demon god. Still not using that secret skill, Gu Fei saw that Xiaoqing was at a disadvantage and seemed to be losing. He couldn't help but feel nervous. The heaven and earth power in Gu Fei's body isolated his aura. It was as if he had jumped out of the three realms and was not within the five elements. Xiaoqing and the three-headed demonic ape did not sense Gu Fei's arrival. Haha, go to hell. The demonic ape roared. It was suppressing Xiaoqing and gaining the upper hand. The chaotic demonic light destroyed everything and blocked the dragon pearl. "Oomph. You think you've won?" Xiaoqing sneered. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not defeated. "Ascend," Xiaoqing shouted. Endless demonic light burst from his body. A terrifying demonic energy erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The void around him was instantly shattered by the explosive power. The three-headed demonic ape was shocked. It didn't expect that the other party did not use his full strength and hid such a powerful force. It felt danger. The power that burst from Xiaoqing's body surged into the dragon pearl in front of him. Boom! The dragon pearl emitted a blinding light. The rainbow divine light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire heaven and earth with 7 colors. It exploded with the unprecedented power of a true dragon. Bam! The dragon pearl shattered the chaotic demonic light. It was like a 7-colored sun that fell from the sky. The entire void was crushed by the power of the dragon pearl. The void collapsed, and the heaven and earth shattered. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. The dragon pearl became the only thing in the world. With one step, Xiaoqing's strength increased by a few levels. He displayed the strength of a pinnacle immortal and suppressed the three-headed demonic ape. The chaotic demonic light continued to shatter in the void. The rainbow dragon pearl gradually sank, and a terrifying power came crashing down. The three-headed demonic ape's huge demonic body was almost shattered. Cracks appeared on its body, and demonic blood flowed out. Roar! The three-headed demonic ape roared crazily. He used the power of the earth and the chi of the earth to resist the dragon pearl. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. The dragon pearl suppressed a part of the world, sealed the void, and descended. The extremely powerful power of a true dragon destroyed everything. It was too late for the three-headed demonic ape to escape, even if he wanted to. Xiaoqing used a secret technique, and his combat strength increased to an unimaginable level. He suppressed the three-headed demonic ape, and the dragon pearl sank, crushing everything. It was unstoppable. Gufei saw this scene and knew that the outcome was set. Full-text hands strike without any suspense. The 7-colored dragon pearl sank like a 7-colored sun falling from the sky to the ground. The body of the three-headed demon ape shattered. From head to toe, it melted like ice and snow under the 7-colored divine light. The demonic aura that covered the earth was also dispersed by the power of the dragon pearl. Chapter 736. Rumble. In the eastern region of Gufei's Dantian, there was a commotion. A divine mountain suspended high in the sky shone with dazzling divine light. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on the entire mountain. Swish! Gufei's figure appeared in this divine land. He looked at the divine mountain in front of him in shock. The divine light pierced through the sky, shaking heaven and earth. The divine mountain actually showed signs of breaking through the void and flying away. What's going on? Gufei could vaguely see figures on the divine mountain. This divine mountain was the sacred mountain of the divine race. At this time, the sacred mountain was undergoing changes. Spiritual energy from all directions frantically gathered towards the sacred mountain of the divine race. As the spiritual energy converged, colorful lights could be seen. The entire sacred mountain was like a bottomless abyss, devouring the spiritual energy of this part of the world. Seeing this scene, Gufei couldn't help but feel incomparable pain. If it was endlessly devoured like this divine land would most likely lose all of its spiritual energy. In the distance, the undead race also sensed the abnormality in the eastern region. A few realm undead emperors appeared nearby. When they saw Gufei, they hurried to greet him. Gufei saw that these undying emperors were the supreme emperors of the undying skeleton tribe, the supreme emperors of the nether tribe, and the supreme emperors of the undying evil corpse tribe. The 3 supreme emperors came to investigate. Gufei couldn't be bothered with them. He then used the 8 desolation steps and directly rushed forward. When he arrived before the sacred mountain, he saw the divine race on the sacred mountain panicking. From the looks of it, even they didn't know what was going on. Sagely, what's going on? Gu Fei saw Divine King Sage, Li's figure, and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. He wanted to know what was going on. At this time, the weather changed. The sun in the sky seemed dim. Endless spiritual energy gathered, and the immortal Tao divine runes appeared on the sacred mountain, emitting a dazzling divine light. The power of the great Tao circulated. Boom! Li Sheng wielded the golden divine halberd and circulated his full strength, bombarding the immortal Tao runes that enveloped the entire Saint Mountain. He wanted to break through the seal of the immortal Tao runes and rush out. However, when the golden halberd struck the immortal Tao divine glyph, even someone as powerful as God King Li Sheng was sent flying like a leaf in the wind. I don't know what happened either. Legend had it that this divine mountain was the place where the supreme Tao ancestor comprehended the Tao. It was impervious to all tribulations and existed eternally. The sacred mountain had all kinds of ancient legends and sacred relics. A true demon's soul was once sealed in the mountain. Everyone thought that this was the place where the Tao ancestor sealed the demons. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. Even Sage Li, who was on the sacred mountain, did not know what had happened. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. Rumble, at this time, the sacred mountain that had gathered boundless heaven and earth spiritual chi actually began to shatter the void, entering the primal chaos void. The entire sacred mountain gradually became blurry. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky, then punched forward. The vast fist force shook the heaven and earth, surging forward like a surging river. He wanted to break through the immortal Tao runes and stop the sacred mountain from flying away. However, something happened that shocked Gu Fei. His unparalleled fist force struck the immortal Tao runes around the sacred mountain, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was instantly devoured. This extremely ferocious punch seemed to be bombarding the void, and there was no point of impact. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He could not help but be stunned. How was this possible? His divine power and martial body had fused into one. Even He Tian's Qian Koan shifting technique could not move him. The immortal Tao runes lingered. On the sacred mountain, the divine race was in a mess. They had no idea what had happened. The sacred mountain had shattered the void and was about to escape into the primal chaos void. These immortal Tao runes, could they be the trump cards left behind by the legendary supreme Tao ancestor? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. The sacred mountain was about to escape. Could it be that the supreme Tao ancestor was summoning the sacred mountain? This thought flashed in Gu Fei's mind. Even he himself did not dare to believe it. He had refined this world. In this world, he was the supreme god. If the sacred mountain wanted to escape, it had to ask for his permission first. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. Rays of divine light burst out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have fused with the heaven and earth, communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth. Rumble! The divine land trembled. Endless spiritual energy gathered into a huge dragon, rushing over from all directions. It coiled around the sacred mountain that was about to break into the primal chaos void, wanting to drag the sacred mountain out from the primal chaos void. This was a huge dragon formed by the power of heaven and earth. One dragon was enough to crush the void and sweep across the heavens and the earth. Even if a celestial being entered this divine land, he would die. 18 huge dragons coiled around the sacred mountain. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The huge dragons formed by the power of heaven and earth were like real ancient dragons, possessing terrifying power. The vast and mighty dragon aura turned the heaven and earth into primal chaos. The terrifying energy waves of the 18 huge dragons shattered the void and the heaven and earth, displaying a supreme power that could destroy the heaven and earth. Rumble! The sacred mountain shook. The immortal Tao runes coiled around it. The power of the great Tao surged. The 18 huge dragons were immediately shaken away by the mighty power of the great Tao. Damn it! Gu Fei's body merged with the heaven and earth, communicating with the entire inner world, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth of this divine land. However, it seemed that it was still difficult to stop the sacred mountain from escaping. Could it be that there was really a supreme expert secretly summoning the sacred mountain of the divine race? The divine race was a powerful force in the hands of Gu Fei. This force was enough to impact the current cultivation world of the Tonglong continent. It was equivalent to the return of an ancient power. Gu Fei absolutely did not want to see this force disappear in front of him. He desperately drew upon the power of heaven and earth of this part of the world to confine the void. The 18 huge dragons rushed forward again and coiled around the sacred mountain, trying to pull it back. However, no matter how hard Gu Fei tried to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, it was all in vain. It was completely useless. The sacred mountain's escape was already difficult to stop. No one knew what was happening. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan were the fastest to read. They all retreated far away while trembling with fear. They watched this scene with indescribable horror. Gu Fei was like a supreme god that ruled over everything. However, he could not stop the sacred mountain from escaping. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed and frustrated. Chapter 737. Damn it, I'd like to see who's behind this. Gu Fei knew that the sacred mountain's flight was a foregone conclusion. It would be difficult to reverse it. Therefore, before the sacred mountain truly entered the primal chaos, he wanted to see who was behind all this. Divine power surged as Gu Fei's brow glowed with divine light. His soul power circulated. Swoosh! A strand of wool rushed out from Gu Fei's brow and attached itself to the sacred mountain. Rumble! At this time, the sacred mountain of the divine race completely blurred. It shattered the void and entered the primal chaos, vanishing from Gu Fei's sight. The shattered world reformed. The aura of the great Tao faded into the distance. The divine race's cries could be heard faintly. The sacred mountain flew away, taking all the members of the divine race with it. Gu Fei's body became one with heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to stabilize the shattered void. The strand of will attached to the sacred mountain remained connected to his mind. The sacred mountain that had entered the primal chaos moved rapidly, rushing into the depths of the primal chaos. The primal chaos was boundless, with no end in sight. The power of primal chaos obliterated everything. Nothing could exist in the primal chaos. In the primal chaos nothingness, there wouldn't be any life. The divine mountain that the supreme Tao ancestor of legend used to comprehend the Tao was able to move through the chaotic void. Countless divine markings of the Tao coiled around the divine mountain, while the energy of the grand Tao surged, and it actually kept the destructive energy of the chaotic void at bay. The primal chaos nothingness was a region of absolute darkness without any light. However, the divine light emitted by the sacred mountain illuminated this region of absolute darkness. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the divine mountain traversed millions of miles in the void of primal chaos. The God Race members on the mountain were all horrified. Everyone was helpless and could only resign themselves to fate. The divine race patriarch Li Xianxia and hierarch Li Fan weren't here. The divine race didn't know what to do. On the divine mountain, more than 10 god kings appeared, suppressing the panic of the gods. They worked together to activate the great defensive formation on the divine mountain. Beams of divine light shot into the sky, interweaving into formation runes within the immortal Tao runes, wrapping around the divine mountain. No one knew where the divine mountain would fly to, or what it would encounter along the way. Suddenly, Saint Li and the others noticed a bright light in front of them. Very quickly, they entered an area filled with divine power. The divine mountain charged straight into the depths of this area filled with divine light. Following that, everyone felt that the divine mountain beneath their feet had begun to slow down. A faintly discernible ripple came from up ahead. Everyone began to search for the source of the ripple. When the sacred mountain finally came to a stop, everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them. The source of the strange ripples was a corpse that lay silently in the air. The corpse wore ancient clothes and was completely dry. Its skin was stuck to its bones, as if it had died countless years ago. A hazy divine light shone from the corpse, illuminating the entire chaotic void. Even the power of chaos couldn't erase the corpse. When the divine mountain arrived, the corpse seemed to tremble. The god kings on the mountain couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat as they stared nervously at the corpse in front of them. No one had expected the divine mountain to fly to a place like this. Just as the corpse trembled slightly, the wisp of Gu Fei's divine sense that was attached to the sacred mountain immediately dissipated in the void. Inside his inner world, Gu Fei immediately felt the impact. His head throbbed with pain, and he almost fell from the sky. He felt like his soul was being torn apart. He could no longer maintain his state of being one with the world. The power of heaven and earth was no longer under his control, and the shattered space that had been frozen in place began to reform itself. The power of heaven and earth was repairing the shattered space. What is that? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had also seen the evil corpse that had lit up the chaotic void. He had never imagined that it was a corpse floating in the void of primal chaos that could summon the god race's divine mountain. This was unbelievable. Did that evil corpse have something to do with the god race? Why would the supreme Tao ancestors' Tao enlightenment ground fly to the side of that corpse? Gu Fei didn't know, but he knew one thing. He had just lost a powerful force that could change the structure of the Tung Long continent's cultivation world. Damn it! Gu Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. That was a powerful force that could go against any ancient desolate faction, but it was gone just like that. My lord, the three supreme emperors of the undead clan walked over cautiously. Get lost. All of you get lost. Gu Fei roared angrily at the three supreme emperors of the undying clan. There was a stifling feeling in his chest, and he didn't know where to vent it. The three supreme emperors of the undead clan were shocked and hurriedly ran away. They didn't want to become Gu Fei's venting bucket. The cultivation of the three supreme emperors of the undead clan was only equivalent to the mysterious transformation pinnacle experts of the Tung Long continent. How could they compare to the divine kings of the divine clan? Gu Fei's heart was bleeding at the thought of this. He roared at the sky, his voice shaking the sky to vent the anger in his chest. After venting for a while, Gu Fei gradually calmed down. He opened his inner world and walked out. At this time, Xianxia was nowhere to be found. On the ground, there was a scene of the aftermath of a great battle. The area within a radius of a few hundred miles had become a desert. The battle between the immortal realm experts could be described as earth-shattering. The area that was originally a mountain range had turned into a barren desert after the battle. Where did they go? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised. He released his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, but he didn't sense the auras of Xiaoqing, Heitian, or Balon. Gu Fei retracted his divine consciousness and went back the way he came. Soon, he returned to the sleeping place of the great demon in chaos. The land of immortals didn't bury immortals, but demons. The great demon in chaos had been sleeping for countless years and had been recuperating here. It was only in the last few hundred years that he gradually began to awaken. At this time, the land of immortals was filled with collapsed mountains and shattered land. There were still remnants of the auras left behind by the celestial realm experts. The corpses of the soldiers of the great Yin dynasty rolled among the rocks and forests. Dark bloodstains seeped into the soil on the ground. The corpses of demons and magical beasts could also be seen everywhere. This battle between gods and demons could be said to be extremely tragic. Countless living beings died tragically, and the smell of blood lingered in the air. It was as if the tragic sounds of battle could still be heard. Where did Xiaoqing and the others go? Gu Fei moved quickly in the sky above the land of immortals. Soon, he found traces of the great Yin dynasty's army dozens of miles away from the immortal graveyard. It was a forest, and there were military camps built around the forest. From time to time, There would be generals flying in the sky above the military camps. When Gu Fei appeared near the forest, a divine general soared into the sky and stopped him. "Who are you?" This divine general was 9 feet tall and looked mighty. He held a pair of copper hammers in his hands. He had the back of a bear and the eyes of a leopard. His body surged with a fierce, murderous aura. He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. "I'm looking for someone," Gu Fei said. Although this divine general had the cultivation of an immortal realm, Gu Fei didn't take him seriously. "Looking for someone? You are Gu Fei." The fierce, murderous aura on the divine general immediately retracted, and his leopard eyes sized up Gu Fei. Chapter 738. "I am Gu Fei," Gu Fei said. The general hurriedly said, "Your friend has been invited to the Yin capital by the Grand Preceptor. You can go to the Yin capital to meet your friend." The Yin capital? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. That was the capital of the Yin dynasty. The Yin dynasty was one of the 3 eternal dynasties in the central plains of the Tonglong continent. The Yin capital, as the capital of the Yin dynasty, had a long history. It was one of the most prosperous places in the world. In the entire central plains, only the capitals of the Wei dynasty and the Qi dynasty could compare. "How far is the Yin capital from here?" Gu Fei asked with a frown. No wonder he didn't see Xiaoqing and He Tian. They had been invited to the Yin capital by the Grand Preceptor of the Yin dynasty. The Grand Preceptor of the Yin dynasty was probably the celestial being of the Yin dynasty who had been fighting endlessly with the chaotic sky demon. 10,000 miles. The general's words were very straightforward and concise. He didn't beat around the bush. It was much easier to talk to such a person. 10,000 miles? Gu Fei was shocked. He wasn't He Tian, who could cross a distance of 10,000 miles with a teleportation matrix. If he flew, it would probably take a lot of time. "You don't need to worry. The Grand Preceptor has already set up a teleportation matrix that can go directly to the Yin capital," the mighty general quickly explained. "Good. Then let's go to the Yin capital." Gu Fei thought about it and decided to meet up with Xiaoqing and He Tian first. Then, they would return to the Taixuan sect together. Moreover, he wanted to understand the current situation in the world of cultivation. There was definitely a teleportation matrix between the capital of the Yin dynasty and the capital of the Qi dynasty. This would save him a lot of trouble. "Your Excellency, please follow me." With that, the immortal general led the way and flew into the military camp. In the open space of the military camp, a matrix appeared. It was a matrix that was directly imprinted between the heavens and the earth. There was no need for spirit jades to carve the matrix. Only the super experts of the celestial being realm could master such a method. They would imprint the formation diagram in the void, gather spiritual qi, and lay down a teleportation formation. Although He Tian was an array master, he didn't have the strength to do so. He still needed to use spirit jades as a carrier for the array diagram. He had to engrave the array diagram on the spirit jades in order to prevent the spirit energy from dispersing. Gu Fei followed the heavenly general into the teleportation formation without hesitation. The heavenly general then activated the teleportation formation. The formation engraved on the ground immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, the space in the teleportation formation twisted. Gu Fei and the divine general disappeared into the formation. Transparent ripples were undulating. The teleportation formation that Mo Li had imprinted on the ground gradually dimmed, but did not dissipate. This teleportation formation could not be used once, it could be used continuously. Gu Fei had experienced the feeling of traveling through the void countless times. Time seemed to have stopped, and the void was twisting. Colorful lights flowed around him, as if he was traveling through a tunnel of time and space. Swoosh! After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling divine light flashed. Gu Fei realized that he and the heavenly general were already standing on a formation platform made of jade. The light dissipated, and Gu Fei saw that around the formation platform, there was a house made of stone. There were 4 stone doors around the house, and every stone door was guarded by soldiers in black armor. There was nothing in the house except for a formation platform made of jade in the middle. The house had a radius of more than 10 zhang, and it seemed to be a fixed teleportation point. The super forces of the Tonglong continent would always build fixed teleportation points. This was because the Tonglong continent was too vast, and there seemed to be no end. Just the vastness of the Great Yin Dynasty's territory was shocking enough. In such a vast territory, if there was no teleportation formation, even if a cultivator wanted to go to a certain area, it would be very troublesome. Outside the house, there was a hubbub of voices. It seemed that there were many people gathered outside. "Please follow me." The Heavenly General was very respectful to Gu Fei. He led the way and walked out of the teleportation point. Outside, Gu Fei realized that there was a huge martial arts field outside. At this moment, the martial arts field was covered by a layer of divine light. In the martial arts field, there were two experts fighting. The martial arts field was densely packed with people. It is said that the Dragon Clan's combat skills are unparalleled in the world. Indeed, that's right. That expert from the Dragon Clan has consecutively defeated 13 Immortal Realm experts of our dynasty. It seems that the 14th expert will also be defeated. Where did the Dragon Clan come from? I heard that it is a friend invited by the Imperial Tutor. While the crowd was discussing, Gu Fei was shocked to find that one of the two experts fighting on the martial arts field was actually Xianxia. He saw that Xiaoqing's entire body was filled with mighty dragon qi. His body was faintly discernible as he displayed unparalleled combat strength. The Dragon Clan's combat skills shook the entire martial arts field. It could be seen that this was not an ordinary martial arts field. There was divine light covering it, counteracting the mighty aftershocks. Otherwise, a battle between immortals would have destroyed this place countless times over. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but feel displeased. He turned to ask the Heavenly General, "This? I don't know either. Please follow me. The Imperial Tutor will analyze it for you." The Heavenly General did not seem to know what was going on. At this moment on the martial arts field, Xiaoqing sent his opponent flying with a punch, spitting blood. That person was only injured, but not dead. He did not really kill him. Haha, who else wants to come up and fight? Is there no one in the Great Yin Dynasty who is my match? Xiaoqing said loudly. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. This kid Xiaoqing did not know how to restrain himself in someone else's territory. It would not be good if he incurred the wrath of the crowd. As expected, the crowd around the martial arts field immediately boiled over. Some people even wanted to rush up the martial arts field. Fortunately, there was a divine light covering the martial arts field, so those people could not break through the divine light. The Heavenly General led Gu Fei to a high platform beside the martial arts field that seemed to be used to host the martial arts field. There were many people dressed in luxurious clothes sitting on the high platform. One of them, Gu Fei, could not see through his cultivation. He felt as though he was facing the entire world. That person was the heavens and the earth. Celestial? Gu Fei was shocked. Could that person be the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yin Dynasty? On the high platform, there was a middle-aged man sitting in the middle. He wore a purple-gold dragon crown, had a square face, and looked mighty. He seemed to be one with the world around him. If he did not look with his eyes, even Gu Fei would not be able to sense his existence. Celestial, heaven, and man combined into one. This kind of super expert could be said to be a terrifying existence that existed with heaven and earth. They were high above, looking down on the common people. The world was in the hands of such a person. As long as there were no mighty figures or extreme experts, the Celestial was the ruler of the world, a mighty lord. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. The Heavenly General led Gu Fei to the bottom of the high platform and bowed to the middle-aged man on the high platform. The man only nodded, then his gaze fell on Gu Fei. You're Gu Fei? The middle-aged man's gaze was like lightning, as though he could see through Gu Fei. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the kneeling Heavenly General carefully retreated. Boss, you are here. Before Gu Fei could answer, a dark shadow rushed out from the side and came in front of Gu Fei. If this guy was not He Tian, who else could it be? I'm Gu Fei, Gu Fei said calmly. Although he could sense the terrifying aura and power of a celestial from this middle-aged man, his expression did not change. When a middle-aged man saw Gu Fei like this, he could not help but nod. On the high platform sat the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty. They were either princes or princesses or relatives of the Great Yin dynasty. At this moment, all of them were looking at Gu Fei. They saw Gu Fei still standing below the high platform, neither servile nor overbearing. They were all surprised. Who was this guy? He even knelt and bowed to the Grand Preceptor. I am the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yin dynasty, Xianxia. The middle-aged man smiled. I wonder why the Grand Preceptor has invited my brother to the Yin capital. Gu Fei still had a calm expression. He had several treasures of the Great Tao, so he could protect himself even against a celestial. At this moment, Xiaoqing's words had angered many of the experts of the Great Yin present. From the crowd outside, a young man with an iron sword on his back walked out and leaped onto the platform. Someone opened the divine light shield and let the young man in. Haha, how about we talk after watching the competition? Xianxia said. Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to know what this Grand Preceptor of the Great Yin dynasty had up his sleeve. Gu Fei and He Tian were both invited onto the high platform by Xianxia, sitting together with the royal family. Seeing Xianxia treat Gu Fei and He Tian so courteously, the royal family couldn't help but be surprised. Soon, Gu Fei found Balan, the fire Kirin. Balan was standing next to the martial arts arena, watching every move. Li Ji of the Iron Sword sect is here to learn from you. On the martial arts arena, the young man with the iron sword on his back cupped his hands and said to Xiaoqing with a solemn face. He was surrounded by sword energy, and the iron sword on his back was trembling slightly, as if it could fly up at any time. Li Ji of the Iron Sword sect? That's a sword immortal of the Iron Sword sect. There's going to be a good show. Among the crowd around the martial arts arena, some people immediately recognized the origin of the young man with the iron sword on his back. Sword immortals were recognized as the cultivators with the most offensive power in the cultivation world. With a sword in hand, they could break all methods. Sword immortals were the strongest existences in the same realm. Xiaoqing has met his match. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Li Ji. He was like a human-shaped heavenly sword. Although he was not sharp, he could feel a dangerous aura from him. Oomph. Without saying a word, Xiaoqing directly punched out. The vast fist force condensed into a huge dragon, rushing out of his fist and rushing toward Li Ji. Chapter 739. Sword Immortal Li. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Yes, let him see the power of the Great Yin dynasty. Humph. Does he really think that the Great Yin dynasty has no one? Around the martial arts arena, the crowd was in an uproar. Someone was shouting loudly. Little Qing's arrogance had truly angered these people. One had to know that this was the imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty, the most prosperous place in the Great Yin dynasty. Talented people could be said to be like carps in a river. The Iron Sword sect, the Immortal King sect, the Purple Moon Deity's palace, and other great sects had set up bases in the Great Yin dynasty. Experts from these sects were stationed there. Li Ji from the Iron Sword sect was an elder of the Iron Sword sect. In the cultivation world, a cultivator's appearance didn't mean anything. When one's cultivation reached the immortal celestial realm, one could regain one's youthful appearance. Most immortal celestial realm experts liked to maintain their peak appearance. Li Ji was definitely an old monster since he could cultivate to become a sword immortal. However, his appearance was that of a young man. Without any superfluous words, Xiaoqing directly punched forward. The dragon chi condensed into a dragon shadow that rushed out of his fist and rushed toward Li Ji from the Iron Sword sect. The dragon chi was mighty, and the entire martial arts arena was shaken by the mighty energy fluctuations coming from Xiaoqing's body. The divine light that enveloped the martial arts arena seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Mysterious runes appeared on the martial arts arena. Each rune had Tao power flowing above it, locking the entire martial arts arena in place. Gu Fei, who was sitting high on the high platform, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. These runes were definitely not simple to draw upon the power of the Great Tao. Perhaps only a powerful expert could imprint these runes on the martial arts arena. From this, it could be seen that the Great Yin dynasty definitely had a powerful existence. The Great Yin dynasty had become one of the three great immortal dynasties of the Central Plains. It had existed for countless years and had never fallen. This was definitely not a coincidence. Clang! The iron sword flew across the sky, and the sound of the sword rushed into the nine heavens. A bright sword light rushed out from behind Li Ji. A cold sword chi immediately spread out and surged on the martial arts arena. Buzz! The iron sword turned the rotten into the magical. The sword light was like a dragon, and it rushed towards the dragon shadow. The sword light seemed to have an invincible power. It cut through the void, crushed the dragon shadow, and directly chopped towards Xiaoqing. All right, everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but cheer loudly. A Sword Immortal's attack was indeed extraordinary. It was not a lie that Sword Immortals could dominate cultivators in the same realm. Humph, you do have some skills. Sword chi surged, and his skin felt as if it was being pricked by needles. However, Xiaoqing did not panic. He took a deep breath. Roar! Xiaoqing exhaled and roared. His roar shook the heavens and the earth, almost shattering the divine light shroud that enveloped the martial arts arena. Even with the divine light shroud as a barrier, the people closest to the martial arts arena were immediately knocked unconscious by the sound waves that spread out. Wow! Blood oozed out of the ears of many people as they screamed in horror and rushed into the distance. The martial arts arena was suddenly in chaos. This roar almost spread across half of the imperial capital. Countless people were inexplicably surprised and looked in the direction of the imperial martial arts arena. This was simply an earth-shattering roar of an ancient dragon. The sword light that was slashing towards Xiaoqing was immediately shaken away by the sound waves. The sudden roar shook the void within the divine light shroud, creating ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The void was distorted and almost collapsed. Li Ji, the Iron Sword Sect's Sword Immortal, only heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Then, he could no longer hear anything. The terrifying sound waves shook his soul, causing his vision to turn black, and he almost fainted. The terrifying killing power of the sound made Li Ji suffer a great impact. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart. His body cracked, and blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. He looked extremely hideous. Some of the older generation were shocked to the extreme. A roar could shake mountains and rivers, and even a Sword Immortal was seriously injured. This killing technique of sound was really terrifying. Roar of the Blue Dragon. On the high platform, Xianxia, the imperial tutor of the Great Yin, couldn't help but change his expression. If it wasn't for the spirit array that had been set up on the martial arts practice stage to weaken the remaining power from the martial arts practice stage, more than half of the people in the martial arts practice stage would have been roared to death by this roar. The Blue Dragon Roar of the Dragon Clan is a supreme killing technique that has been lost for countless years. Xianxia muttered to himself. The combat skill that Xiaoqing had displayed had surprised this super expert of the celestial being realm. At this time, Xiaoqing's roar was still mighty between heaven and earth. However, Xiaoqing had already turned into a phantom, rushed forward, and directly punched Li Ji in the stomach. This punch made Li Ji arch like a prawn, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Xiaoqing chopped Li Ji's neck with a knife hand and knocked him out. He had easily defeated the Sword Immortal of the Iron Sword Sect. This made all the cultivators of the Great Yin in the martial arts arena so shocked that their jaws dropped. However, this fierce dragon seemed to be too fierce. He had defeated the experts of the Great Yin dynasty, and now even the Sword Immortal of the Iron Sword Sect, Li Ji, had been defeated. At this time, the person controlling the formation of the martial arts arena opened the divine light shield that enveloped the martial arts arena. Immediately, the people of the Iron Sword Sect rushed to the martial arts arena and carried Li Ji down. Who else wants to come up and fight? Xiaoqing stood proudly on the martial arts arena and glanced in all directions. He was still full of fighting spirit, and the shadow of a dragon loomed over his body. There was silence around the martial arts arena. No one made a sound. Even a sword immortal had been defeated. In the entire martial arts arena, there were not many people who could defeat sword immortal Li Ji. This was a battle between immortals. Even if there were experts of the mysterious transformation realm present in the martial arts arena, they would be too embarrassed to fight an immortal. The mysterious transformation realm was a realm higher than the immortal realm. They were not on the same level at all. It would be an unfair victory, and if they lost, their reputation would be tarnished. Xiaoqing, quit while you're ahead. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Xiaoqing. Hee, big brother, just let me have a good fight. Xiaoqing said loudly to the high platform in the martial arts arena. He did not transmit his voice. Ouch! The great Yin dynasty has lost its voice because of Brother Qing. Brother Qing, you're amazing. Huh? He Tian laughed, his tone full of disdain. Some of the emotional great Yin cultivators in the field immediately cursed when they heard this. Some even walked out of the martial arts arena to invite experts. The members of the imperial family on the high platform felt humiliated. Oomph. If it weren't for the fact that my eldest brother is now in seclusion, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant here. A beautiful little princess wrinkled her cute nose and said angrily, Yes, I heard that His Highness has cultivated the immortal war emperor body and is the strongest immortal in the imperial capital. The real experts of the imperial capital have not appeared yet. Why are you so arrogant? When His Highness the Crown Prince shows up, he will definitely beat you up. Oomph. There is no need for eldest brother to do anything. Yin Hao, can take care of this guy. At this time, a man walked in from outside the martial arts arena. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing a purple gold dragon crown. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like cold stars. Chapter 740. It's the second prince. He's the second strongest in the imperial capital. I heard that he's already at the 8th heaven of the immortal realm. The immortal battle emperor technique of the great Yin dynasty is a peerless treasure. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, it can compete with the indestructible martial body. It's one of the supreme treasures of the Tonglong continent. When the crowd saw the handsome young man walk into the training field, they couldn't help but discuss. This young man was an influential figure in the imperial capital. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. The young man came to the front of the high platform and bowed to Yin Wuya. Yin Hao, what are you doing here? Yin Wuya glanced at Yin Hao and said indifferently. He was a super expert in the celestial being realm, so he didn't need to be polite to Yin Hao. The Great Yin dynasty was a dynasty established by cultivators. In the world of cultivation, everything was determined by strength. Even though Yin Hao was the second prince of the Great Yin dynasty, he was nothing in the eyes of cultivators. In the world of cultivation, strength was the most important thing. Yin Hao could become an influential figure in the imperial capital, not because he was a prince, but because of his strength. Grand Preceptor, I heard that someone is here to challenge the experts of the imperial capital, so I came to take a look, Yin Hao said, then glanced at Gu Fei and He Tian who were sitting at the side. Oomph. Your hands must be itchy. Just come down. Yin Wuya knew that this second prince was a king among the immortal realm, and there were few opponents in the imperial capital. The immortal battle emperor technique was passed down from the founder of the Great Yin dynasty, the immortal battle emperor. It was a secret of the royal family, and even the Grand Preceptor Yin Wuya couldn't cultivate it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yin Hao smiled, then turned to look at the training field. Your Royal Highness, you have to fight for the pride of the imperial capital's cultivation world. That's right. That demonic dragon is too arrogant. Your Royal Highness, teach this guy a lesson. Let him know that the cultivators of the imperial capital are not to be trifled with. Around the martial arts practice field, all the cultivators were shouting and cheering for Yin Hao. One had to know that this demon dragon had already defeated 15 experts from the imperial capital. Although the capital of the Great Yin dynasty was bustling and had a population of millions, there were not many immortal celestial realm experts. Xiaoqing had defeated more than half of the immortal celestial realm experts in the capital. If no one in the vast capital could suppress Xiaoqing, it would be too embarrassing for the cultivation world of the Great Yin dynasty. Humph! I can tell that there is no one else in your Great Yin dynasty. I don't mind fighting all of you alone. Come at me together. Xiaoqing gave Yin Hao a look, then ran his eyes around the arena with a disdainful look. He had the strength to be proud and the capital to be arrogant. He had defeated 15 immortal experts from the imperial capital, including Li Ji from the Iron Sword sect. A sword immortal who had cultivated successfully was an existence that dominated those of the same cultivation level. Few people in the immortal god realm were a match for a sword immortal. Damn it, he is too arrogant. The real experts of the imperial capital have not made their move yet. What are you being so arrogant for? Once again, the crowd was angered by Xiaoqing. They pointed at Xiaoqing and shouted. Some people even wanted to rush to the arena and fight with Xiaoqing. Humph! A cold laugh rang out, and a powerful aura immediately spread out in the martial arts practice field. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they unconsciously calmed down. Although you are very strong, but Yin Hao felt that he was ignored and could not help but feel a little annoyed. He stared at Xiaoqing and said coldly, "Swoosh!" A figure flashed. The second prince of the Great Yin dynasty, Yin Hao, rushed to the arena in an instant. The magic formation of the arena was immediately activated, and a huge divine light shield once again enveloped the arena. But what? Although you're the prince of the Great Yin dynasty, don't expect me to show mercy. Xiaoqing looked at Yin Hao and said with a faint smile. From Yin Hao's body, he sensed an extremely powerful force. It was as if there was a frightening prehistoric beast hiding in the body of this prince of Great Yin. Shameless boasting, Yin Hao said angrily. This guy was too arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Only by trampling this guy under his feet could he let this guy know that there was always someone stronger than him. Bam! Yin Hao did not speak anymore. He directly punched out. There was no powerful energy wave, no dazzling divine light. It was an ordinary punch, but the void trembled. Seeing this, Xiaoqing could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Is this guy going to fight me head on? Could it be that his physical body was stronger than mine? Xiaoqing thought. The body of the demon clan was extremely strong. This was an innate advantage. The body of human cultivators was generally not as strong as the demon clan. This was a well-known fact in the world of cultivation. Unless it was like Gu Fei, who practiced ancient martial arts. His body was extremely strong, which was rare in the world. Even the demon clan could not compare. Who cares? Even if I cripple him, it is his own bad luck. Xiaoqing directly punched out. There was no energy wave, and it seemed to be an ordinary punch. Buzz. Under this ordinary punch, the void let out a tremor. The entire void seemed as though it was going to collapse from the pressure of this punch. Boom! The two fists instantly collided with each other, producing an extremely dull sound. The entire martial arts practice stage immediately shook violently. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of collision of the two fists. The martial arts arena flashed with divine light, and runes appeared. The aura of the great path flowed, and the martial arts arena was fixed on this side. There was no divine skill, and there was no divine power. The two of them were fighting with pure strength. However, this was more terrifying than any collision of life and death skills. Tap, tap, tap. The two of them involuntarily retreated. Every step they took caused the entire martial arts arena to flash with divine light, and the runes were faintly discernible. Every step they took was as heavy as a mountain. If they were fighting in other places, the ground would probably have been destroyed by their stomps. Good. Xiaoqing's long hair danced in the wind. He could not help but cheer. This Yin Hao's body was indeed incomparably strong. He could actually take one of his punches. Yin Hao was also taken aback. This demonic dragon was indeed quite capable. one should know that he was cultivating the Immortal War Emperor technique. The Immortal Battle Emperor technique was a supreme treasure for dual cultivation of body skills. As long as one succeeded in cultivating it, the strength of the body would definitely not be inferior to that of a martial artist. Countless years ago, the Immortal Battle Emperor body was a supreme physique that could compete with the indestructible martial body. Xianxia was even more shocked than Xiaoqing. In the imperial capital, the number of immortals who could withstand a punch from Xianxia could be counted on one hand. After stabilizing their bodies, Xiaoqing and Xianxia stared at each other. Their eyes emitted an incomparably fierce divine light. Their gazes collided in the void, creating dazzling sparks. Both of them knew that they had met their match. Chapter 741. Everyone looked nervously at the two people on the martial arts platform. The huge martial arts field was silent. It was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Evenly matched, Wuxia said on the high platform. He was a super strong cultivator of the celestial being realm. He was 2 realms higher than Xiaoqing and Xianxia. Naturally, he could see through the strength of Xiaoqing and Xianxia. Gu Fei also nodded to himself. The immortal fighting emperor technique of the great Yin dynasty was indeed one of the rare books of the Tonglong continent. The body of the immortal fighting emperor was incomparably strong. However, compared to his own immortal martial body, there was still a big gap. Gu Fei thought that if he were to fight against Xianxia, he would be able to suppress Xianxia's immortal fighting emperor body. Xianxia's qi and blood were extremely strong. His body contained a strong power. He was like a hidden dragon, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Good. Again. Xiaoqing's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The dragon spirit on his body was vast and mighty. There was a faint shadow of a dragon around him. He was incomparably strong. He stepped forward and punched. He didn't use the life-slaying technique. It was just an ordinary punch. It was an ordinary attack, but it made Xianxia feel great danger. Xiaoqing's fist expanded rapidly in his eyes. Finally, it filled his entire eyeball. Rumble. Xiaoqing's fist was like a huge moving mountain. There was no strong wave of energy coming from the fist, but it shook the whole world. The whole martial arts field was covered with mysterious runes. A strong pressure came through the formation that covered the whole martial arts field. It was suffocating. The weaker cultivators retreated far away in fear. Oof. Xianxia sneered. He didn't dodge. He also stepped forward and punched forward. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and he was also incomparably strong. Bang! The 2 fists instantly collided. This time, when the 2 fists collided, the terrifying power instantly erupted like a volcano. Boom! The 2 of them flew backwards, and a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The space between the 2 of them directly collapsed, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the martial arts platform, and the aura of the Great Path flowed out, counteracting the terrifying energy storm that spread out. The destructive power couldn't leak out from the martial arts platform, and it was all blocked by the divine patterns of the Great Path. Roar! Roar! Xiaoqing and Xianxia roared angrily at the same time and charged forward again. The 2 of them moved quickly on the martial arts practice stage and started an intense close combat battle. Every punch landed on flesh, and the sound of collision rang out continuously. This was a battle of physical strength. Both of them had given up on their divine abilities and magical techniques. Both of them wanted to completely overwhelm the other in terms of physical strength. Their movement techniques were simply too fast. Those below the immortal god realm could no longer see their movements clearly and capture their movements. In the end, even the masters of the immortal god realm could barely see the 2 shadows moving quickly on the martial arts practice stage. They kept colliding, and terrifying waves spread out from the martial arts practice stage in waves. The close combat battle was extremely intense. Both Xiaoqing and Xianxia displayed all kinds of combat techniques, but still, neither of them could suppress the other. Both of them were injured. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. The 2 of them were evenly matched. If this went on, both of them would probably be injured. This was not the ending he wanted to see. Bang! Bang! Xiaoqing's punch landed on Yanhao's chest, and a fist mark appeared on Yanhao's chest. His sternum was broken, and he spat out blood. At the moment when Xiaoqing's punch landed on Yanhao, Yanhao also punched Xiaoqing's abdomen. The punch almost displaced all of Xiaoqing's internal organs, and blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. The two of them staggered backward. At this time, the crowd could clearly see the appearance of the two of them. Both of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes were torn. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. Everyone was extremely nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. They stared unblinkingly at the two experts on the martial arts practice stage. Who won and who lost? Everyone was only concerned about this question. However, after the two of them separated, they stood on the martial arts practice stage, panting and staring at each other. Neither of them fell. This evenly matched? Even the second prince can't suppress this demonic dragon. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. It should be known that among the immortals, the second prince of the Great Yin dynasty, Yanhao, was the second most powerful person in the imperial capital. After the eldest prince of the Great Yin dynasty, he was the most powerful. Even the sword immortal of the Iron Sword sect, Li Ji, was no match for Yanhao. With a cultivation base of the 8th heaven of Immortal Realm, there were not many Immortal Realm experts in the Great Yin imperial capital who could contend with Yanhao. Even the Immortal Realm experts of the older generation had to give way to him. Where did this demonic dragon come from? How could he be so powerful? Could he be an expert of the Eastern Dragon clan? On the martial arts practice field, many people began to guess the identity of Xiaoqing. The Eastern Dragon clan was the royal family of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Although there were few members of the Dragon clan, none of them were weak. "You really surprised me," Xiaoqing said. His lower abdomen was punched by Yanhao, and his internal organs were impacted. His 5 internal organs were injured, and his physical injuries were not light. The guy in front of him actually fought with him endlessly with the strength of his physical body. This shocked Xiaoqing. After all, he had cultivated the body of a real dragon, and his physical body was extremely strong. "You too." Yanhao reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently. He stopped looking down on Xiaoqing. His opponent's physical body was extremely strong, and it was comparable to his own. Yanhao's chest was punched by Xiaoqing, and his sternum was broken. The injury he suffered was not lighter than Xiaoqing's. Both of their physical bodies were strong to an unimaginable level. The blood and qi in their bodies were vast, and the injured parts were healing rapidly. "What? Do you want to fight again?" Xiaoqing asked. Since he could not defeat his opponent in close combat, the next step would be a contest of magical powers and sorcery. "Why not?" Yanhao said. Both of them were unparalleled, and their temperament was similar. They were both people who would not be easily convinced. Of course, these two people would not give up so easily. "Then why are you still talking so much?" Xiaoqing actually did not want to stop like this. It was rare to meet someone who could fight with him endlessly. Roar. Fighting dragon in the sky. Xiaoqing roared and soared into the sky. His entire body bloomed with divine light. The resplendent divine light made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes and look straight at him. An earth-shattering dragon roar soared into the sky. An azure dragon appeared in the divine light. The dragon soared into the sky and rushed down. A pair of dragon claws directly tore towards Yanhao, transforming body into sword. War Emperor's sword. Yanhao also shouted. His body emitted a resplendent golden light. His entire body turned into a golden holy sword, emitting endless sword qi. Then he soared into the sky and slashed towards the azure dragon that was pouncing down from the sky. Clang! The dragon claws and the golden holy sword collided continuously. The two great experts each displayed their supreme magical powers and fought again. The golden holy sword cut through the void. The sword qi was unparalleled and displayed great power. The sword qi that leaked out almost shattered the divine light barrier that enveloped the martial arts arena. However, Xiaoqing revealed the body of a true dragon. His pair of dragon claws were even more powerful than divine weapons. The void collapsed under his claws. The dragon chi was vast and mighty. There was a trace of the true dragon's aura rippling between heaven and earth. I didn't expect him to have the blood of a true dragon. Yin Wuya felt the true dragon chi and couldn't help but mutter to himself. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gufei glanced at Yin Wuya and couldn't help but be on guard. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. Gufei still had not figured out why this Yin Wuya lured him to the imperial capital of the great Yin dynasty. The golden holy sword and the azure dragon danced in the sky, constantly bombarding and colliding. The entire martial arts arena suffered a great impact. If it wasn't for the formation holding the martial arts arena in place, it would have been destroyed countless times. Although there were countless cultivators gathered in the martial arts arena, at this time, no one made a sound. They were all nervously watching the golden holy sword and the azure dragon fighting in the sky above the martial arts arena. This was related to the honor of the great Yin dynasty cultivators. All the cultivators in the martial arts arena wanted to see Yin Hao defeat the demon dragon. However, things didn't seem to be developing in the direction they thought. The strength of the two experts was almost equal. They were afraid that it would really end in a lose-lose situation. The azure dragon that Xiaoqing transformed into and the golden holy sword that Yin Hao transformed into clashed over 1,000 times. But it was still a draw. In the end, after the two of them forcefully clashed once, they separated and descended from the sky, transforming back into human form. Both of them couldn't help but admire each other. Both of them felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Again, who's afraid of you? Heavenly Dragon Claw. Little Qing roared and directly attacked. A cyan dragon, claw the size of a small mountain, emitted boundless energy fluctuations as it clawed at Yin Hao. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the void would shatter. The Heavenly Dragon Claw of the Dragon Clan was extremely powerful. It could shatter the void between heaven and earth. It enveloped Yin Hao under the claw. War Emperor's Fist. Yin Hao roared in the face of such a powerful attack. He punched out with his right fist, meeting the attack head-on. Above his fist, a dazzling divine light bloomed, as if a golden sun had appeared on the martial arts arena. The terrifying fist force caused the space in front of the fist to collapse. Stop! Seeing that the combat strength of the two was unparalleled, and the killing moves were about to collide, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the martial arts arena. The divine light barrier on the martial arts arena suddenly disappeared. A figure rushed onto the martial arts arena and came between them. Xiaoqing and Yin Hao were taken aback. Their strength was equal. Both of them were attacking with all their strength. It was impossible for them to withdraw their strong moves. They could only continue to attack. The Heavenly Dragon Claw and the War Emperor's fist blasted towards the person at the same time. The void was shattered. The terrifying power of destruction instantly drowned the person. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Could it be that this guy is courting death? He actually dared to rush between the two experts on the martial arts arena at this time. Chapter 742. Everything happened so suddenly that no one saw clearly who the person who rushed onto the stage was. F***CK. Brother Qing's wave grasping Dragonclaw hand is no joke. Erebus was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. After all, even he had no choice but to retreat when facing this wave grasping Dragonclaw. Gufei suddenly stood up from his seat. He had already guessed who had made the move. There was no one else who would dare to make a move at this time, except for that person. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises sounded almost at the same time. It was like thunder on the flat ground. The people around the stage were directly knocked out. Everyone else was dumbfounded and looked dumbfounded. Divine light shot out, and energy surged. A terrifying energy storm suddenly appeared on the martial arts stage. The destructive power swept out in all directions. Swoosh! At this time, the entire martial arts stage was covered with dazzling divine patterns of the Great Path. It attracted the divine power of the Great Path and blocked the crazy energy wave. The divine patterns of the Great Path circled around the martial arts stage. The aura of the Great Path rippled and dissolved the terrifying power that erupted. Otherwise, more people would have died. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and the entire martial arts stage seemed to be collapsing. At this moment, no one could see the scene on the martial arts stage clearly. It had become an extremely chaotic area. Divine light flashed, and the divine power was vast. The void collapsed, and the destructive power was terrifying. When the light gradually dissipated, everyone saw a shocking scene. A person stood proudly on the martial arts stage. He blocked Xiaoqing's dragon claw with one hand and grabbed Yin Hao's fist with the other. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was too powerful. He actually blocked the full force attack of two celestial gods with his bare hands. It was really unbelievable. However, after the shock, someone recognized the person's identity. It's the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor made a move. No wonder. The crowd below the martial arts arena began to discuss. The Great Yin Dynasty's Grand Preceptor was a celestial being, not to mention blocking the attacks of two Immortal Realm experts. Even killing them would be a piece of cake for him. However, when the crowd saw who it was, they all felt a little strange. In the entire Great Yin Dynasty, there were probably no more than 3 celestial beings. The Great Yin Dynasty had tens of thousands of miles of territory, countless subjects, and countless cultivators. It had a huge population base, and people suitable for cultivation were as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, among the countless cultivators, there weren't many who had truly succeeded in their cultivation, and even fewer who had reached the peak. As for those who had reached the Deva realm, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Out of 10 million cultivators, there might not even be one. If a celestial were to make a move, that would be thinking too highly of that demonic dragon. Let's stop here. Yin Wuxia retracted his hands and said indifferently. His words carried an unquestionable tone, not allowing the two of them to refuse. Grand Preceptor, Yin Hao still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yin Wuxia. If you want to stop, let's stop. Xiaoqing chuckled, not caring at all. He knew that his strength was on par with Yin Hao's. They would probably have to fight to the death to determine who was stronger. However, although Xiaoqing liked to fight, he didn't want to fight Yin Hao to the death. This battle between immortals ended in a draw. This was an ending that none of the cultivators in the Great Yin Imperial Capital wanted to see. After all, Xiaoqing had defeated more than half of the immortals in the Imperial Capital. Although Yin Hao had come out and fought to a draw with Xiaoqing, the cultivators in the Great Yin Imperial Capital still felt ashamed. Everyone had to admit that Xiaoqing's combat strength was indeed unparalleled. He was almost invincible in the Imperial Capital. Only the 2 princes of the Great Yin Dynasty could contend with such a powerful figure. Such a figure could be called a king among those of the same level. The battle came to an end, and the crowd gradually left. The news that Xiaoqing and Yin Hao fought to a draw quickly spread throughout the Imperial Capital. This news was undoubtedly shocking. It was not that a fierce dragon would not cross the river. The foreign dragon actually defeated the experts of the Imperial Capital. Even Yin Hao, who was known as the second strongest expert among the immortals, only fought to a draw with him. The entire Great Yin Dynasty was boiling with excitement. Everyone was talking about this matter. At this time, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were invited by the Grand Preceptor of the Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Wuxia, to his mansion. It was a building complex that looked like a palace. The Grand Preceptor of the Great Yin Dynasty held a high position and was also a celestial being. How could his mansion be an ordinary place? Gu Fei could see that there was a dragon vein under the ground of this mansion. The dragon energy was rising, and the entire mansion presented a strange phenomenon of a flying dragon in the sky that only cultivators could see. What a great investment! Cultivating here would most likely yield twice the result with half the effort compared to those caves in the famous mountains and great rivers. It was not a coincidence that the Great Yin Dynasty built their capital here, because under this land was the source of the dragon vein for millions of miles. In the eyes of cultivators, a land like this was the most suitable place to establish a sect, but the ancestors of the great Yin dynasty had built an immortal dynasty here. Xianxia invited Gu Fei into a secret chamber and talked for a few hours before he came out. When Xiaoqing and the others saw Gu Fei coming out, they did not look good and immediately bid farewell to Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to know that he could not make Gu Fei stay, so he asked someone to bring Gu Fei to the teleportation point. "Boss, why did you leave in such a hurry?" On the way to the teleportation point, He Tian finally could not help but ask. The capital of the great Yin dynasty was extremely prosperous, not something that the barren hills and unruly rivers of the Shaman land could compare with. Not to mention He Tian, even Xiaoqing and Balan felt it was a pity to leave without seeing the prosperity of the great Yin dynasty. This was a land of dragon ascension, especially where the great Yin dynasty's palace was located. One could see the dragon energy rising even during the day. The dragon energy was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. "Something has changed. We need to leave as soon as possible." Gu Fei did not say much. What exactly happened that even Gu Fei, who had always been fearless, would be moved? When He Tian and the others saw that Gu Fei was unwilling to say, they did not ask further. Soon, they arrived at a teleportation point. This was an open-air teleportation platform, and there was a sign in front of the platform that said, "Capital of Eastern Qi." Eastern Qi was another immortal dynasty in the eastern region of the Central Plains, and the Taishan sect was in the territory of the Eastern Qi dynasty. Once they returned to Eastern Qi, Gu Fei and the others would soon be able to return to the Taishan sect. However, the conversation with Xianxia made Gu Fei's heart tighten. He wanted to fly back to the Taishan sect immediately. This was the first time he had felt so anxious and uneasy. He had never imagined that in the past 300 years, so many things had happened on the Tonglong continent, and that the battle between the righteous and demonic paths had become so intense. The return of the ancient powers also included the return of the ancient demons. Gu Fei learned from Xianxia about the current situation of the Tonglong continent, and he also learned about the Taishan sect, and it was not good news. This was the reason why Gu Fei was in such a hurry to leave. Whoosh! The teleportation platform was activated, and there was a flash of divine light. The void suddenly twisted, and Gu Fei and the others disappeared from the platform. They had been teleported out. Chapter 743. Xianxia did not treat Gu Fei and the others so courteously for no reason. He wanted to use Gu Fei to make friends with the primeval Dao sect. He thought that the two celestial beings of the immortal Dao who had appeared during the battle with Chaotic Demon were the super experts of the primeval Dao sect. Although Chaotic Demon had been asleep for countless years and had not returned to his former peak state, he was still able to escape when the three celestial beings joined forces. Xianxia and Li Fan had wanted to come back to find Gu Fei, but they suddenly sensed something, so they broke through the void and left. Xianxia, who had wanted to make friends with Xianxia and Li Fan, set his sights on Gu Fei. From the brief conversation with Xianxia and Li Fan, Xianxia learned of Gu Fei's existence. That was why Xianxia invited Gu Fei to the capital of the great Yin dynasty as a guest. 300 years ago, when the true devil of the northern land was born, the world was no longer peaceful. The world changed, and the ancient powers returned one after another. The immortals, who had disappeared from the Tonglong continent for countless years, also began to roam the world. Conflicts between the righteous and demonic sects occurred from time to time. If it were not for the abyss of immortals and demons, the demons of the far north devil region would have killed their way out. Making friends with the ancient powers, or even allying with them, was the top priority of the superpowers of the Tonglong continent. This way, they could avoid being defeated one by the demons of the far north devil region. But unfortunately, Xianxia and Li Fan were not from the primeval Dao sect. Xianxia would never have guessed that they were from the bloodline of the Dao ancestor, who came from the Hell Dao. Gu Fei did not care about the conflict between the gods and demons. What he was most concerned about was what had happened to the Taishan sect. Swoosh! Divine light flashed, and after an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up. He, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others appeared on a stone platform. Beneath their feet were mysterious runes. We've come to the capital of Eastern Qi. This is... Gu Fei looked around and found that they were on top of a mountain. In front of them was a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. They could see people moving about in the countless buildings. The streets were like a spiderweb, spread everywhere, and a soaring draconic aura blew towards them. In the sky above the huge city, the shadow of a dragon could be seen faintly. Yet another dragon vein source, He Tian said in surprise. He was a formation grandmaster, so he naturally knew the wonders of the earth, mountains, and rivers. Finding the dragon veins was as easy as flipping his palm for him. This was a place where the dragon veins of the earth converged, and it was in no way inferior to the Swallow capital. Building a city and setting up a formation to nurture dragon qi, what a good method! He Tian sighed. No wonder those experts were willing to cultivate in this world. The huge city in front of them was simply a holy land for cultivation. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. An old man who was sitting cross-legged under a tree near the stone platform stood up. The tree behind him was so wide that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. The roots were like a horned dragon, spiraling on the ground. It was unknown how old it was. And who are you? Xiaoqing looked at the old man and couldn't help but be surprised to find that the old man was actually a void-controlling realm cultivator. I'm the guardian of this teleportation formation, the old man said as he walked over. The old man said as he walked over. When he realized that he couldn't see through these people's cultivation, he couldn't help but become cautious. We're from the Swallow capital, Xiaoqing said. Swallow capital? So you're friends from the Great Yin dynasty. The old man stopped when he heard that, then turned around and walked back. This teleportation formation seemed to be an ancient formation. The stone platform that it was built on was covered with marks left behind by time, and there was even a void-controlling realm cultivator guarding it. But then again, it was no wonder. The distance between the Great Yin dynasty and the Eastern Qi dynasty was more than 10 million miles, and a teleportation formation that could transport people 10 million miles was not something anyone could set up. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly said, "Come here, I have something to ask you." The old man stopped again when he heard that, then turned around and walked back. Is there a teleportation formation nearby? To Taishan sect? Gu Fei asked. He didn't want to waste time. Taishan sect. The old man couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that, and his expression became a little strange. He said, there is a teleportation formation to Taishan sect, but... He stopped talking. Taishan sect was a great sect in the Eastern Qi dynasty. How could there not be a teleportation formation to Taishan sect in the capital of the Eastern Qi dynasty? Gu Fei knew that there was a teleportation formation to the capital of the Eastern Qi dynasty in the Taishan sect. What's wrong? Hurry up and answer my boss's question, He Tian said with some displeasure. The power of the soul surged out, causing the old man's spiritual soul to tremble, and he was shocked. Yes, yes, yes. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly said, Taishan Mountain no longer exists, so even if there is a teleportation formation to Taishan sect, it can't be used now. What? Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balon were all shocked when they heard the old man's words. Taishan Mountain no longer existed? How was this possible? They stole a glance at Gu Fei and saw that Gu Fei was not shocked. Did the boss already know? This was an incredible thing. They all knew that Taishan sect was Gu Fei's sect. No wonder the boss was in such a hurry to come back. What's going on? Explain it clearly. In their excitement, Xiaoqing and the others unconsciously released a trace of their aura. The old man was only at the Royal Void Realm. How could he resist the powerful aura of these people? He immediately fell to the ground, trembling all over, and was terrified. Xiaoqing and the others saw that the old man was so frightened, and they quickly restrained their auras. Under the interrogation of Xianxia and the others, they finally learned the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Taishan Mountain was a place where the ancient great powers sealed the demons. One night, 200 years ago, Taishan Mountain suddenly collapsed, and endless demonic qi rushed out from under the earth. A fairy-like place turned into a demonic domain in the blink of an eye. In the demonic qi, terrible demons rushed out, and Taishan sect suffered countless casualties. After that battle, Taishan sect and even the entire Taoism declined. In just a short period of 200 years, Taishan sect had become a second-rate cultivation sect from the great sects of Eastern Qi. Taishan sect declined, but in the eastern region, there was another force that quickly rose, and that was the Dongfang family, which had endured for thousands of years. An ancestor of the Dongfang family, who had been sleeping for thousands of years, woke up and killed several great demons that came to invade, shocking the eastern region. Now, the eastern region was the world of the demonic path and the Dongfang family, and the location of Taishan Mountain had become a den of demons, shrouded in demonic qi all year round, and terrible demons appeared. Taishan sect, Guangxing Celestial sect, Xianxia sect, and all the great sects of the eastern region wanted to destroy the demons in this den of demons, but they were almost completely wiped out. It was that battle that led to the complete decline of Taishan sect, Guangxing Celestial sect, Xianxia sect, and the three great Taoist sects. In that battle, blood stained the sky, and the masters of the three great Taoist sects and the other great sects fell one after another. Even after 200 years, those who had participated in that battle still shuddered when they thought of the scene. Second-rate sects? Dongfang family? Gu Fei only knew a general idea from Yin Wuxia, but it was far less detailed than the old man who guarded the matrix. Has the Dongfang family risen? Interesting. Gu Fei sneered. He had a great hatred for the Dongfang family. Dongfang Chun, you better be alive. I, Gu Fei, have come back. Gu Fei looked to the east, and his murderous aura was faintly discernible. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and the others felt the cold, murderous intent of Gu Fei, and they could not help but feel their hearts beat faster. Chapter 744. In the eastern region, Taishan Mountain, which had once been a holy land for cultivation, no longer existed. This was no longer a fairy-like place. Everything within 1,000 miles was shrouded in demonic qi. Taishan Mountain had 9 spiritual peaks, which represented the heritage of the 9 veins of Taishan. But now, where the 9 peaks of Taishan used to be, the earth had sunk, forming a bottomless devil's den that seemed to be connected to this world of demons. The devil's den was shrouded in demonic qi. It was the source of all demonic qi within 1,000 miles. From time to time, a few shrill and terrifying demonic howls could be heard coming from the devil's den. A demonic power that could disturb one's mind lingered between heaven and earth, and all the creatures nearby were turned into terrifying demons by this demonic power. From time to time, a demonic eagle could be seen flying across the sky, and a double-headed demon tiger could be seen looming in the forest. Even the vegetation was tainted with a trace of demonic qi. At noon, the figures of Gu Fei and the others appeared near the devil's den. They did not enter the area shrouded by the demonic qi, but only watched from the outside. It's the aura of a true demon. When He Tian saw this devil's den, he was immediately moved. A true demon had been born. No wonder the 3 great Taoist sects had joined forces with the masters of all the major sects to attack this devil's den, but they had almost all been wiped out. Although it was noon and the sun was shining, the area ahead was still dark and terrifying. It seemed that even the sunlight could not penetrate the demonic clouds that shrouded the area. At this time, suddenly, a demon eagle passing through the demonic clouds noticed Gu Fei and the others, and then silently approached Gu Fei and the others. The demon eagle seemed to regard Gu Fei and the others as its prey. Swoosh! The demon eagle came close, and then suddenly turned into a black shadow. It flew toward He Tian with extreme speed, and a terrible, murderous aura spread out. This demon eagle seemed to have slaughtered many creatures. The murderous aura emanating from its body was so heavy that Gu Fei and the others could not help but change their expressions. You don't know what's good for you. Hei Tian's eyes fiercely shot out two beams of divine light, piercing forward. Puff! With a cry, the demonic eagle's head exploded, and its corpse fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Gu Fei noticed that the blood that sprayed out from the demon eagle's neck was not bright red, but black as ink. This was demonic blood. When the demonic blood dripped onto the ground, the stones were corroded by the demonic blood, creating small black holes that emitted black smoke. It's a completely demonized creature. Hei Tian said. You seem to know a lot about monsters. Just as the demon eagle's corpse fell to the ground, a demonized wild wolf darted out of the thicket, grabbed the demon eagle's corpse with its mouth, and darted into the thicket. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help glancing at each other. This devil's den was definitely a terrifying danger zone. Ordinary life forms wouldn't be able to exist nearby. Even if a cultivator stayed here for a long time, the invisible demonic nature that lingered in the void would trigger their inner demons, and there would be the danger of becoming a demon. You guys wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look. In the end, Gu Fei decided to go in and take a look. Big brother, let's retreat first. Xiaoqing felt uneasy. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon was hiding in the devil's den. The demonic nature here made his heart palpitate. Gu Fei shook his head, then said, Since we're here, it would be a pity not to explore. You don't have to worry. If we encounter danger, we can just hide in the inner world or the hell realm. Xiaoqing and the others remembered that Gu Fei had a lot of life-saving methods. Not only did he control two inner worlds, but he could also freely enter and exit the hell realm. Even if an almighty came, he would probably be able to escape from them. Once Gu Fei had decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. He stepped into the demonic land in front of him. Xiaoqing and the others didn't stop Gu Fei. They didn't go in either. They waited outside. They had an agreement with Gu Fei that if Gu Fei didn't come out within 24 hours, they would go to the Supreme Mystery Sect to wait. The Supreme Mystery Sect had completely declined and became a second-rate sect in the eastern region. The famous mountains and rivers were all occupied by other great sections. The Supreme Mystery Sect was now located in a place called the Dragon Valley in the mountains thousands of miles away. There was a spirit vein under the Dragon Valley. Of course, this was not a high-grade spirit vein. It couldn't even be considered a dragon vein. Of course, the great sects didn't care about such a low-grade spirit vein. Thus, the Supreme Mystery Sect temporarily settled in the Dragon Valley. They stayed there for 200 years. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect rarely left the Dragon Valley and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. From the endless glory of hundreds of sects to the complete decline, no one cared about them. The changes in the Supreme Mystery Sect could be said to be too great. It was 100 years of prosperity and decline. For a great sect to decline so quickly, although it couldn't be said to be unique in the world of cultivation, it was still rare. Of course, compared to the Great Yin Dynasty Ziwei sect, the Supreme Mystery Sect was already considered lucky. After the four great immortal cultivators of the Ziwei sect were destroyed by Xiaoqing and the others, the Ziwei sect of the Southern Yin Dynasty was quickly divided up by other forces. The Supreme Mystery Sect still had a chance to rise again, but the Ziwei sect didn't. Within a radius of hundreds of miles of the Devil's Cave, skeletons could be seen everywhere. Among the rocks and grass, the soil was red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Gu Fei carefully walked through the mountains, lurking in the direction of the Devil's Cave. There were a few demonic eagles circling in the sky. Gu Fei restrained the aura on his body. The power of the inner world overflowed from his dantian, enveloping his body and isolating all the aura on his body. Roar! A demonic beast the size of a small mountain passed by in front of him. Gu Fei hid behind a boulder, waiting for the demonic beast to pass before continuing forward. The closer he got to the Devil's Cave, the stronger the demonic power became. The demonic beasts Gu Fei encountered also became stronger and stronger. Gu Fei didn't alarm any demonic beasts. When he arrived near the Devil's Cave, the demonic beasts that roamed around the Devil's Cave were extremely powerful and ferocious. Some of the bones scattered on the ground were crystal clear. They were definitely not ordinary bones. Roar! A demonic tiger with two heads roared. This demonic tiger was enjoying a feast, but another demonic wolf with wings on its back had its eyes on the demonic tiger's prey and was closing in on it. The demonic beasts near the Devil's Cave were extremely powerful. The demonic tiger and demonic wolf were all filled with murderous intent, and their roars shook the mountains. Gu Fei hid to the side and sensed the movements around him. It seemed that there were no demonic people in the entire Devil's Cave, only demonic beasts walking around. Why is it so quiet? Gu Fei thought. According to the old man who guarded the array, the battle back then was earth-shattering. The three great Dao sects and the great sects of the Eastern Domain were almost completely annihilated. There should be powerful demonic people here. Roar! Roar! At this time, the two demonic beasts finally started fighting. The forest shook, causing the other demonic beasts to flee for their lives. Only a few powerful demonic beasts were watching. Chapter 745. Inside the Devil's Cave, the light was dim, and the demonic chi surged up from below. An eerie and terrifying aura filled the air. The demonic nature was many times stronger than it was outside, so even Gu Fei had to be careful when dealing with it. Gu Fei carefully descended along the stone walls of the cave. With his eyesight, he could only see things a few hundred feet away. Anything further was a blur. No wonder he had found the bones of the indestructible martial body and the demon in the cave at the bottom of the icy pool of azure water. It seemed that the entire bottom of Taixian Mountain was a huge devil's cave. Some people said that Taixian Mountain was the place where the ancient great powers sealed the demons. The 9 peaks of Taixian were not naturally formed, but were man-made. Someone moved the mountains and emptied the seas, laying down a super matrix to suppress this devil's cave. It was hard to imagine what kind of earth-shattering things had happened in the past. Could it be that the legendary battle between the gods and demons had really happened? Was it why the gods and demons became extinct later? Gu Fei did not know. Perhaps only those ancient powers that had existed for countless years would know such a secret. The Devil's Cave seemed to be connected to a demonic area. An hour had passed, but they still had not reached the bottom. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. This Devil's Cave was too deep. At this time, the demonic chi around Gu Fei was so thick that it could not be dispersed. The terrifying demonic nature forced Gu Fei to focus and resist. Under the Devil's Cave, it seemed that there really was an ancient true demon sleeping, and Gu Fei was approaching this true demon. The source of the demonic nature could only be the true demon, or the supreme demonic implement left behind by the ultimate true demon. Either way, for Gu Fei, it was not a good thing. After all, this was a dangerous place. After descending for more than 2 hours, Gu Fei's feet finally touched something. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This devil's cave was so deep that it was hard to imagine. Kacha! Gu Fei broke a bone, giving himself a big fright. He immediately stopped all his movements and sensed the movements around him. There was nothing strange in the surging demon Qi. At this moment, Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief and began to look around. He was shocked to discover that there was a thick layer of bones beneath his feet. There were countless bones scattered on the ground, some of which had already decayed and turned into bone powder. Demonic Qi surged all around. Gu Fei discovered that it was very difficult to tell the direction at the bottom of the Devil Cave. It was very easy to get lost in such a place. Gu Fei floated in the air. The ground beneath his feet was filled with dried bones. If he were to accidentally step on the bones and shatter them, it would be bad if he alerted the devil dwellers at the bottom of the cave. He sensed the direction where the demonic nature was coming from and floated forward like a ghost, silently drifting through this demonic land. Along the way, not only did he see sparkling bones that were like divine jade, but he also saw bones that were as black as ink. It was clear that these were immortal bones and demon bones. Immortals and demons had once fallen here. Could it be that this was an ancient battlefield of gods and demons? Even Gu Fei was shocked by the thought that popped into his head. Otherwise, why would there be immortal bones and demon bones? Gu Fei continued forward. Gradually, there were shrill and terrifying demonic howls coming from the front. It was as if there were a group of demons howling in the depths of this demonic land. Suddenly, Gu Fei's expression changed. He quickly hid behind a large rock. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air rippling came from the front. A figure shrouded in demon chi rushed out from the demonic fog and flew backward. Gu Fei hid behind a rock and saw clearly that it was not a human, nor was it a demonic beast. It was a bare-chested figure with a pair of bat-like wings on its back. A demon. Gu Fei walked out from behind the boulder and murmured as he looked at the direction where the figure disappeared. Only now did he meet a demon dweller. This was not a demon cultivated by humans, but a different kind of creature. In ancient times, this kind of creature was known as the demon race. Gu Fei had only come across such a description in an ancient book by chance. The sky was gloomy. There was no sun or moon, and the demonic energy was vast. This scene was very similar to the Hell Realm. But this was not the Hell Realm, but a terrifying demonic realm. Thousands of people had fallen here. The ground was covered with white bones. It was truly frightening. After finding traces of the demons, Gu Fei became even more careful. This was the territory of the demons. If he was discovered, there was nowhere to run. If he didn't fight, he would have to enter the inner world. After a few hundred miles, Gu Fei found a few more demons flying in the sky. The closer he got to the source of the demonic nature, the more they appeared. Also, the strength of these demons were comparable to demigods. They were one of the most ancient races in the world and were born with incomparable talent. Gradually, the demonic aura in front of him thinned. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a scene that shocked him. A pitch-black palace appeared in front of him. It was a palace that floated in the sky. The demonic aura came from that palace. That was the source of the demonic nature, a terrifying devil hall. At this time, the power of the demonic nature had reached its peak. It was like a supreme, true devil was hiding in the devil hall ahead. This demonic nature caused Gu Fei's heart to be in chaos. It caused him to recall the bloody scenes of slaughter. This demonic nature triggered his killing intent. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the heaven and earth energy, which weakened the majority of the demonic nature, he would have already turned into a devil. Gu Fei discovered that the devil hall in the sky wasn't simply floating in the air. It was locked in place by 4 gigantic chains. The 4 chains coiled around the devil hall and hung down from the sky, sinking into the ground. Clang! All of a sudden, the devil hall trembled as though it wanted to fly up into the sky. However, it was locked in place by the 4 chains. The clanging sounds of the chains resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Pong, 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 pong. The sound of a heartbeat rang out from within the devil hall. The entire space trembled along with the rhythm of this sound. The devil hall was struggling. Clang! The chains clanged. Gu Fei was taken aback by the sudden change in the situation. The power of the demonic nature increased by several folds in an instant, causing Gu Fei to almost lose his mind and sink into an endless cycle of slaughter. Even with the obstruction of the heaven and earth energy, the demonic nature still seeped in, almost triggering the devil in his heart. How terrifying! What exactly is inside? Gu Fei felt his heart trembling. He calmed his mind and tried to resist the devilish qi radiating from the devil hall. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared around him. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. In this way, the demonic nature was greatly weakened. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar rang out from the depths of the devil grounds. After that, a terrifying aura swept out from the depths of the devil grounds, coiling around the heaven and earth. Rumble! The heaven and earth trembled as the wind and clouds changed color. In the dark sky, a gigantic black shadow appeared. This black shadow emitted a towering, baleful aura, sweeping away the layers of devil chi as it rapidly approached the devil hall. What is that thing? Gu Fei sensed the terrifying aura. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. Chapter 746. Gu Fei retreated to a cluster of rocks in a low mountain dozens of miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a strong wind came from a distance. A huge black shadow broke through the demonic fog and flew out. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on it. It was a sinister and terrifying demonic dragon with a pair of wings on its back and sharp bone spikes on its back. This demonic dragon was as big as a mountain. Its demonic chi soared into the sky, and its pitch-black scales flowed with demonic light. Moreover, this demonic dragon didn't only have one head, but three. This was a three-headed demonic dragon. Roar! The three heads of the three-headed demonic dragon roared at the sky at the same time. Heaven and earth trembled, and the nearby demonic people directly fell from the sky. Gu Fei was also stunned by the scene in front of him. This dragon was definitely comparable to a true dragon. Even a super expert of the celestial realm would have to retreat if they encountered it. No wonder the allied forces formed by the three great Taoist sects and the major sects of the eastern region were almost completely annihilated. There is actually such a terrifying demonic dragon in the demonic land under the demonic cave. If this demonic dragon rushed out of the demonic cave, the entire eastern region would probably be in chaos. At this moment, the demonic dragon actually attacked the demonic palace in the sky. Its huge dragon claws slammed down on the demonic palace like a mountain. Boom! The entire demonic palace shook violently. However, the demonic dragon's attack didn't knock the demonic palace down from the sky. The demonic palace was attacked and began to emit demonic patterns. Countless demonic patterns appeared above the demonic palace. The power of the great Tao circulated, and the demonic patterns drew upon the power of the great Tao, enveloping the demonic palace. Only a supreme expert could imprint the great Tao and lay down a Tao pattern. It seemed that a supreme expert of the demonic path had laid down a demonic array to protect the item inside the demonic palace. The item inside the demonic palace was actually able to emit such a powerful demonic nature. It was definitely extraordinary. It can't be an extreme demonic artifact left behind by a true devil of the extreme Tao, right? Gu Fei thought to himself. Only a treasure left behind by a supreme expert would have such a powerful demonic nature. Swish, swish, swoosh. Just as the demonic dragon was attacking the demonic hall, three blurry demonic figures appeared around the hall. Each of these demonic figures exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Each of the devil dwellers that came had a terrifying strength no weaker than the devil dragon. Moreover, they were three great devils comparable to celestial beings. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Without any words, the devil dragon and the three devils started fighting. They seemed to be fighting for something in the devil hall, and a life and death battle ensued. The terrifying energy fluctuations from the battle caused even the devil hall in the air to tremble unceasingly. The four chains were pulled taut. Fight, fight. It's best if all four of us are injured. Gu Fei hid in the chaos far away and watched the intense battle in front of him. He was extremely nervous. Roar! The three-headed demonic dragon roared. Its three heads and three huge mouths constantly spewed out terrifying demonic flames, burning the void until it collapsed. Its battle prowess was unparalleled. As for the other three devils, they displayed unfathomable divine abilities of the demonic path. One transformed into a black hole, devouring everything in the world. One held a demonic pagoda, suppressing all directions. The last one transformed into a true devil body, turning into a towering demonic god. Its giant hands shattered mountains and rivers as it attacked the other three powerhouses. The four great devils pierced through the heavens and earth. Finally, the dozen or so bone spurs on the back of the demonic dragon flew up and pierced through the true devil body of the demon. The true devil body of the demon was seriously injured and had no choice but to retreat. As for the other demon that had transformed into a black hole, it had successfully swallowed one of the demon dragon's heads into the black hole, directly obliterating the demon dragon's head. Roar! The demonic dragon roared in pain. Pitch black, demonic blood gushed out of its neck like a fountain. The demonic dragon was also seriously injured. It retreated from the battle and retreated into the depths of the demonic land. The remaining two devils launched a life and death battle. Boom! The 9-tiered demonic pagoda descended from the sky, crushing down on the black hole demon. A large area of the void was crushed. The demonic pagoda pierced through the heavens and earth, displaying its supreme demonic might. The black hole demon didn't dodge. The black hole instantly enlarged, producing a terrifying suction force that could devour the sky. It actually wanted to devour the demonic pagoda into the black hole. Rumble, two waves of demonic energy that were powerful to the extreme collided, canceling each other out. One pagoda suppressed heaven and earth, erupting with endless demonic light. However, the other devil turned into a black hole, displaying unmatched divine abilities, actually stopping that devil pagoda. The two great devils were in a deadlock for a moment, neither able to suppress the other. Swish! Swish! At this moment, two resplendent blood-colored lights suddenly shot down from the sky. Within the blood-colored light, there was a blood-colored demonic arrow wrapped in demonic patterns. In an instant, it pierced through the void and shot in front of the great devil controlling the demonic pagoda. The other devil arrow shot directly into the black hole. Roar! The great devil controlling the demonic pagoda roared angrily. The devil arrow directly pierced through his chest, shooting out a bloody hole from the front to the back. He was almost shot in two. From the depths of the black hole that was contending against the demonic pagoda came a scream. The black hole shattered, and a devil arrow stabbed into the shoulder of the great devil. Boom! The demonic arrow exploded in an instant, and the demonic inscriptions crumbled, releasing a terrifying destructive power that directly blew up half of the great demon's body. Wah! Roar! The two Deva-level gargoyles were enraged and howling. They had been ambushed, and the devilish arrows were branded with devilish runes. They were definitely precious treasures, and even if they weren't devil weapons refined by a true devil of the extreme Tao, they wouldn't be far off. This demonic weapon could definitely shoot down a great devil comparable to a celestial being. Swish! The bloody light appeared on the horizon again. When the two great devils saw this, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. One of the great devils withdrew the demonic pagoda and rushed into the depths of the demonic land without looking back. The other great devil, with only half of his body left, also disappeared into the dark sky, as if he was fleeing for his life. The two great devils comparable to celestial beings had escaped, but there were no devil arrows coming from the horizon. Clang! 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 The sound of the iron chains clashing still rang out. The demonic patterns on the demonic palace in the sky swirled, and the aura of the great path curled around it. It wanted to soar into the sky and fly away. However, the four huge iron chains firmly locked the demonic palace in the sky. No matter how much the demonic palace struggled, it could not escape. Bang! 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 The strange sound that sounded like a beating heart came from the demonic palace. The power of the demonic nature was vast and mighty, and with the rhythm of the sound, it was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When Gu Fei saw the blood-colored demonic arrow, he immediately remembered that someone had secretly attacked him in the land of shamans, and they had used this kind of blood demon arrow. However, the blood demon arrow that suddenly appeared today was incomparably powerful. There were blood demon patterns on it, and it could shoot down a great devil comparable to a celestial being. What was going on? Could it be that the person who had secretly injured the two great devils comparable to celestial beings was the same person who had sneak attacked him that day? Gu Fei's thoughts raced. At this moment, a person walked over from the horizon. This was a young man who held a demonic bow that was shrouded in a bloody aura. His entire body was shrouded in demonic energy. When Gu Fei saw this person, his eyes turned red, and a wave of anger rushed to his head. He had never thought that he would meet this person in this place. Dongfang Chun. Chapter 747. Dongfang Chun. Seeing the person who came, Gu Fei immediately gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but want to rush out and fight with that guy, but he couldn't help but endure it. Before knowing the strength of the other party, Gu Fei would not make a move. That guy actually seriously injured the two terrifying great demons comparable to celestial beings with a demonic arrow, which made Gu Fei very afraid. One must know that the demonic bow in Dongfang Chen's hand was a terrifying demonic bow that could shoot and kill great demons. Gu Fei didn't think that he could resist the other party's arrow. After calming down, Gu Fei thought a lot. Why did this guy appear in this demonic land? Why did he become a devil cultivator? One must know that Dongfang Chun was a disciple of the Supreme Profound Sect, a descendant of a famous righteous sect. But now, this Dongfang Chun was surrounded by demonic qi, and his demonic power was vast and mighty. He had clearly fallen into the demonic path. Could it be that this guy actually turned to the devil cultivator when the great calamity came? Just as Gu Fei was thinking about it, Dongfang Chun had already arrived in front of the demon palace in the sky. A pair of demonic eyes emitted a demonic bloody light as he scanned the inside of the demon palace. At this time, the strange heartbeat sound coming from the demon palace had gradually weakened, and the terrifying demonic nature was also fading. The countless demonic patterns that appeared on the demon palace also began to gradually disappear. Shua! Dongfang Chun retreated and then pulled out a scarlet blood demonic arrow from the quiver on his back. The demonic patterns on the arrow were faintly discernible, and a heart-palpitating demonic power was emitted from the arrow. Gu Fei found that Dongfang Chen's quiver was already empty, and there was only one demonic arrow branded with demonic patterns left. I must obtain the heart of the demon emperor, Dongfang Chun muttered to himself, then pulled the bowstring, and the spiritual energy from all directions immediately gathered. One person and one bow bloomed with endless blood light, illuminating the dim world. Shua! The demonic arrow turned into a blood-colored rainbow and flew out. The demonic patterns were faintly discernible, and the power of the great Tao was aroused. The void was directly pierced, and a large crack was cut in the sky. Bam! Blood splattered everywhere. The light arrow that was surrounded by demonic patterns directly shot into the demonic hall. In that instant, the demonic patterns on the demonic hall instantly radiated boundless demonic light, and the aura of the great Tao permeated the air. The terrifying demonic arrow that could kill a great demon comparable to a celestial being was blocked. The seal of the demonic hall was difficult to break. The entire demonic hall was imprinted with demonic matrices. Unless it was a true extreme path demonic weapon or an extreme path true demon, no one could touch the things in the demonic hall. Boom! The devil arrow exploded, and the blood-colored devilish light enveloped half of the devil hall. The destructive energy directly shattered the void, shattering the world. Such a powerful force was still unable to shake the seal of the devil hall. How could this be? Dongfang Chun didn't seem to be able to accept this result. He stared at the devil hall in front of him in a daze. He had already used up all his devil arrows, but he still couldn't break the seal. This made Dongfang Chun a little frustrated. At this moment, Dongfang Chun suddenly felt a cold aura lock onto him, and a cold, killing intent hit him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. "Who is it? Get out here for me." Dongfang Chun was in a very bad mood. Someone actually came to find him. This was simply asking for death. Dongfang Chun. A voice sounded from a short mountain in the distance. This voice. When Dongfang Chun heard this voice, he couldn't help but change his expression. Although he hadn't heard this voice for 300 years, he was still very familiar with this voice. Gu Fei. Dongfang Chun looked in the direction of the voice. A pair of blood-colored eyes emitted an evil, blood-colored light, staring at the figure in front of him that was walking towards him. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. In just a few steps, he arrived in front of Dongfang Chan in the sky. It's been 300 years, but your appearance hasn't changed at all. Many people say that you're already dead, but I know that you won't die so easily. Dongfang Chen stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. Gu Fei looked at Dongfang Chen. At this moment, he was surprisingly calm. He didn't have the impulse to fight as soon as he appeared. If he said that he wasn't angry, even he wouldn't believe it. However, at the moment when he really faced Dongfang Chen, his heart was really calm. But you have changed. You actually fell into the devil's path. Then it is justifiable for me to kill you. Gu Fei looked at Dongfang Chen and said calmly, Devil? What is a devil? What a joke. If you want to kill me, then do it. Don't find any high-sounding reasons. Dongfang Chen said disdainfully, I admire you very much. You are only in the immortal realm, but you actually dared to make a move against a great devil comparable to a celestial being and scare them away. I can't help but admire you. Gu Fei has already seen through Dongfang Chen's cultivation. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have appeared. The grievances between you and me will be settled today. Make your move. Dongfang Chen held the devil bow, and his right hand was already on the bowstring. Although the terrifying devil arrows branded with devil runes have been used up, this devil bow can still shoot blood-fiend devil arrows that can make immortals pale. Bam! Gu Fei slapped out with his palm. However, Gu Fei operated the 5 elements void and took all the devil arrows into the 5 elements world. Chapter 748. Dongfang Chen kept pulling the bowstring, shooting out one blood arrow after another. The terrifying blood energy was vast and mighty. The blood arrow light didn't stop until it was stained with blood. If it was any other immortal expert, they would have been shot down by Dongfang Chen. Unfortunately, Dongfang Chen's opponent today was Gu Fei. Rumble, the 5 elements small world revolved around Gu Fei's body. It was 5 independent small worlds. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements surged in the 5 small worlds. The blood arrow light shot out by Dongfang Chen was absorbed by the 5 small worlds around Gu Fei and then obliterated by the power of the 5 elements. It couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Seeing this, Dongfang Chen couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei's cultivation would be this powerful. 300 years ago, he wasn't Gu Fei's opponent. Could it be that after 300 years, he still wasn't Gu Fei's opponent? Roar! Dongfang Chen roared towards the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Demonic energy surged all over his body. He pulled the devil bow, drawing the power of the world from all directions. The arrow pierced through the void. Blood light illuminated the sky. The whole world trembled under the devil arrow as if it was about to collapse. Gu Fei sneered. He stood in the 5 elements small world, untouched by all kinds of techniques. He was already in an invincible position. No matter how the devil arrow shattered the void, it couldn't threaten him. The 5 elements small world revolved. The metal world emitted endless golden light. From the golden world came a sonorous sound. Countless golden swords and blades condensed. Go! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the thousands of blades and swords rushed out of the metal small world and slashed towards Dongfang Chen. The power of the metal element was vast. The thousands of swords and blades seemed to be cast from fine gold. They were like peerless divine weapons, cutting through the void and piercing the world. The sword light and blade chi soared into the sky, causing the world to change color. Swish! Dongfang Chen no longer pulled the bow. He flew backward and then slammed his right hand forward. Boom! The void in front of him immediately collapsed and shattered. Countless golden swords and sabers slashed down, but all of them sank into the shattered void and were obliterated by the chaotic void power. Boom! At this time, Dongfang Chen only felt a sudden tremor in the sky above his head. A terrifying figure that looked like a god or a demon appeared above him and stomped down on him. Dongfang Chen was taken aback. He didn't have time to react. The big foot that descended from the sky instantly arrived above his head. The terrifying power under the big foot was vast and mighty. Dongfang Chun felt great danger. At this moment, all the hair on his body stood up. Bam! Dongfang Chen's expression was extremely ferocious. He roared crazily, and his left hand was still tightly holding the magic bow. Is that so? I'll kill you now, Gu Fei said coldly. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Dongfang Chun at all. The mountain and river cauldron had frozen this part of the world, and Dongfang Chun couldn't escape at all. Boom! Gu Fei slapped down with his palm. The huge palm covered down from the sky like an ancient divine mountain. It crushed down from the sky, and a violent force shook the heaven and earth. Bam! Dongfang Chun was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's palm. He didn't even have time to scream before his body and soul were instantly destroyed. The power of destruction destroyed everything. Only the magic bow fell from the sky into the dust, and it was still shining with a bloody light. It could be seen that this magic bow was extraordinary. Rumble, Gu Fei put away the 5 elements small world. Just as he was about to pick up the magic bow on the ground, the Devil Palace in the distant sky suddenly shook, and a terrifying energy wave burst out from the Devil Palace. The entire Devil Palace was emitting endless magic light, and the magic runes were lingering. The power of the Great Tao was vast and mighty. Bang! 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 Just as Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked, a violent collision sound came from the Devil Palace, as if something was about to rush out of the Devil Palace. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head shook, and primordial energy appeared on the body of the cauldron. Gu Fei felt a trace of panic coming from the cauldron's soul. Could it be that there is something in that Devil Palace that even the mountain and river cauldron is afraid of? Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. One must know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme saint tool. What else in the world could make the mountain and river cauldron feel uneasy? Chapter 749. Just as Gu Fei killed Dongfang Chun, an angry roar came from a cave in the Dragon Valley thousands of miles away. A figure rushed out of the cave and stood in the sky above the Dragon Valley. Roar! I hate you! The man roared again and again, his voice shaking the sky. Everyone in the Dragon Valley couldn't help but be shocked and rushed out to see what was going on. Even some people who were in seclusion were alarmed and came out of their seclusion. Whoosh! 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 Several figures rushed up into the sky and came to the side of the man. The man who was venting his anger in the sky above the Dragon Valley turned out to be Dongfang Chun, who had just been killed by Gu Fei. If Gu Fei saw this scene, even if he was calm, he would be shocked. There were actually 2 Dongfang Chun in the world? How is this possible? This Dongfang Chun was surrounded by immortal qi. The immortal power on his body was vast and powerful. His powerful aura made all the birds and beasts within 100 miles tremble. Even the cultivators in the Dragon Valley were trembling. The mighty immortal power was like the arrival of an immortal king. This Dongfang Chun was actually an expert of the immortal realm. Junior brother, what happened to make you so angry? An ugly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man asked Dongfang Chun. Yes, senior brother Dongfang, what happened? A green-clothed youth who was so handsome that even peerless beauties would pale in comparison asked with lingering fear. At this time, Dongfang Chen's mood had calmed down, and the pressure of the immortal god gradually disappeared, which made everyone feel relieved. Nothing, all of you can leave. Dongfang Chun waved his sleeves and said, then looked up at the sky, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Dongfang Chun was very arrogant. He even ignored the old Taoist with a red gourd hanging on his waist, as if the old Taoist was transparent. Everyone was a little dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to show it because at this time, the Supreme Mystery Sect was counting on Dongfang Chun to revitalize it, because he was the only person who had cultivated to the immortal realm in the past 300 years. The middle-aged man with dark skin was the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect, Li Lingfeng. At this time, Li Lingfeng was no longer the youth of the past. Time was merciless. The eldest senior brother of the past had become a middle-aged uncle. And that young man, who was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him, was Ziyu. 300 years had passed, and Li Lingfeng had become an uncle, but Ziyu's appearance had not changed much. The sloppy old Taoist, with a vermilion gourd hanging from his waist, was the head of the Spirit Pearl Peak of the Taishan sect, the Medicine Taoist. The Medicine Taoist seemed to have suffered a great blow. His appearance was desolate, and it was unknown how long it had been since he had changed out of his robe. Even from a distance, one could smell the sour odor from his body. Everyone was alarmed for a moment, and then they went their separate ways. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the Medicine Taoist also left, leaving Dongfangchen alone in the sky above the Dragon Valley. Humph! If I hadn't cultivated the last transformation of the 9 transformations of the immortal and demon, and divided the immortal and demon bodies, I'm afraid I would have died today. Dongfangchen's mind was racing. But once Gu Fei returns to the Taishan sect, he will find out that I am not dead. What should I do? At this time, Dongfangchen was also a little nervous. He cultivated the 9 transformations of the immortal and demon. When he cultivated to the 9th transformation, he could actually split the immortal and demon body. One person could turn into 2 people. This was something that no one could have imagined. The demon body was cultivated in the Devil's Cave, and the immortal body was cultivated in the Taishan sect. This was the same as a person having 2 lives, which was completely different from any external incarnation. What Gu Fei had destroyed was only Dongfang Chen's demon body. Although Gu Fei did not really kill Dongfang Chen, it had already greatly damaged his vitality. When the immortal and demon become one, my strength will be infinitely close to the mysterious transformation realm. At that time, I will have the strength to fight with Gu Fei. It seems that it's better to avoid it. Dongfang Chen thought to himself. He knew that Gu Fei would return, and he could not stay in the Taishan sect. Thinking of this, Dongfang Chen no longer hesitated. He flashed and entered his cave residence. After a simple cleaning, he walked out of the cave residence. He didn't tell anyone and just left the Dragon Valley. He wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and recultivate the demon body. Then, he would come back to settle the score with Gu Fei. No one knew that Dongfang Chen had cultivated such a heaven-defying evil technique. As long as one of the twin immortal and demon was not destroyed, Dongfang Chen would not die. At this time, Gu Fei was still in the Devil's Cave. There was a change in the Devil Palace. There was something inside that wanted to rush out, and the mountain and river cauldron also reacted, which made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. Roar! At this time, a terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the Devil's Earth. There was a powerful demonic creature approaching, and the fierce aura caused the demonic clouds on the horizon to surge. Although Gu Fei wanted to know what was in the Devil Palace, if he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have to. Chapter 750. Executing the 8 desolate steps, Gu Fei traversed thousands of miles in the void as if he was teleporting, arriving at the bottom of the Devil Cave. At this time, the devil chi in this devil domain was vast and mighty. Devilish energy lingered in the air. Shrill cries of devils resounded unceasingly. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei soared up into the sky. This time, he was not as cautious as when he came down. He directly flew towards the exit of the Devil Cave. His speed was so fast that even his shadow couldn't be seen. Some of the devils that were circling around the Devil Cave didn't even notice that someone was rushing past them. Roar! A terrifying roar came from below, as if some terrifying devil was chasing after him. A terrifying, baleful aura surged out, causing the nearby devil mist to tremble violently. Gu Fei was secretly startled. He used the 8 desolate steps with all his strength. With his 8 desolate steps, he could travel several miles in a single step. It was even faster than teleportation. But even with such extreme speed, it took some time before Gu Fei could see a faint light coming from the top of the Devil Cave. Gu Fei couldn't help but be overjoyed. Rumble! The entire Devil Cave trembled. It was as if a terrifying demonic creature had discovered Gu Fei and was chasing him from below. Even with Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps, it seemed like he couldn't shake off the demonic creature behind him. Devil chi surged, and a terrifying devilish energy surged. It was as if a peerless devil had been startled, terrifying to the extreme. Swish! Gu Fei rushed out of the devil cave. The moment he rushed out of the devil cave, he felt as though he had entered a completely different world from the previous one. Could it be this devil cave is really connected to another world? Gu Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was as if he had taken a stroll in a devil's world. Roar! 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 The few powerful demonic creatures around the devil cave immediately discovered Gu Fei, a demonic eagle the size of a small mountain, shrouded in demonic energy, swooped down from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. "Oomph! You're courting death." Gu Fei waved his hand, and a resplendent divine light chopped out. Pooh! The demonic eagle was chopped into 2 halves, and it fell from the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei didn't stop and directly rushed out of the devil cave. Those devil beasts immediately pounced over, but they were all instantly killed by Gu Fei with a single finger and a single punch. At this time, a terrifying aura rushed up from the bottom of the devil's den, shaking the heavens and earth. All the devil beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Gu Fei didn't care about what was rushing out of the devil's den. He didn't even look back as he left, disappearing from the world in the blink of an eye. 8 desolation steps. This combat skill seemed to have limitless potential. When cultivated to grand completion, one could traverse mountains and rivers in 8 steps. Their speed was unparalleled under the heavens. Xiaoqing, Tian, and Balan stood on top of a mountain 1,000 miles away. They saw that the giant devil's den was surging with monstrous devil chi, blotting out the sun. The entire world darkened as if the night had suddenly descended. This, Xiaoqing and the others couldn't help but turn pale when they felt the evil devil chi that could stir their heart's devil. It was as if an ancient devil was about to rush out from the devil's den in front of them. Rumble! The mountains trembled, and terrifying devil roars resounded from inside the devil's den. It was as if a group of devils were dancing wildly inside. This scene was terrifying to the extreme, causing one's heart to palpitate. It's boss. At this time, Tian suddenly shouted. In front of them, a figure that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye rushed over like a flickering light. Xiaoqing and Balan were startled. Go! Gu Fei shouted. With a wave of his hand, a divine light enveloped Xiaoqing and the others, sweeping them up. Then, he rushed into the distance without the slightest hesitation. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from inside the devil's den. At this time, that terrifying devil chased after them. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted like a volcano, and devil flames burned the sky. Amidst the pitch-black devil flames, a terrifying devil was faintly discernible. At this time, Gu Fei had already brought Xiaoqing and the others into the mountains. Heaven and earth energy surged out from Gu Fei's dantian, isolating everyone's aura. What is that thing? Xiaoqing was inexplicably shocked. They hit on a mountain peak and looked in the direction of the devil/den. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The terrifying devil was extremely powerful, and its demonic flames even burned the void to the point of collapsing. Within the demonic flames, the monster had only revealed a few scales and a half claws, but it was already enough to make little Qing and the others horrified. This was a monster as large as a mountain, simply like a prehistoric giant beast. Roar! The devil roared, and the mountains shook. Even the sky above the devil's den was almost broken by its roar. Even Gu Fei himself was indescribably shocked. This terrifying demonic beast was probably even more powerful than the 3-headed demonic dragon that was comparable to a celestial being. Even a celestial being would have to retreat if they encountered it. There was such a terrifying devil below the devil's den. Could it be that there was really a demon realm below the devil's den? Over the endless years and 1,000 years, a supreme power had sealed a demon realm under Taishan Mountain. Gu Fei did not know the secrets of the ancient times, but he knew that they had to retreat. Gu Fei and Xiaoqing did not dare to stay near the Devil's Den. They quietly retreated. The power of heaven and earth within Gu Fei's body isolated all auras. The terrifying devil above the Devil's Den could not detect them at all. It was not until they had retreated thousands of miles away that Gu Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they were far away from the Devil's Den, they could still vaguely feel the fluctuations coming from the direction of the Devil's Den. "Big brother, where are we going next?" Xiaoqing asked. They had personally come to Taishan Mountain and saw that Taishan Mountain had long disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Taishan Mountain had disappeared, and of course, the Taishan sect above Taishan Mountain would not be spared. The foundation of the Taishan sect had been destroyed. It could be said that thousands of years of foundation had been destroyed. "Go to the Dragon Valley," Gu Fei said. At this time, his heart was extremely heavy. He learned from the old man who guarded the matrix outside the imperial capital of the Great Qi that the Taishan sect had not been destroyed, but had moved to a valley called the Dragon Valley. He wanted to return to Taishan, where his former brothers, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the sect leader Taoist Xianxia, still alive? Finally, in Gu Fei's mind, a figure standing in the middle of the bamboo forest appeared. A beautiful figure in the sea of bamboo. At this moment, Gu Fei wanted to fly to the Dragon Valley immediately. He wanted to know how many people of the Taishan sect had survived that terrifying demonic calamity. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and she, were they still there? "Let's go." Gu Fei turned and looked in the direction of the Devil's Den, then turned and left. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan hurriedly followed behind Gu Fei. At this time, no one spoke. Chapter 751. The Dragon Valley was in the depths of the eastern mountain range. It was a valley with a radius of about 10 miles. In the eastern mountain range, this kind of valley could only be considered a small valley. The valley was lush and full of life. There was a mountain spring flowing, and on the cliff opposite the valley, there was a waterfall that hung upside down like white silk. In the valley, there was a faint sound of water lingering. Because there was a spirit vein condensed in the valley, the spirit chi in the Dragon Valley was much thicker than the spirit chi outside. However, the spirit vein here was not a high-grade spirit vein. If a small sect had such a spirit vein, it would be quite good. The real great sects looked down on this kind of spirit vein. The real great sects all chose the heavenly spirit land, the source of the dragon vein, as the foundation of the great sect. The Taishan sect was originally a great sect in the eastern mountain range. When it was at its peak, even the princes and princesses of the Great Qi dynasty wanted to enter the Taishan sect, but they had to see if they had the qualifications to enter the Taishan sect. But now, the once great sect in the eastern mountain range had almost completely declined. It could only hide in a small place like the Dragon Valley. In the past 100 years, very few people had seen the disciples of the Taishan sect walking in the world of cultivation. At dusk, tired birds returned to the forest, and the sky was filled with sunset. Outside the Dragon Valley, 4 figures walked in. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the 4 people came to the entrance of the Dragon Valley, 2 young men in white suddenly jumped out from behind the large rocks on either side of the valley. These 2 young men in white held ritual implements in their hands and looked at the 4 people in front of them with vigilance. "Stop!" One of the young men held a small golden bell that was only the size of a fist in his hand and stopped in front of the 4 people. The small golden bell was held in the hands of the young man in white. It looked as if it was cast from fine gold, and there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power flowing on it. "Who are you, and why have you come to the Taishan sect?" Another skinny young man was holding an ancient mirror in his hand. He asked while sizing up the 4 people. It could be seen that these 2 young men in white were very vigilant and careful. They were very tense. If they found anything wrong, they would definitely act immediately. "Haha, big brother, they don't know you," a green-robed young man with 2 silver horns on his head said with a smile. Dragon chi could be faintly seen on his body. I haven't been back to the Taishan sect for 300 years. How can these juniors recognize me? Gu Fei said expressionlessly. These two young men in white were obviously disciples of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. 300 years? When the two white-robed youths heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked and looked at each other. 300 years. Could it be that these four fellows were old monsters that were hundreds of years old? Senior, you're... The thin young man was extremely quick-witted, and he'd already vaguely guessed that Gu Fei was probably related to his sect from what Gu Fei said. It must be known that 300 years ago, the Supreme Mystery Sect was a great sect in the Eastern Domain. There were many masters in the sect, and hundreds of sects came to visit. It could be said that it was extremely prosperous. Gu Fei said indifferently. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? The two white-robed youths were thinking. This name was somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember at the moment. Suddenly, the thin young man seemed to have thought of something. His face changed greatly, and he said in a trembling voice, You are the Gu Fei of Green Spirit Peak? Oomph. Gu Fei snorted coldly. This. Disciple Qi Dongsheng pays his respects to Grand Uncle. The white-clothed youth immediately knelt before Gu Fei in a fluster, and his voice began to tremble. He seemed to be very afraid of Gu Fei, and his body was trembling. Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei. The other white-robed young man was also stunned. He couldn't help but shake the little golden bell in his hand. A crisp bell sound immediately rang out and spread far away. This little golden bell was a magic tool, and the sound it emitted instantly spread throughout the Dragon Valley. It reverberated throughout the Dragon Valley, and the sound reverberated endlessly. As soon as the bell rang, a few powerful auras suddenly came out of the Dragon Valley. The experts of the Taishan sect were alarmed, and everyone rushed out of their respective caves. What happened? The alarm bell sounded. Is there a strong enemy? Let's go to the entrance of the valley and have a look. Gu Fei sensed the movement in the valley and couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he locked onto a few auras, and he immediately became a little excited. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures rushed out of the valley and stood in the air above the valley entrance. The one in the lead was an ordinary-looking, dark-skinned middle-aged man. On the left of the middle-aged man stood a handsome young man that even women would be jealous of, and on the right was a sloppy old Taoist with a vermilion gourd hanging from his waist. Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Ziyu, Granduncle Medicine Master. Gu Fei immediately called out when he saw the 3 people rushing out of the valley. You are Gu Fei? Senior Gu? The successor of the Green Spirit Peak? You're still alive. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist descended from the sky. When they clearly saw Gu Fei's appearance, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Back then, Gu Fei didn't return and disappeared for 300 years. The entire Taishan sect had long thought that Gu Fei had died. Otherwise, why wouldn't he return to the Taishan sect for 300 years? Moreover, he had slaughtered many Northern Way cultivators and even massacred a few small sections. It was as if he had already become a demon. Of course, Gu Fei had been captured by the old ghost and had broken into the infernal realm. There was no time to analyze it. No one knew that all of this was caused by Dongfang Chun. He cultivated the Immortal Demon 9 transformation evil technique. He wanted to devour the magic power and true essence of cultivators to increase his own immortal demon chi. He started a massacre in Northern Way and framed Gu Fei, making Gu Fei the enemy of the world. Those who cultivated this kind of evil technique were definitely the enemies of all cultivators. Dongfang Chun wanted to make Gu Fei the enemy of all cultivators in the world. However, Gu Fei had disappeared for 300 years. The storm of that year had long since subsided, but there were still some people in the Taishan sect who brought it up. Back then, there were even people who suggested that Gu Fei be expelled from the Taishan sect. Are you really Junior Gu? Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei in disbelief and said, Bang! As soon as Gu Fei stepped on the ground, the earth suddenly shook violently. The two white-clothed youths outside the valley immediately became gourds rolling on the ground. The people who rushed out of the valley also couldn't stand steadily and were shocked. Chapter 752. Warriors who had cultivated to great heights could move mountains and rivers with a single step, and they could break the sky with a raise of their hand. Gu Fei had directly stepped on the ground and caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. This shocked everyone in the Taishan sect. There were no fluctuations of magical power, and there were no signs of magical powers. He had actually shaken the earth with pure power. This was something that only one kind of person could do, and that was a warrior who had cultivated to great heights. Legend had it that warriors who had cultivated to great heights could tear apart wild beasts with their bare hands and kill flying dragons. They were the most powerful and invincible warriors in the world, and they could be said to be invincible among their peers. Li Lingfeng and the others no longer had any doubts. The only successor of the Jade Spirit Peak had returned. Brother Gu Fei. Li Lingfeng rushed forward and hugged Gu Fei. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Back then, he did not believe that Gu Fei would slaughter cultivators and cultivate that terrible evil method that made him the enemy of the entire world. Brother Gu Fei. There were tears in Ziyu's eyes. "You're back. It's good that you're back," said the medicine man in a trembling voice. He could already see that Gu Fei and the others were all extraordinary. Although they had restrained their auras, the three mysterious people behind Gu Fei still made him feel a great shock. It was a kind of natural pressure that made people feel like they were ants in front of them. They did not dare to move at all, as if they could pinch them to death with a single finger. The medicine Taoist had only sensed this kind of natural pressure from Dongfang Chun. Could it be that the three people behind Gu Fei were actually cultivators comparable to immortals? If this was the case, the rise of the Taishan sect would not be so far-fetched. At this moment, the medicine man thought of many things, and his cloudy old eyes gradually regained their luster. His cultivation had already broken through to the saint realm, and he could enter the immortal realm at any time. In the Taishan sect, he was the second strongest cultivator after Dongfang Chen. At this time, everyone in the Taishan sect was alarmed. They rushed out of the valley, and when they saw Li Lingfeng excitedly hugging a stranger, they could not help but be surprised. Li Lingfeng was the head of the sect. In the Taishan sect, his status was second only to the head of the sect, Dongfang Chun, and the medicine Taoist. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. This eldest senior brother sect leader was usually very dignified and did not talk or laugh, but now he was like a child, hugging the stranger and crying. When everyone from the Supreme Mystery Sect saw this scene, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Where's the sect leader? Why hasn't he come out yet? He's really getting more and more excessive. He doesn't even care about the matters of the Supreme Profound Sect at all. Li Lingfeng let go of Gu Fei, but did not notice Dongfang Chen's figure. Sect leader's junior brother? What sect leader junior brother? Isn't the sect leader of the Supreme Profound Sect ancestor Xianxia? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, and then quickly asked, "Alas!" Li Lingfeng let out a long sigh. A trace of sorrow appeared on his face. Senior brother Li. Seeing Li Lingfeng like this, Gu Fei was shocked once again. Could it be? He didn't dare to think further. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Senior brother Gu, ancestor Xianxia, has already passed away, Ziyu said with grief and indignation. It turned out that when the demonic calamity suddenly came, the Supreme Mystery Sect was not prepared at all. The Supreme Mystery Mountain collapsed, and countless demons rushed out from the ground, killing everyone they saw. More than half of the elders of the Eight Supreme Profound Meridians fell on the spot. Taoist Xianxia risked his life to protect the outstanding disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect, killing his way out of the encirclement and escaping to the Dragon Valley. When Taoist Xianxia fought with the demons, he was already seriously injured, and the demonic qi invaded his body. After escaping to the Dragon Valley, the demonic qi in Taoist Xianxia's body flared up, corroding his soul. Not long after, Taoist Xianxia passed away. In the 9 supreme profound meridians, other than the Jade Spirit Peak, where Gu Fei was, there was only one successor, Gu Fei, and there was no one else. The other 8 meridians had many disciples, but they suffered heavy casualties. Among the 8 supreme profound meridians, the Shaoyang Peak, the Purple Bamboo Peak, and the Taishu Peak were slaughtered on the spot by the demons, and the head of the Shaoyang Peak, Jinren Shouyang, died tragically in battle. The head of the Biyun Peak, Jinren Xian Fa, and the head of the Tongtian Peak, Yuxuzi, also fell in that battle. The Supreme Mystery Sect, the great sect of the Eastern Domain, was almost destroyed overnight. After that, the Supreme Mystery Sect, together with the other sects of the Eastern Domain, invited the Guanxing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect, the 2 great Taoist sects, and even Ku Rong took action. However, when the countless masters of the sects of the Eastern Domain attacked the Devil's Den, an even more powerful demon appeared. Terrifying demon beasts, comparable to celestial beings, rushed out of the Devil's Den and almost completely annihilated the allied forces of the sects of the Eastern Domain. In this battle, countless masters fell, even Ku Rong died in battle, and not even his bones were left. The power of the sects of the Eastern Domain was greatly damaged, and this time, the Supreme Mystery Sect suffered a devastating blow. Almost all the masters of the older generation died in battle, and only the medicine Taoists survived. The disciples of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect did not participate in the battle, so the Supreme Mystery Sect did not disappear from the world of cultivation. In the next 200 years, Dongfang Chen's cultivation improved greatly, and it only took him 200 years to cultivate to the immortal realm. This was unprecedented in the Supreme Mystery Sect, and even in the entire world of cultivation. Cultivating to the immortal realm in 200 years made everyone dumbfounded. Dongfang Chen was known as the youngest immortal in the Eastern Domain, a heaven-defying genius. The Supreme Mystery Sect had produced an immortal, which made other forces that were eyeing the Supreme Mystery Sect have some scruples. Otherwise, the Supreme Mystery Sect would have been annexed by other forces of the Eastern Domain. As a result, Dongfang Chen, who had the cultivation of an immortal, naturally became the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect, because in the Supreme Mystery Sect, he was the only one who had broken through to the immortal realm. After Dongfang Chen became the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect, the Dongfang family rose rapidly in the Eastern Domain, and the Supreme Mystery Sect had become a subsidiary sect of the Dongfang family. This made Li Lingfeng and the others very dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. What? Dongfang Chen became the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect? Gu Fei was stunned on the spot. Didn't he kill the leader of the Supreme Mystery Sect? Wait, how could the Supreme Mystery Sect let a demon become the leader? What the hell was going on? Gu Fei faintly felt that something was wrong. Why hasn't the leader come out yet? The medicine Taoist was also a little unhappy at this time. Although his seniority was very high, Dongfang Chen did not put him in his eyes, which made the medicine Taoist very dissatisfied. I saw the leader of the sect leave the valley 4 hours ago. At this time, the disciple guarding the entrance of the valley, Qi Dongsheng, suddenly said aloud, "What?" When Gu Fei heard this, he was really shocked. How was this possible? For hours ago, he visited his brain. Wasn't that the time when he killed Dongfang Chen in the underground Devil's Cave? Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Could it be that there were 2 Dongfang Chen in the world? Are you sure that what you saw was Dongfang Chen? Gu Fei stared at Qi Dongsheng. The blood in his body surged, and a powerful pressure was released. Everyone present had a change of expression. This pressure made them feel as if a huge rock was suddenly pressing on their chests, and their breathing became difficult. Qi Dongsheng's feet were playing the pipa, and his body was shaking. Under the gaze of Gu Fei, he felt as if he was facing a giant beast, unable to speak. That guy went crazy for a while for no reason. Maybe he really left the valley. The medicine Taoist said. He did not have a good expression towards Dongfang Chen. Chapter 753. He killed the sect leader? How is that possible? The sect leader never left. How could he appear in the Devil's Den? What the hell is going on? Outside the entrance of the Dragon Valley, there were already 200 or 300 Taixian disciples gathered. When they heard Gu Fei's words, they were extremely shocked. Everyone was instantly stunned. After recovering from the shock, the Taixian disciples immediately burst into an uproar and began to discuss. Junior brother Dongfang has always been in the Dragon Valley and has never left. How could he appear in the Devil's Den? Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Yes, senior brother Gu, the sect leader, was still in the valley 4 hours ago, Ziyu also said. This. Gu Fei was tongue-tied. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Who was the person Dongfang Chun met in the Dragon Valley in the Devil's Den? He would never recognize the wrong person. Even if Dongfang Chun was burned to ashes, he would still be able to recognize him. Outer body, incarnation? It doesn't seem like it. Gu Fei suddenly remembered what Dongfang Chun had said when he killed him and couldn't help but frown. An immortal and a demon. Could Dongfang Chun actually split into an immortal and demon body? Let's go in and talk first. The medicine man said. There was probably some hidden story behind this, and it was not something that could be explained clearly in a few words. Gu Fei nodded, and then, under the lead of Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine man, he walked into the Dragon Valley. The Taixian disciples gathered at the entrance of the Dragon Valley quickly made way for them. They looked at Gu Fei with a trace of fear in their eyes. The young disciples simply did not know who Gu Fei was, but some of the more experienced people in the Taixian sect had more or less heard of the only successor of Green Spirit Peak. It had to be known that the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak was the #1 expert among the younger generation of disciples in the Taixian sect. Even Li Lingfeng was defeated by him. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan followed Gu Fei into the Dragon Valley. Although this place is called the Dragon Valley, there isn't a trace of dragon qi. Xiaoqing looked around and was a little disappointed. This valley couldn't be called a spiritual land at all. Dragon energy? Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others could not help but bitterly smile. In the current Supreme Mystery Sect, it was already very good to have a decent place to stay. The place where the dragon qi of the earth gathered was the Dragon Vein. Only great sects or superpowers had the strength to occupy such a spiritual land. The Dragon Valley was not big. There were many caves built on the mountain walls around it. There was a spiritual spring flowing in the center of the valley. On the mountain wall, facing the entrance of the valley, there was a waterfall hanging upside down from the cliff like white silk. The faint sound of water could be heard. In the Dragon Valley, there were not many palaces built, but from time to time, one could see the stream in the mountains, and there were pavilions dotted among them. Li Lingfeng brought Gu Fei back to his cave. After sitting down, Li Lingfeng told Gu Fei about what had happened in the Supreme Mystery Sect in the past 300 years. There were too many things that had happened in the past 300 years. Li Lingfeng spoke for several hours before he finished. After Gu Fei finished listening, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. In the past 300 years, the situation of the Supreme Mystery Sect could be said to be worse than even a second-rate sect. The great sects of the Eastern Domain even wanted to annex the Supreme Mystery Sect. As for the Guanxing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect, although they were both Taoist sects like the Supreme Mystery Sect, they did not extend a helping hand to the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the past few decades, Dongfang Chun had broken through to the Immortal God Realm, and the situation of the Supreme Mystery Sect in the cultivation world had improved a lot. However, Dongfang Chun was not a good person either. He clearly regarded the Supreme Mystery Sect as a vassal of the Dongfang family. If it weren't for Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the Medicine Dao Master, then Dongfang Chun would have already merged the Supreme Mystery Sect into the Dongfang family. From Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei also learned one thing. One thing that he was most concerned about was the successor of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Zhao Ziru. This news caused Gu Fei to put aside the matter of Dongfang Chun. When the demonic calamity suddenly descended, countless disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect died. Zhao Ziru did not fall, but she was contaminated with a trace of evil demonic qi. Even if the medicine Tao master was proficient in the way of medicine, he could not save Zhao Ziru. He could only find 1,000-year-old ice soul and seal Zhao Ziru in ice. Where is junior sister Zhao? When Gu Fei found out that Zhao Ziru was still alive, he was moved. Zhao Ziru could be said to be the first girl he had fallen in love with. Although it was only a hazy feeling back then, Gu Fei knew that the figure of that girl back then had already been imprinted in his heart. She is in the Dragon Valley. Please follow me, said the medicine Tao master. He already knew that Gu Fei's cultivation had already broken through to the immortal realm. An immortal realm cultivator. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. According to legend, although the path of martial arts was very difficult to cultivate, and for thousands of years on the Tunglong continent, no one had become a martial immortal. Once they succeeded, they would be an invincible existence among cultivators of the same level. The return of Gu Fei allowed the medicine Tao master and the other upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect to see the hope of the rise of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Therefore, even the medicine Tao master did not dare to be negligent. The place where Zhao Ziru was sealed in ice was not far from Lingfeng's cave. The medicine Tao master brought Gu Fei and the others to the waterfall in the Dragon Valley. Rumble, water splashed everywhere, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens. A white chain hung down from a cliff thousands of feet high, surrounded by flowers and flourishing trees. It was full of life. Gu Fei stood under the waterfall. At a glance, he could tell that this was the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire Dragon Valley. The spiritual qi of the spirit vein in the Dragon Valley came from the deep pool below the waterfall. Dongfang Chen's cave was built next to the waterfall. As the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, he occupied the best place in the entire Dragon Valley. As for Zhao Ziru's frozen place, it was behind the waterfall. It turned out that there was another world behind the waterfall. There was a small cave there that was used to freeze some seriously injured and dying people. Back then, Taoist Xuantian's soul had already been corroded by demonic qi. Even if he was frozen, he would still be possessed. Taoist Xianxia did not want to become a demon and harm the common people, so he chose death. The medicine Tao master opened the cave behind the waterfall and walked in. "Wait for me outside." Gu Fei said a few words to Xiaoqing and the others, then followed the medicine Tao master into the cave behind the waterfall. The cave was not big, and the walls inside were inlaid with night pearls, so it was as bright as day. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others also stayed outside. They were embarrassed to leave Xiaoqing and the others outside. This was not the way to treat guests, so they stayed behind to accompany them. They already knew that the 3 people in front of them were experts of the immortal god level, so they naturally did not dare to neglect them. "Is the person inside very important to boss?" He Tian asked. He could see that Gu Fei was very nervous about the person called Zhao Ziru. "What's going on?" Balan also looked at Xiaoqing. Among the 3 of them, Xiaoqing and Gu Fei had known each other for the longest time. Before Gu Fei reached the Dao, he had already met Xiaoqing. "I'm going to have a sister-in-law." Xiaoqing looked at the cave behind the waterfall with a smile that was not a smile, but anyone could see that he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what kind of girl could move even Gu Fei. Chapter 754. The cave behind the waterfall wasn't big. Behind the door was a stone room with a passage behind it. The medicine Taoist led Gu Fei without stopping. They passed through the stone room and entered the passage behind it. The passage wasn't wide and could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. The passage was about 10 meters long and was engraved with formation runes. An expert had laid down a formation. Of course, this formation couldn't stop Gu Fei. However, under the medicine Taoist's lead, the formation didn't activate. After passing through the passage, they arrived at another stone room. However, this one was much bigger than the one outside. It had a circumference of more than 10 meters and was filled with boundless cold air. As soon as Gu Fei entered the stone room, he felt a chill assaulting his body. Even he felt a trace of coldness. The medicine Taoist was already using his spiritual energy to resist the cold air in the room. It was obvious that the cold air here was no small matter. one should know that the medicine Taoist was already at the Paragon Saint realm. The Paragon Saint realm was the realm between demigods and immortals. Cultivators at this stage of the Paragon Saint realm were very unstable, and their strength was somewhere between demigods and immortals. Sometimes they could unleash the power of immortals, while other times they could only display the strength of a demigod. It could be said that one step forward was heaven and one step back was the mortal world. The stone room was filled with cold mist, and thick ice was everywhere. In the center of the room, there were 3 ice coffins. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the 3 ice coffins. Could it be that Zhao Ziru was lying in one of them? At this moment, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He rushed forward and saw that there were indeed 3 people lying in the transparent ice coffins, with a peerless beauty lying in the ice coffin on the right. Dressed in a light blue dress and with long eyelashes, the fairy-like woman seemed to be sleeping soundly with a faint blush on her cheeks. However, Gu Fei could see a hint of pain between the brows of the fairy lying in the ice coffin. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei became excited when he saw the woman. He had imagined countless times that he would meet the woman in the coffin, but he never imagined that their next meeting would be like this. Gu Fei's emotions surged, but he quickly calmed down. His state of mind had been tempered to the point where he wouldn't even bat an eyelid if an immemorial mountain collapsed in front of his eyes. Perhaps only Zhao Ziru could make Gu Fei so emotional. Gu Fei realized that the people in the other 2 ice coffins were also people he was familiar with. In the middle of the ice coffin lay a middle-aged Taoist. This middle-aged Taoist was the successor of the Great Void Peak, Dan Xinzi. In terms of seniority, this Dan Xinzi was Gu Fei's uncle master. Back then, it was Dan Xinzi who presided over the Void Sky trial of the 3 great Taoist sects and led Gu Fei and a group of the younger generation of outstanding disciples of the Taishan sect to the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had really amazed the world in the south. He had beaten the younger generation of the 100 races of the southern wilderness into silence. His name had spread throughout the southern wilderness and attracted the attention of all the major forces in the southern wilderness. Could it be that Dan Xinzi has also been tainted by demonic qi? Gu Fei thought. He looked at the 3rd ice coffin. In it lay Li Hao, the successor of the Shaoyang Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Taishan. Although he wasn't familiar with Li Hao, he had seen him a few times. Li Hao was actually wearing the 9-sun illuminating sky robe of the Golden Crow, blazing sky, which belonged to the first seat of Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Zhiyang. Even though he was in an extremely cold place, the robe on Li Hao's body was still flowing with fiery qi. They have been tainted by demonic qi. If they are not sealed in ice, as long as the demonic qi enters their brains, they will be in danger of being demonized. The only way is to seal them in ice first, the medicine Taoist explained. How can we save them? Gu Fei asked. The medicine Taoist hesitated. Although he had a way to save Zhao Ziru and the others, it was too difficult. In the past 200 years, he had practically traveled all over the Central Plains, but it had been difficult to gather what he needed. Granduncle Medicine, you don't have to worry. Just say it, Gu Fei said. With his current level of cultivation, there really weren't many things that he couldn't do. The medicine Taoist hesitated for a moment, then said, 9-turn Celestial King Elixir. Legend has it that if one consumes the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir, they could be saved. 9-turn Celestial King Elixir? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Just the name alone was enough to tell that this elixir was extraordinary. Could this predecessor elixir be even more precious than the heavenly spring of life? However, when a medicine Taoist revealed the items needed to refine the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir, Gu Fei was speechless. The heavenly spring of life was actually the divine liquid required to refine the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir. When a medicine Taoist was roaming the cultivation world in his early years, he inadvertently came across an ancient book that recorded many long-lost alchemy techniques. From the ancient book, the medicine Taoist learned the refinement method of the 9-turn Celestial King Elixir, as well as the various miraculous effects of consuming it. Once a cultivator consumed a 9-reincarnation immortal king pill, they would be able to ascend to the immortal realm and expel the demonic energy. However, the medicine Taoist had been running around for 200 years and was still missing 2 items. What are you still lacking? Gu Fei asked. If the medicine Taoist was ready, he would have opened the cauldron long ago. Since he hadn't done anything yet, it was likely that he was still lacking some essential items. The sacred yang fruit and the heavenly spring of life. The medicine Taoist sighed. He couldn't find these 2 items even if he scoured the entire Central Plains. The sacred yang fruit and the heavenly spring of life? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. After thinking for a moment, his eyes lit up. Is it this divine fruit? With a flip of his hand, Gu Fei revealed a half-black, half-white immortal fruit with yin and yang energy swirling around it. This? The medicine Taoist's eyes widened when he saw the yin-yang fruit in Gu Fei's hand. He couldn't believe his eyes. This sacred fruit was already extinct in the Tung-Long continent. Perhaps only those ancient regions that have yet to be explored would have such a holy fruit. It's really the yin-yang sacred fruit. How did you get it? The medicine Taoist excitedly asked. He thought that this heaven-defying divine fruit had already disappeared from this world. He didn't expect Gu Fei to have one. When Gu Fei once again took out a white jade bottle, a faint fragrance immediately lingered in the stone chamber, causing one's spirit to be refreshed upon smelling it. This bottle contains the heavenly spring of life. Gu Fei exclaimed. Wasn't the heavenly spring of life the same as the heavenly spring of life? He had all kinds of heavenly spring of life. How could this be? The medicine Taoist was so excited that he couldn't speak. How long does it take to refine a cauldron of 9 revolutions immortal king pills? Gu Fei asked. 1 revolution a year. I'm afraid it will take 9 years. The medicine Taoist carefully received the yin-yang sacred fruit and the heavenly spring of life from Gu Fei's hand. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. 9 years? He couldn't even wait an hour. Yet the medicine Taoist said it would take 9 years? At this time, a person suddenly rushed in from outside. Chapter 755. In the forest outside the Dragon Valley, Xiaoqing, Tian, and Balan were confronting 2 people. Go back to where you came from. Xiaoqing casually looked at a young man in white with a folding fan in his hand. How dare you? You demon dragon dare to be presumptuous in front of my young master? Before the white-clothed young man could say anything, the old man in the green robe behind him pointed at Xiaoqing and shouted, What? Do you want me to drive you away? Xiaoqing's face immediately darkened. The dragon chi on his body surged, and the shadow of a dragon loomed over him. The old servant wanted to say more. At this moment, the white-clothed young man stopped the old servant. Don't be rude. The white-clothed young man smiled and walked forward. Sir, you're not a member of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Please do not interfere in the affairs of my Zhao family and the Supreme Mystery Sect. The white-clothed young man tapped his palm with his folding fan and looked at Xiaoqing with a smile on his face. Zhao Wuji, you should go back. At this time, Ziyu walked up from behind Xiaoqing and the others and said coldly to the white-clothed young man in front of him, The Supreme Mystery Sect, being able to submit to my Zhao family, is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. You must know that even if some forces begged to submit to us, I would not want them. The white-clothed young man, Zhao Wuji, put away his smile. So this guy wanted to annex the Supreme Mystery Sect. Today's matter, I will take care of it. The Clan of the Ancients, what a great name. Xiaoqing took a step forward. The dragon chi on his body was vast and mighty, and a powerful force emanated from his body. The air surged, and gusts of wind suddenly blew in the forest. The trees swayed, and the leaves danced. Demon God? Zhao Wuji felt the aura of Xiaoqing and couldn't help but frown. The strength of the other party had already exceeded his expectations. Where did these guys jump out from? Could it be that they were helpers invited by the Supreme Mystery Sect? Why didn't I receive any news beforehand? How could the Supreme Mystery Sect make friends with these people? Zhao Wuji had many questions in his heart. He had come to the Taishian sect this time to take over the Taishian sect, but now it seemed that things were not going as smoothly as he had expected. Hee, you'd better scram. It will be bad if you alerted our boss. A voice rang out in the hearts of everyone present. This was a soul fluctuation, not a real voice. Zhao Wuji was startled. None of these three fellows were weaklings, especially that mysterious black-clothed man. His soul force was incomparably powerful. They have a boss behind them? Zhao Wuji felt even more troubled. "I'd like to get to know your boss," Zhao Wuji said calmly. His expression was calm and unruffled. No one knew what he was thinking. Bam! A big hand condensed in the void, and a mighty dragon chi rushed toward Zhao Wuji. The terrifying power directly shattered a part of the forest, and the impact of the energy waves caused the earth to tremble. Xiaoqing made his move. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhao Wuji. Since the other side didn't want to leave, he would drive these people away. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect didn't dare to get close. They watched from a distance. No one dared to get close to this level of dialogue. If the two sides fought, they would be the only ones who would suffer. Zhao Wuji didn't think that Xiaoqing would make his move without any scruples. He couldn't help but be surprised. Swish! Zhao Wuji stood tall, opened the folding fan in his hand, and then fanned forward. His movements were smooth, and he was incomparably elegant. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged out from the fan, and suddenly the sand and stones in front of Zhao Wuji flew. The terrible wind was like an invisible divine weapon, blowing forward, and the ground was shaved off a few feet. The nearby trees were all uprooted by the astral winds, and then shattered into pieces in the void. A powerful energy wave spread through the mountain forest. The invisible wind actually blocked the big hand that Xiaoqing had sent out. Moreover, it was rapidly wearing down the power of the big hand, and the big hand immediately dimmed. Oh, this oily guy has some skill. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It should be known that Xiaoqing was a demon god comparable to an immortal god. His strength was incomparably powerful. His cultivation was at the fifth sky of the immortal god realm, and his dragon battle skills were enough to make him the king of the same level. Heavenly Dragon Claw. Little Qing's right hand transformed into a dragon claw that tore through heaven and earth. It tore through the formless astral winds as it clawed at Zhao Wuji. The dragon claw contained boundless power that could shatter heaven and earth. Grasping Dragon Claw, seeing Xiaoqing use this battle skill, He Tian became spirited. This battle skill was simply too powerful. If he encountered the 7 fairies of the God clan, one fan creates wind, 2 fans create fire. At this time, Zhao Wuji did not dare to be careless. The opponent was a dragon, and his combat power was unparalleled. He was far stronger than an immortal god of the same level. Facing such a strong opponent, Zhao Wuji had to use all his strength. The folding fan in his hand flashed forward again. The fan flashed with divine light, surged with divine power, and a fire rushed out. That folding fan is a treasure. He Tian's eyes were sharp. He could already see that the folding fan in Zhao Wuji's hand was very extraordinary. He couldn't help but plot again. This guy was the same as the old tortoise. They were both masters of sneak attacks. Boom! The fire burned the sky, covering all directions. The void was burned until it was distorted and then collapsed. The endless heat seemed to evaporate all the water in the world. Even the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who were watching the battle from afar felt the heat wave. Their mouths were dry, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. The temperature of this kind of divine fire was enough to melt refined gold. If it were not for the protection of He Tian, you would have been burned to death by this heat. Oomph! Xiaoqing sneered. The heavenly dragon claw directly grabbed into the fire, broke through the layers of divine fire, and still tore towards Zhao Wuji. The fire could not refine the heavenly dragon claw. Damn it! Zhao Wuji did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he could ignore the divine fire. He He had to fan the folding fan in his hand again. 3 fans of fire linked the sky. Zhao Wuji shouted. This third fan attracted the spirit of heaven and earth, and the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles was instantly sucked dry. Divine runes appeared on the surface of the fan, and the power of wind and fire was raised to a terrifying level. The power of wind and fire surged, and the endless power of wind and fire condensed into a big dragon, emitting a terrifying energy wave that could destroy the heaven and earth and madly devoured Xiaoqing. Bang! The fiery wind dragon and Xiaoqing's heavenly dragon claw collided in an instant. The 2 extremely powerful forces burst out with a dull sound. Then, the earth collapsed, the void shattered, and the power of destruction spread out in all directions. The whole forest was shaking, and the sky was falling. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Chapter 756. Rumble. The terrifying power destroyed a forest. Within a radius of several miles, it turned into a sandy area. All the flowers and trees collapsed, and dust rose high into the sky. Xiaoqing and Zhao Wuji exchanged blows, and no one gained the upper hand. Let's go. You and I will fight in the distance, so that the Taishian sect will not be affected. Zhao Wuji soared into the sky and flew into the depths of the distant mountains. The servant in the blue robe followed behind Zhao Wuji like a shadow. Who's afraid of who? Xiaoqing's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He also soared into the sky and chased after Zhao Wuji. Such a powerful opponent was just the right time to fight. Swish, swish, swish. He Tian and Balon also rushed up, following closely behind Xiaoqing into the depths of the mountains. Ziyu also flew into the air to chase after them. In the sky above the Dragon Valley, Gu Fei, the medicine man, and Li Lingfeng all saw what was happening in the forest in front of the entrance of the Dragon Valley. What's going on? Gu Fei frowned and asked. The forces of the ancient antiquity had returned. He had heard of the Zhao family of the ancient antiquity. The Zhao family was a cultivation family that had existed since the ancient antiquity. Such a family had existed for countless years and had an unparalleled heritage. They had once been the masters of this land, and after countless disasters, they still existed. The Zhao family wants to become the overlord of the Eastern Domain. They are integrating the forces of the Eastern Domain. They want to swallow up our Taishian sect, the medicine man analyzed. Overlord of the Eastern Domain? Gu Fei was somewhat disdainful. Even if it was the forces of the ancient antiquity, it would not be easy for them to unify the cultivation world of the Eastern Domain. The medicine man and Li Lingfeng looked at each other, feeling afraid. If Gu Fei had not just returned to the Taishian sect and Dongfang Chun, the head of the Taishian sect, was not there, no one in the entire Taishian sect would be a match for Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was an important task for the Zhao family of the ancient antiquity. Some people said that the Zhao family was training Zhao Wuji as the next head of the family. He had personally come to take over the Supreme Mystery Sect. The Supreme Mystery Sect already had a lot of face, but the Supreme Mystery Sect was not willing to be annexed by the Zhao family. At this time, 2 energy waves came from the depths of the mountains. Xiaoqing and the successor of the Zhao clan were already fighting. The mountains were collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the void was shaking. The battle between the 2 immortal-level powerhouses was extremely intense. The terrifying power even pierced through the heavens and earth. The destructive power was truly unimaginable. If you want to watch the battle, go ahead. Gu Fei saw Li Lingfeng and the medicine Taoist staring into the depths of the mountain with shining eyes. To be able to witness a battle of this level would be beneficial to both of them. The medicine Taoist and Li Lingfeng were overjoyed to hear this. They glanced at each other before flying out of the Dragon Valley and into the depths of the mountain. A battle of this level was definitely very attractive to them. Gu Fei, on the other hand, turned and flew toward the waterfall in the depths of the Dragon Valley. A battle of this level was no longer of much use to him. He might as well return to the cave behind a waterfall and think of a way to save Zhao Zairu. At this time, in the depths of the mountain, The void trembled and the earth quaked. Draconic chi soared into the sky, and flames burned the sky. Divine flames covered the entire mountain. Whoosh! With each wave of the fan, a gust of wind blew the entire mountain into the air. The world was filled with terrifying astral winds. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the sun and moon lost their light. With each wave, the entire world was enveloped in divine flames that burned the heavens and boiled the seas with unparalleled power. Some of the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect, who could fly, also entered the mountain. This kind of battle was very attractive to the disciples of the Taishan sect. For some reason, He Tian and Zhao Wuji's old servant also began a fight. He Tian's body was faintly discernible with the yin-yang diagram. He was already in an invincible position. Only the fire Chilan Balan had no opponent. He quietly stood high in the sky, staring at the battle in front of him. It seemed as if he did not want to miss a single detail of the attack. Boom! The yin-yang diagram pressed down from the sky. The power of yin and yang intertwined, condensing into a terrifying destructive power that wanted to kill Zhao Wuji's old servant. Bang! The old servant opened his mouth and spat out a cauldron that bombarded He Tian. This was a divine flame cauldron that could be used to smelt refined gold. The yin-yang diagram revolved. He Tian's body merged with the diagram, displaying a great battle strength that attracted the power of the great Tao. The yin-yang diagram rapidly expanded, wanting to devour the cauldron. Rumble, fire elemental runes began to appear on the body of the cauldron, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to resist the yin-yang diagram's devouring. The wind howled as Zhao Wuji constantly fanned a fan in his hand. The clouds in the depths of the mountain changed color, causing the sun and moon to dim. Dust billowed, and Xiaoqing was sent flying several times. Even a servant is this powerful? The foundation of the Huanggu families was so deep that it was hard to imagine. Zhao Wuji's old servant was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. Battle dragon in the sky. Xiaoqing roared and revealed his true dragon form. An azure dragon spiraled in the sky and clawed at Zhao Wuji. Dragon chi surged, and dragon roars shook the sky. Mountains collapsed one after another. Zhao Wuji was also quite amazing. With just a fan in his hand, he was able to block Xiaoqing's attack. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Little Qing swung its tail and swept it towards Zhao Wuji, shattering the void and turning it into primal chaos. Its tyrannical strength caused Zhao Wuji to be secretly shocked. The bodies of demonic beasts were stronger than ordinary cultivators, and the bodies of dragons were even more freakishly strong. Every movement of theirs contained great power that could shatter the world. Zhao Wuji didn't dare to be careless and retreated. Roar! Little Qing roared at the sky. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a 7-colored ball of light towards Zhao Wuji. A trace of the aura of a true dragon immediately filled the air. This is... Zhao Wuji was shocked. The rainbow-colored ball of light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. Swish! 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 As Zhao Wuji retreated, he waved his fan 3 times. Astral winds and divine flames intertwined, forming a terrifying force that blocked the incoming rainbow-colored ball of light. However, the ball of light seemed indestructible. It directly shattered the frightening power of wind and fire. With a bang, it smashed into Zhao Wuji's chest. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhao Wuji's chest caved in, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Roar! That's a dragon pearl. Zhao Wuji was shocked to the extreme. The rainbow-colored dragon pearl contained the aura of a true dragon. Although it was only the size of fist, it was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. Zhao Wuji felt like he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. His ribs were shattered, and his internal organs were injured.